Chapter 2963. Thinking of this, Xiaohua could not help but laugh. Damn it, what am I thinking? Do you want to see the world in chaos? Facing sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City has already caused a lot of casualties to Dao sect. If Tongmu City comes, won't more Dao sect disciples die? Besides, the real reason why the sword cultivators attacked Sky Patrol City was because the soul cultivators were fighting behind Huan Kingdom. Tongmu City was not too far away from Mount Meng. If the sword cultivators were to fight here, wouldn't that expose the fact that they were being attacked from behind? No matter how stupid sword cultivators are, they won't do this, right? Not to mention that they have Wuxia behind them who knows everything. Thinking of Wuxia, Xiaohua could not help but think of the beauty that could bewitch all living things. It was as if this beauty had been deeply engraved in his mind, and it was impossible to get rid of it without some special magic power. Someone is coming? Xiao Mao's divine sense was very strong now. While Xiaohua and the others were looking at Tongmu City, he was looking in other directions. Oh! Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept toward the direction where Xiao Mao was looking. He already knew that this place was not far away from Tongmu City. If he was not mistaken, these people should be the city guards of Tongmu City. Sure enough, after the four of them slowed down and flew for a while, a dozen cultivators of about the 11th level of Qi refining appeared in the distance. These cultivators were dressed in green military uniforms with a thin layer of armor. The style of the armor was very strange. It seemed to be made of rattan, and the rattan flickered with a faint green light. Runes could be vaguely seen in the green light. The dozen or so cultivators had already sensed the presence of Xiao Mao and the others. Their faces were filled with respect as they silently hovered in mid-air. When the four of them approached, the leading 12th layer Qi refining guard respectfully said, "Junior Wang Qing greets the four seniors. May I know if the four seniors are passing by? Are you passing by or entering my Tongmu City?" In such a situation, Xiaohua usually did not step forward. Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who was also silent. He flew half a foot forward and waved his hand. "Get up. We are passing by Tongmu City and want to use its teleportation formation." "Yes, I understand." After Wang Qing answered, he said carefully, "However, it is currently wartime. Although sword cultivators rarely come to my Tongmu City, this place is not too far from the Huan State. My city lord has ordered that any cultivator our Tongmu City's patrol team encounters, regardless of whether they have entered Tongmu City or not, must show their identity token. If senior wants to enter Twilight Tong City, please allow this junior to verify your identity." Tisk, Xiao Mao laughed. This place is miles away from Sky Patrol City. Why would a sword cultivator come here? Besides, even if a sword cultivator were to come, would you be able to detect the identity token of a Dao sect cultivator? Wang Qing seemed to be a little shy, his face slightly red as he said in a low voice, "Junior and the others know that our cultivation is shallow, so this kind of examination cannot be taken seriously. However, this is better than nothing. Of course, if senior doesn't want me to examine it, then I'll ask the captain of the city guards of Dantone City to come over." Xiao Mao laughed. He was just casually pointing out that Dantone City's methods were more formal than effective. How could he really make things difficult for the city guards of Qi Refinement Realm? He hurriedly clapped his hands and took out his token. He handed it to Wang Qing and said gently, "There's no need for that. This is your duty. Since we want to enter Tongmu City, we naturally have to act according to the orders of the city lord." "Thank you, senior." Wang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He could roughly sense that these Foundation Establishment cultivators were in the middle and late stages of the Foundation Establishment realm through magic. Most of these Foundation Establishment cultivators were disdainful of Qi refinement disciples. They had also encountered some of these Foundation Establishment cultivators during today's routine inspection. Many of these Foundation Establishment cultivators left in a huff and did not pay attention to them at all. Most of them would only be willing to take out their identity tokens when a captain of the same Foundation Establishment realm came out. It was rare to see someone like Xiao Mao, who spoke gently and took out his token without hesitation. Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan School. Xiao Mao's identity token was written very clearly. Moreover, the image was exactly the same as the cultivator in front of them. Wang Qing used his divine sense, which had only been cultivated for a few years, to check it out. He then looked at Xiao Mao and was about to withdraw his divine sense. However, at this moment, a few other shining words in the token caught his attention. When Wang Qing saw it clearly, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He then looked behind Xiao Mao in disbelief. Wang Qing's cry of surprise was not a big deal. The dozen or so Qi refinement disciples behind him who had been preparing for a long time immediately scattered. At the same time, a few communication talismans were sent out from the hands of the disciples who were on guard furthest away. Looking at their tacit cooperation, it was obvious that they had been training for a long time. Damn it. Xiao Mao was also stunned. He couldn't think of anything wrong with his token. Council Hall. First squad. Wang Qing obviously didn't expect that his cry of surprise would cause such a big reaction. At this time he didn't have time to explain anything. Instead he shouted in an incredulous voice. First squad of the council hall? Xiao Hua frowned slightly behind the three people. Is it a special squad of the council hall? But then Xiao Hua suddenly understood. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, the council hall named this special squad as the first squad of the council hall because of their outstanding achievements in battle. In the future, no other squad would be able to use this name. That day Li Zongbao just casually mentioned it and Xiao Hua also casually listened. Unexpectedly, the name of the first squad of the council hall had spread to Tongmu City. This junior deserves to die, this junior deserves to die. Wang Cheng's ecstatic gaze swept across Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua, and then fell on Fairy Hongxia's fairy-like beauty. He unconsciously slapped his forehead and said regretfully, this junior should have thought of the four seniors when he saw them. I have seen the four seniors' appearances in the battle report. How could this junior be so blind? What? The dozens of Qi refinement disciples who were fleeing in all directions also came to a realization. They all stopped in midair and looked at the four of them. Naturally, most of their gazes were still fixed on Fairy Hongxia's face. Yes, this is the first squad of the council hall. This junior saw the battle report half a year ago. Yes, this is Fairy Hongxia from the Rinsing Flower sect, and this is Senior Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. This is Senior Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect. Heavens, I really saw the legendary hero of the Great Sword Catacomb. One of the disciples shouted. We are indeed the first squad of the council hall. Xiao Mao said with a smile. But now that the first stage of the Great Sword Catacomb has ended, we are here to gain experience. Yes, this junior knows, this junior knows. Wang Qing said impatiently. The four seniors formed deep friendships during the Great Battle, and their cultivations also had great breakthroughs. Therefore, after the Great Battle, the four seniors went out to travel together. On one hand, they comprehended what they had gained during the Great Battle. On the other hand, they lived in the wilderness and avoided the harassment of the mortals. They did not bring the battle achievements of the Great Battle into their own cultivation. This kind of pure and untainted nobility really makes us admire you. Damn it, what the hell is this? In the end, Xiao Hua could only shake his head. In this world, rumors are the most erroneous. What deep friendship that... Where did these Foundation establishment friends come from? Do they not have any respect for my Dantong city? Just as Xiao Hua was laughing inwardly, several divine consciousnesses swept over from the direction of Dantong city. Once they discovered Xiao Hua and the others, they immediately locked onto them. At the same time, a rough voice roared loudly. Captain Mu, Captain Mu. Wang Qing naturally knew that it was the message talismans that had caused the trouble. He hurriedly shouted, please don't misunderstand, please don't misunderstand. This is the first squad of the council hall of the Dao sect. The first squad of the council hall of the council hall? In the distance, several early-stage Foundation establishment city guards flew over with a murderous aura. They were flying over with hundreds of Qi refinement disciples. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's shout, the burly man in the lead was as valiant as his voice. His bulging eyes swept over Xiao Mao and the others in astonishment. He was stunned on the spot. Not only the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead, but the other city guards and the hundreds of Qi refinement disciples were also stunned by the name of the first squad of the council hall of the council hall of the council hall. That's right, since the beginning of the war, although Dantong City had not been involved in the war as one of the 7 major cities of the Kingdom of Shi, how could Dantong City not pay attention to the situation of the war in Sky Patrol City? Almost every day the situation of the war would be sent to Dantong City in the shortest time possible. Dantong City specially set up a so-called council hall. This council hall did nothing but announce the war report of Sky Patrol City. It was for all the cultivators to discuss. Among the cultivators, there were certainly some who were obsessed with cultivation, but there were also some who liked to be lively, especially when discussing the war. If there were some spirit stones and elixirs as wagers, it would be even more attractive. Therefore, since the Great War of Tao and Sword, a large number of cultivators would gather in Dantong City's council hall every day. There were even many cultivators gathered in the tea houses and wine shops near the council hall. Not only did they listen to the war report and analyze the situation, but they also gave pointers and predicted the outcome of the war. It had to be said that the city lord of Dantong City was far-sighted. This council hall not only attracted a large number of cultivators to Dantong City, but there was also an endless stream of small and large merchants. Dantong City's reputation also soared in the war, bringing great prosperity to Dantong City. To a large extent, it made up for the loss caused by not being able to provide the face-retaining elixirs in a short period of time. It could be said that Dantong City's council hall had a better grasp of the news of the war than many of the cultivation sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation. And in the first stage of the Great War of Dao cultivators, the special task force of the council hall had not only risen gradually in Sky Patrol City, but also became a dazzling star in Dantong City. Chapter 2964. Speaking of Li Zongbao's special task force, there was an interesting story in Tongmu City. That year, when the Dao sect had issued the number 1 bounty order, Twilight Tong City had also released the news in a timely manner. It was said that many cultivators had formed teams and headed to Sky Patrol City to kill Qingjian that day. As for how many had gone and how many had returned, no one knew. What everyone knew was that Twilight Tong City had also set up bets based on the battle situation at that time. They had placed bets on which sect's disciple would be able to kill Qingjian. Of course, most of the bets were on Golden Core stage cultivators, and there was no sign of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. After Li Zongbao and the others became famous, no one knew what the Dantong City was thinking. Perhaps it was to play to the gallery, but they actually allowed the special task force from the assembly hall to participate in the competition. Moreover, they even invested a considerable amount of spirit stones. When the other cultivators saw this, they were almost overjoyed. This was because although Li Zongbao and the others had military exploits and could even be said to be very outstanding, the three of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators after all. Not to mention the three of them, even if there were 30 of them, they could not be compared to Qingjian, who was a third-grade illusory sword. Therefore, everyone bet with Tongmu City. For some reason, the people of Dantong City seemed to believe that this special task force would definitely be able to obtain Qingjian's head. Whenever someone placed a bet, they would answer it without any hesitation. As a result, in the past few years, this place had actually accumulated an enormous amount of spirit stones. Just hearing the number of spirit stones was enough to shock anyone. This number not only exceeded the total number of spirit stones that all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had killed Qingjian, but it also exceeded the total number of other bets. All the cultivators were looking at Tongmu City as a joke. They were waiting for Qingjian to be killed by the Golden Core cultivators, or for Qingjian to not be killed by Li Zongbao and the others and get the spirit stones that they won after the battle. However, the news of Qingjian being killed by Li Zongbao and the others came from Sky Patrol City. This was almost impossible news, but it caused a huge uproar in Tongmu City. The entire conference hall, and the entire Tongmu City were in an uproar. Even the cultivators who did not care about the special task force from the conference hall paid attention to Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. Not only did Twilight Tong City win a lot of spirit stones, they also obtained a commendation order from Sky Patrol City. The images of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua were displayed in the meeting hall for all cultivators to see. They even listed the sect information of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua, as well as the glory of their participation in the battle. Especially before the Great Battle of the Sword Tomb, when Xiao Hua withdrew from the Special Task Force and Fairy Hong Xia participated in it, it attracted the attention of many male cultivators. The story of Fairy Hong Xia breaking the 4 cardinal sword array and her Xiantian primordial water saving her Golden Core stage master was spread by word of mouth in Tongmu City. Was leader who was Foundation Establishment cultivator was stunned was leaders how leader was in midair. It's really the first team from the conference hall. Leader Mu came to his senses and immediately put on a smile. He adjusted his armor and bowed. I'm Mu Ziming. Greetings to senior brother Li Fairy Hong Xia, and the 2 senior brothers Xiao. I'll lead the hundreds of thousands of disciples in Tongmu City to thank the 4 senior brothers for killing the enemy in the Battle of Sky Patrol City. Following Captain Mu's salute, all the other Tongmu City's disciples followed suit. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. Xiao Mao obviously did not expect his name to be so famous in Sky Patrol City, nor did he expect that he would win so much praise from the battle. He hurriedly returned the bow and said, "Junior brother Mu, please rise. Junior brothers and nephews, please rise. Xiao Mao and the others are disciples of the Dao sect. When the sword cultivators attacked with their swords, we naturally had to fight them head-on without hesitation. We did so and so did you. Although you were guarding Tongmu City, you were also on the side of the battle. You have the responsibility to defend against the enemy. You were able to stop the sword cultivators from sneaking in, which is also a merit. It's just that everyone can see the merit of Xiao Mao and the others, but your merit is easy to be overlooked by everyone." Xiao Mao's words made Mu Ziming's face flush. He straightened his body and rubbed his hands. He said, "Senior brother Xiao is indeed as broad-minded and humble as the legends say. Your words made my blood boil, and I almost wanted to fly to Sky Patrol City to kill the sword cultivators." Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the battle situation that LV Ruochang had mentioned when he stopped them. He could not help but ask, "Leader Mu, how's the battle situation in Sky Patrol City now?" Mu Ziming was obviously familiar with Xiaohua's face. He hurriedly replied, "Senior brother Xiaohua, now Sky Patrol City is not within the attack range of the sword cultivators. Most of the sword cultivators." Then Mu Ziming roughly recounted the battle report obtained from Tongmu City. Xiaohua's expression changed drastically. Seeing Xiaohua's expression change, Mu Ziming was also shocked. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Senior brother Xiao, may I know what I said wrong?" "Nothing." Xiaohua waved his hand, lowered his head and did not speak. However, after a moment, Li Zongbao, who was standing behind Xiao Mao, received Xiaohua's voice transmission and said, "Junior brother Mu." "Yes, senior brother Li, what can I do for you?" Mu Ziming was more respectful to Li Zongbao, the leader of a team, and hurriedly replied, "How long does it take for the battle report to be sent from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City?" Li Zongbao asked faintly. "This." Mu Ziming hesitated slightly, thought for a moment and said with a wry smile, "I really don't know the exact time. This is my Tongmu City secret." "Approximate time." Li Zongbao was a little impatient. Mu Ziming did not dare to neglect and whispered, "Sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's more than 10 days. "So long?" Li Zongbao frowned. "Let me tell you, senior brother Li. Because there is no direct teleportation formation from Sky Patrol City to other big cities, it takes a lot of effort for Tongmu City to get news from Sky Patrol City. It takes a lot of effort. Many times the message charm is lost. It's already good that Tongmu City can get news from Sky Patrol City in such a short time. Furthermore, this humble one dares to boast that any news that can be obtained in the Three Kingdoms can be obtained in Tongmu City. Then, how long has it been since you last got information from Sky Patrol City?" Li Zongbao did not wait for Mu Ziming to finish and interrupted him and asked. "It seems like." Mu Ziming was a little hesitant. "Reporting to Captain Mu, I just came from the conference hall yesterday. It seems that there has been no new battle report for more than 1.5 months. A Foundation establishment city guard beside him hurriedly whispered in his ear. "Conference hall?" Li Zongbao rolled his eyes and asked curiously, "Why does Tongmu City have a conference hall?" However, just as he finished speaking, Fairy Hongxia, who was beside him, sighed and said, "Senior brother Li, why are you still asking such a boring question? Sky Patrol City? I'm afraid it has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators. We'd better hurry into the city and use the teleportation formation." "What? Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators? Is this true?" Mu Ziming turned pale with fright. Fairy Hongxia's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. She had heard from Xiaohua that this news had been passed to the Imperial Thunder Sect 2 years ago. She felt that there would be no more problems and that the tragedy of the Sword Catacomb would not happen again. However, LV Ruochang brought them another piece of bad news. Xiaohua's message did not seem to be taken seriously by the Taoist sect cultivators. Of course, Fairy Hongxia and Xiaohua did not think that Jiuxia would not send this news to Chen Diheng. Since Jiuxia could say it out loud, he was naturally not afraid of being found out by the Taoist sect cultivators. At this time, the few questions that Li Zongbao asked were obviously from Xiaohua. However, from Mu Ziming's answers, Fairy Hongxia already understood that when the four of them passed through the territory of the Huan Kingdom and returned to the Kingdom of Shi, the sword cultivators had already launched their final attack on Sky Patrol City. Since it was another unintentional attack, and under the planning of Jiuxia, even if the Taoist sect had a nascent soul stage cultivator, How could they be a match for the sword cultivators? The outcome of this great battle of Dao cultivators had undergone an earth-shattering change. Didn't you say just now? Generally speaking, the battle situation from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City would take at most a month's time. Now it has been less than a month and a half. If Sky Patrol City had not fallen, what other accidents could there be? Li Zongbao said lightly, well, since our identities have been confirmed, can we enter Tongmu City? Yes, of course. Mu Ziming stammered. Obviously, he was particularly surprised by the news that Sky Patrol City had fallen. If it's possible, I'll have to trouble Captain Mu to send someone to take us to the teleportation formation. Fairy Hongxia said, eager to return home. Yes. Mu Ziming nodded hurriedly. Before he could say anything, Wang Qing stepped forward and said, Captain Mu, shall I lead the way? Alright, go ahead. Seeing this, Mu Ziming nodded. Yes, Wang Qing was very happy. He bowed and said, for seniors, please follow me. Xiaomao nodded and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them followed Wang Qing, while Fairy Hongxia and Xiaohua prepared to follow behind. Senior brother Li. At this time, Mu Ziming came to his senses and hurriedly called out, Senior brother, can you wait for a moment? I still have to report the news of the 4 senior brothers' arrival in Tongmu City to the city governor. Moreover, senior brother Li's words just now were really shocking. I have to report it immediately. If the city governor asks, Captain Mu, we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. I hope that you can pass on our apologies to the governor of the city. Li Zongbao was even more anxious than Fairy Hongxia. He rejected the request without hesitation. All right. Okay. Mu Ziming nodded and at the same time, he hurriedly gave a look to the other disciples. There were already disciples in the distance who turned and flew away. Seeing that the disciples had left, Mu Ziming bowed again and said, Senior brother Li, the news just now is really important. I have to report it to the city governor as soon as possible. I'll leave first. Please forgive me, senior brother Li. Li Zongbao was a little unhappy but he could not say anything. After all, this was Tongmu City, not the Utopia faction. He could only follow the thoughtful arrangements of Tongmu City. Chapter 2965. When Xiaohua saw Mu Ziming flying away hastily while Wang Qing brought the 4 of them and slowly flew towards the vine wall of Tongmu City, he sighed and asked, Marshal Nephew Wang, what's the matter with the Tongmu City's discussion hall you mentioned earlier? Oh, it's like this. I'll let Marshal Uncle Xiaohua know. Wang Qing continued to talk about the origin of the discussion hall, and even talked about the special task force of the discussion hall in detail. Only then did he say with a smile, the 4 martial uncles have brought a considerable amount of spirit stones to my Tongmu City. Therefore, the disciples of my Tongmu City are extremely grateful to the 4 martial uncles in their hearts. Otherwise, this junior would not have been so ecstatic just now. AI Tongmu City Lord is really calculative. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Putting the special task force team together with Qin Jian seemed extremely unreliable at first glance, but after thinking about it, this kind of thing was really unreliable. Therefore, the possibility of Twilight Tong City and the cultivators betting on a tie was the highest. Relying on this bet, everyone's attention was drawn to the other bets. These cultivators bet on Qin Jian, and at the same time, they couldn't help but place their bets on other bets. The popularity of this discussion hall bet immediately soared. Even if Twilight Tong City lost in this aspect, they could earn it back in other places. Not to mention Tongmu City was purely a blind cat that met a dead mouse. They were extremely lucky to bet on Xiaohua who was behind Li Zongbao. All of a sudden Tongmu City had earned a lot of money. Wasn't that obvious? Of course, this one was purely out of Tongmu City Lord's expectations. However, this calculation also showed how shrewd Tongmu City Lord was. He had a premonition that surpassed ordinary people. Damn it, why does this Tongmu City Lord's shrewdness sound so similar to that sinister Chen Yi? Could the two of them have some kind of relationship? Xiaohua immediately thought of Chen Yi. However, before he could think further, Xiaohua's face suddenly changed as he looked at the city gate not far away. Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia was very sensitive to Xiaohua's change. She hurriedly raised her head and looked at the city gate not far away. She asked curiously, Is there anything strange? Rather than calling the city gate a door, it was more like a huge gap. The gap was right in the middle of the wide wall of vines. Hundreds or even thousands of vines weaved together to form an arched door. The top of the door was empty, and the vines dragged on the ground. Countless tiny runes flickered between the vines and on the ground. At this moment, many cultivators were entering and exiting from the two sides of the vine gate. On both sides of the vine gate, there were also city guards of Tongmu City standing guard in the air. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with it. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, this vine gate was extremely similar to Qin Yi's burial flower manor. Wang Qing. Xiaohua did not answer Fairy Hongxia's question. Instead he said, "You said that the meeting hall contains the life stories of the four of us. Tell me, what are the stories that involve me?" When Fairy Hongxia heard this, she was equally shocked. Xiaohua had always been concealing his cultivation level, trying his best to be the shadow behind Li Zongbao. Wasn't Tongmu City's actions just to expose Xiaohua to the light? Junior has long memorized Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds. Every one of them is like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears. How could Wang Qing know what Xiaohua was thinking? His words frightened Xiaohua even more. Damn it, I really didn't expect this. This young master actually became famous in Tongmu City, one of the 7 major cities. Man proposes, God disposes. I'm afraid it will fall into the ears of the person who schemed against this young master. Xiaohua was extremely regretful. However, after thinking about it for a while, he smiled even more bitterly. Nonsense, since he entered the sword catacomb, everything he did was shocking. Didn't he reveal his nascent soul cultivation level and sword transformation cultivation level? Even Lu Ruochang, a sword cultivator, called him Senior Nameless. The cultivators of the Dao sect would know about it sooner or later. Seeing that Xiaohua had stopped asking, Fairy Hongxia began to worry for him. She hurriedly asked Wang Qing, "Tell me, what kind of heroic deeds did junior brother Xiao have recorded in the meeting hall of your Tongmu City?" Yes. Wang Qing had long been observant and knew that Mu Ziming wanted to delay Xiaohua and the others. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to report to the city lord. When he heard this, he smiled and took the opportunity to say, "Actually, regarding Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds, other than being influenced by the Great Battle, there are very few records of his deeds in the Imperial Thunder sect. This junior only knows that Martial Uncle failed to establish his foundation the first time, and only later did he attempt to establish his foundation the second time. Even before Martial Uncle entered the Imperial Thunder sect, there are very few records of his deeds as a rogue cultivator." When Xiaohua heard this, he almost reached out to pat his little heart. He heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Could it be that martial nephew Wang only remembers the deeds of senior brother Li Zongbao and does not remember the records of this Xiao?" Of course not, Wang Qing was very anxious. The deeds of Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia are indeed many and very detailed. However, this junior greatly admires Martial Uncle Xiao. When he entered the Imperial Thunder sect as a rogue cultivator, rose to prominence in the Imperial Thunder sect with great difficulty, displayed his ferocity at the Feather Immortal Gathering, and now even stood out in the great battle of Dao and Sword. This junior has seen the records of Martial Uncle on the wall of heroes of the meeting hall at least 8 times, if not 10 times. How could this junior forget them? Damn it, there are even records of the Feather Immortal Gathering. This Tongmu City has really put in a lot of effort. Xiaohua was shocked in his heart. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the gates of Tongmu City. Seeing the 4 of them flying over, all the guards of Tongmu City stood respectfully and looked at them from afar. This caused the cultivators entering and leaving the city to feel that something was amiss. "Let's put on the camouflage cloak." Xiaohua knew that once they entered Tongmu City, they would definitely cause a commotion, so he hurriedly said. Li Zongbao did not think much of it, but he still nodded in agreement. The 4 of them put on the camouflage cloak and hid their figures, so that they could avoid being surrounded by a group of cultivators. Naturally, the 4 of them followed Wang Qing into the city gate, and no guard stopped them. Obviously, they had already received Mu Ziming's orders. After passing through the city gate, Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and a completely different scene appeared in between the light and shadow. He saw that Tongmu City was still a continuous mountain range and there were no changes. However, among the brocade-like flowers and plants, there were many buildings that seemed to have been created by the gods. These buildings were either made of rattan, green wood, or bamboo, and their styles were all different. Some were like flower buds, some were like pine cones, and some were like thick wood. Although there were so many buildings of different sizes, and they almost covered the entire mountain range at a glance, these buildings seemed to have grown naturally on the mountain range. There was no trace of magic power or man-made at all. This is really a place out of this world. Fairy Hongxia could not help but exclaim in admiration. Female cultivators had a much higher pursuit of beauty than male cultivators, and they had an innate love for such natural beauty. Fairy Hongxia. Wang Qing, who was beside her, could not help but look at the sky and said proudly, "Senior, what you see is just the ordinary side of Tongmu City. If the sun sets in another 2 hours, thousands of Paulownia flowers will bloom, and the entire Tongmu City will be as beautiful as a heavenly palace. That is true beauty." Xiaohua knew what Wang Qing was thinking. However, he only had feelings for the so-called beautiful scenery, and did not think about it. Whether it existed or not, it did not matter and he did not care. He only wanted to use the teleportation formation of Tongmu City to leave this place. However, Fairy Hongxia was different. She was obviously moved by Wang Qing's words, and she unconsciously looked around, as if she was thinking about the magnificent scene of Paulownia flowers blooming. Her footsteps actually slowed down. At this moment, Li Zongbao had already walked in front of the 4 of them. Xiao Mao obediently took half a step back. He also knew that in such a situation, Li Zongbao could handle it much better than him. He only needed to follow behind Li Zongbao, and he would receive all the praise he deserved. Li Zongbao's cultivation level was not as high as Xiaohua's, but he was much better at dealing with people. He had not said much, but now he said lightly, "Martial nephew Wang, it's not far from dusk now. We have heard about Tongmu City long ago. If we can see the wonderful scene of Paulownia flowers blooming, this trip will not be in vain. How about this? Where is the meeting hall of Tongmu City? We'll go take a look." Hearing this, Wang Qing was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, "Martial Uncle Li, the meeting hall is over there. If the 4 of you can move to the meeting hall of Tongmu City will definitely be honored. Only the Century City has a meeting hall. The meeting hall of my Dao sect is wherever the seniors are." Li Zongbao frowned and said with some displeasure, Yes, I understand." Wang Qing was a little frightened and said hurriedly, "I will report what Martial Uncle Li said to the city lord. There's no need for that. This is a matter of your Tongmu City. I'm just saying what I think." Li Zongbao said calmly as he walked. "That's right, who is the city lord of Tongmu City? I don't think I've heard of him before." Xiaohua only remembered now. Although he was wary of Chen Yi and had always been guessing, he had never heard of any news about the city lord of Tongmu City. Therefore Xiaohua whispered to Fairy Hongxia. Hearing Xiaohua's message, Fairy Hongxia did not find it strange this time. She also replied, "Xiaohua, the city lord of Tongmu City is called Qing Liuzi. He is usually very mysterious and not many cultivators have seen his real face. Perhaps because of his arrogance, he said that only nascent soul masters and above can see him in Tongmu City. Therefore, I don't know anything about Qing Liuzi." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Based on the arrangements of Tongmu City, the city lord of Tongmu City should be someone with a wide range of connections. How could he be so arrogant? "What is the cultivation level of this senior Qing Liuzi?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "This concubine doesn't know. Husband, you should ask senior brother Li." Fairy Hongxia smiled apologetically. Her gaze fell on the strange flowers and plants beside her. Chapter 2966. The roads of Twilight Tong City were ingenious. After entering the city, one would go straight up the mountain ridge with a slight curve. However, the roads below one's feet were extremely smooth and straight. Beside these roads were all sorts of shops, inns, taverns and tea houses. They were not arranged in rows like in other large cities. Instead, they were uneven with some high and some low. Rather than saying that they were standing tall, it would be more accurate to say that they were growing healthily like spiritual trees. There were also many flowers that seemed to be blooming among the spirit flowers. It was truly an eye-opener for Fairy Hongxia. Although there were many people on the roads, everyone seemed to be smiling. Clearly, they were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery of Twilight Tong City. It was very different from other big cities. Senior Qing Liuzi. He is indeed very mysterious. I don't know what he looks like either. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Li Zongbao muttered to himself before replying like Fairy Hongxia. However, he continued, "However, I heard from my master that Senior Qing Liuzi is good at business and scheming. He is closer to cultivators who are useful to him than his own father. However, he is even more distant than cultivators who are strangers to him." Li Zongbao's analogy made Xiaohua laugh. He could not help but laugh out loud. Wang Qing turned his head in confusion. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at a spirit flower that was about to bloom. "This Xiao seems to have seen a spirit stone growing out of that spirit flower. It can't be. Wang Qing was stunned. He looked at it with all his might and asked in confusion, Senior Uncle Xiao, did you see wrongly? That is just an ordinary Ling Mian. And I think I saw wrongly. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, how can that spirit stone be Ling Mian's father? Wang Qing was even more confused by Xiao Hua's words. Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao were also stunned. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand and waited for Wang Qing to turn around. He then transmitted Li Zongbao's words to the two of them. Fortunately, the two of them were already prepared. Otherwise they would definitely laugh out loud like Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly as he looked at the two of them who were trying to hold back their laughter. Then he transmitted his voice again, Junior brother Xiao, don't underestimate Senior Liuzi. However, his cultivation is the highest among the city lords of the 7 cities. Now he had actually reached the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. He seems to be even more powerful than the sect leader of your esteemed sect. Hearing this, Xiao Hua gasped. He was now at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He had a deeper understanding of the difference between the early stage and the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. He knew that there was a huge gap between the two realms. For a cultivator who had a lot of work to do, being able to reach the early stage of the nascent soul realm was already a great fortune. But Qing Liuzi was able to reach the middle stage of the nascent soul realm again. The 3,000 Great Tao is indeed true. Xiao Hua sighed, everyone has their own destiny. The heavenly Tao is equally ruthless. Even if you have thousands of mistakes and thousands of shortcomings, as long as you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, the heavenly Tao will always leave a smooth path in front of you. However, if you have no Tao in your heart, even if you have thousands of good deeds, the door of the heavenly Tao won't open for you. Yes, that's right. Li Zongbao also sighed. When I heard this that day, I also sighed for a long time. I feel that this character is really incomparable to the realm and cultivation. Alas. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. He knew that he was only at the Gold Core realm and it was extremely inappropriate to talk about the nascent soul realm senior. However, he still couldn't help but think about it. There was a difference between good and evil people, but the heavenly Tao didn't. If evil people could become immortals and good people fell, then what would the immortal realm become? What would the cultivation realm become? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked again. The cultivation of the Tao sect doesn't care about good or evil, nor does it care about character. However, the Buddhist sect cares a lot about good and evil. There is a saying that good will have good results and evil will have evil retribution. A person's cultivation should plant a good tree, and only by planting good causes can there be good results and good retribution. Could it be that this deviation in cultivation caused the conflict between the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect? Caused the destruction of the Buddhist sect? But if that's the case, is the Buddhist sect's objective really different from the heavenly Tao? Is it really wrong? Even the Confucian cultivators who only cultivated the qi of righteousness in their chests and faced the heavenly Tao with a pure heart were also destroyed by the Tao sect. Their cultivation is also wrong? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss. Do they really want to be the strongest? Do they really not care about good or evil, about the lives of others, and only care about their own cultivation, only care about becoming immortals? Such immortals, are they really the immortals in my heart? It had to be said that if the Tao sect cultivators had such thoughts, no one would think of it. Perhaps if they had such thoughts, they would be instantly killed by themselves or their own masters. Only a cultivator like Xiao Hua, who had tried many kinds of cultivation methods, could have such doubts and doubts. Helplessness, sometimes it was really helplessness. If he knew that this disciple of his actually doubted the Tao sect's cultivation method, he would probably immediately come out of seclusion. However, even if he appeared helplessly in front of Xiao Hua, what could he do? Other than helplessness, what else could he do? Martial uncles, please come this way. That is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong city. At this moment, Wang Cheng's voice rang out, pulling Xiao Hua out of his deep thoughts. When he looked in the direction Wang Cheng was pointing, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His somewhat astonished eyes flashed with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the front left of the crowd, in the midst of the flowers, there was an oval-shaped bird's nest on top of hundreds of thick spiritual trees. The nest was completely built with fist-sized branches, and there was an extremely large gap between the branches. Through the gap, one could vaguely see the brilliance of the bird's nest. On top of the thick spiritual trees, large green talismans slowly flowed. These green talismans were like flowers and grass, and they corresponded with the surrounding spiritual trees and spiritual grasses. It was as if the grasses and trees on the mountain range were floating above the bird's nest. This bird's nest was admittedly huge, but its color and brilliance seemed to blend together with the many grasses and trees. It really seemed as if a huge bird had built its nest here. This is the meeting hall? Even Li Zongbao's face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and even his voice changed a little. If the meeting hall was a bird's nest, then what about the Book of Heroes in the meeting hall? Wouldn't it be a bird's nest? Wang Qing said in a deadpan manner, "Martial uncles, please know that this is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong City. It is also the building of my Twilight Tong City that is second only to the City Lord's mansion. Usually, the auction for the face-retaining pill in my Twilight Tong City is usually held in this meeting hall." Li Zongbao withdrew his astonishment and nodded slightly. The buildings in Twilight Tong City were really strange. Building a bird's nest was already giving them face, but if they really built something strange it would be hard to say. The meeting hall was in the shape of a bird's nest, so entering and leaving the meeting hall naturally had to be like a bird's nest. Seeing many chi-refining disciples activating their flying talismans and many foundation establishment cultivators summoning their transcendence energy to fly into a star-shaped entrance, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand. It seems, there are also many cultivators who want to enter the bird's nest. Hee, of course. Wang Qing said with a smile. Right now, we are already in the second stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Because the nascent soul masters of the three cultivation countries have already participated in the war, there are many battles that have yet to begin, but the outcome is already known. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come to my meeting hall to participate in the meeting has decreased by a lot. As early as a few years ago, when all of you were still fighting at the front line, the meeting hall was filled with people and was much livelier than it is now. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that in the first stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword, the strength invested by the Taoist sect was equivalent to the strength invested by the sword cultivators. Moreover, at that time they were not very familiar with each other, so it was extremely difficult to guess the outcome of the battle. In particular, the sword cultivators had Jiu Xia's arrangement and LV Ruochang's command. This was definitely beyond the expectations of all the Taoist sect cultivators. The situation of the battle was like a cloud of fog, complicated and unpredictable, which was really suitable for gambling. Now that the higher-ups of the Taoist and sword sects were participating in the war, there were only so many sword transformation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. The sword cultivators were obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength, so they could only win by relying on the element of surprise. It could even be said that after more than 10 years of fighting, the last sentence was in Sentry City. Therefore, the situation in the second stage was extremely clear on the surface, but if it was used for gambling, it would be somewhat difficult. No wonder Wang Cheng said that there were fewer people entering and leaving. There has been no news for 1.5 months. The number of cultivators waiting here. I'm afraid there will be fewer. Xiao Mao looked at the entrance and said, "Senior, please." Wang Cheng took out a flight talisman again and activated it with his magic power. Then he said respectfully, "I'll lead the way." Wait a moment. At this moment, Li Zongbao stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, but in fact he was transmitting his voice to Xiaohua. "Junior brother Xiao, should we go in?" Based on Wang Cheng's words, there are many cultivators inside. If we go in, we might be recognized by others. Xiaohua understood Li Zongbao's meaning. He knew that Li Zongbao was afraid that he would not be willing to show his face in public, so he asked this question. Xiaohua thought for a while and felt bitter. During the trip to the sword domain, he had killed dozens of illusory swordsmen. Although Qin Heng and other second-grade sword transformation swordsmen were killed by him, they died because of him. Sooner or later, the news would spread to the country of Shi. In particular, some cultivators had seen what he did in Million Mountains. Although they could not return to the three kingdoms of cultivation in a short period of time, they would come back sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before his true strength was exposed. Since that was the case, he could only prepare for a rainy day. He had to make an impact early and establish his reputation in the three kingdoms of cultivation. As for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, Xiaohua had already taken a look at the soul technique of the Huda Stockade's Elder Wu. It was 100 times more profound than the secret technique given by Hanju. Xiaohua was confident that even nascent soul cultivators would not be able to see through it. As for spirit-severing cultivators, would they even take Xiaohua seriously? Chapter 2967. Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Hua faintly transmitted his voice. If we don't enter this place, not to mention that others will use this against us and say that we look down on Tongmu City, given the character of Tongmu City's city lord, I'm afraid he will be displeased with us. Now that we are only Foundation establishment cultivators, it's better to be careful. Alright. After getting Xiao Hua's approval, Li Zongbao said, Martial Nephew Wang, you lead the way. Yes. Although Wang Qing did not know why Li Zongbao asked Fairy Hong Xia, he did not dare to think too much about it. He agreed and flew forward. Xiao Hua and the others followed Wang Qing to the entrance of the bird's nest. There were more than a dozen aura refining disciples standing guard there. There were also 3 Foundation establishment city guards standing to the side with grave and stern expressions. They were on full alert. Although Wang Qing was leading the way, Xiao Hua and the others were still required to remove the camouflage before they could enter. Li Zongbao and the others naturally did not agree. However, after Wang Qing's helpless voice transmission, the Foundation establishment city guards' faces were filled with shock. After seeing the token of Li Zongbao's special task force in the meeting hall, the 3 Foundation establishment city guards immediately bowed respectfully and invited the 4 to enter the bird's nest. These cultivators are some nascent soul cultivators? After Li Zongbao and the others entered the bird's nest, and Qi Refinement Cultivator, who had a close relationship with the Foundation establishment city guards, quietly transmitted his voice. After all, in this bird's nest-like meeting hall, apart from nascent soul cultivators, even late golden core cultivators could not wear the camouflage. They are not nascent soul cultivators. The Foundation establishment cultivator said respectfully. If those cultivators came, how could the city lord not accompany them? Do you think that Wang Qing, a level 12 Qi Refinement Cultivator, could accompany them? Then how could they enter the meeting hall wearing the camouflage? The Qi Refinement Cultivator almost forgot to transmit his voice. If Deacon Qin knows about this, we will not be able to escape punishment. Not to mention Deacon Qin, even if the city lord himself came, he would definitely not be punished. Another Foundation establishment cultivator laughed. Because, although they are only Foundation establishment cultivators, they are worthy of the treatment of nascent soul cultivators. How is that possible? The aura refining disciple seemed to have walked into a dead end. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. An alert disciple next to him suddenly exclaimed, Martial Uncle Wang, could it be that they are? Sure. It's good that you know. Martial Uncle Wang hurriedly said, they naturally have their reasons for not announcing their arrival. Think about it, if the cultivators in the assembly hall knew that they were here, then, wouldn't they go crazy? Sigh, what a pity. I can't see the faces of the 4 martial uncles with my own eyes. That disciple said regretfully. Haven't you seen enough of the appearances of the 4 fellow Taoists in the conference hall? The disciple who spoke first finally understood and spoke with a hint of jealousy. That was just an illusion. How could it be so real? They were the seniors who had killed the 3rd-grade illusory sword and obtained the first bounty. Just thinking about it makes this subordinate's blood boil. They are simply too brave. They have truly made our Tao sect's cultivators too proud. That's right. Their honor was obtained with blood and lives. The Foundation establishment city guard's gaze was also deep. If we were there, I'm afraid that we would have been buried in a foreign land. In order to kill the sword cultivators, this subordinate will not hesitate even if my body is smashed to pieces. That disciple said vehemently. Well said. The Foundation establishment city guard nodded vigorously. This old man will remember your words. Whenever there is such a good opportunity, this old man will think of you first. Not to mention these Dawn Tree city guards who were discussing behind Xiao Hua and the others. When Xiao Hua and the others stepped into the assembly hall, they were greeted by a huge space. The inside of this space was very similar to what they saw outside. It was really in the shape of an oval-shaped bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was really big. It was several times bigger than the assembly hall in Sky Patrol City. However, what attracted Xiao Hua's attention was not the size of the assembly hall, but the images on the inner walls of the bird's nest. This bird's nest was about 1,000 feet tall, and the colorful light screen occupied the inner wall of the bird's nest. Moreover, the light curtain was divided into 2 layers. Each layer was about 100 feet high. In other words, the images on each layer were about 100 feet high. At a glance, there were many huge images that came into view. Xiao Hua might not be able to see the images of the others, but at the bottom layer, there was a female cultivator who was stepping on a red flying cloud and holding a red silk in her hand. Above her head, there was a phoenix celestial body with its wings spread. Wasn't that Fairy Hongxia? And opposite Fairy Hongxia's image, there were several sword cultivators in front of her who were fleeing in panic on their flying swords. Every single one of these sword cultivators had ugly faces, and their faces were filled with fear. With a single glance, one could tell that Fairy Hongxia was extremely valiant and ferocious. Xiaohua, you are over there. Unlike Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua at a glance. Without waiting for Xiaohua to take a closer look at the images of Fairy Hongxia, she immediately called out. Xiaohua followed Fairy Hongxia's finger. Sure enough, behind the 10 different huge images of Fairy Hongxia, there was also the majestic appearance of Xiaohua stepping on thunder. However, this Xiaohua's hand was not holding the wishful staff, nor the seal of turning the sea, but a huge fire net. On the fire net, there were faint threads of lightning, and within the threads of lightning there were many fire crows dancing. In front of the fire net, there was also a sword cultivator who was fleeing in panic. That sword cultivator's sword armor was already surrounded by flames, and his flying sword seemed to have been shattered. How could it be the fire crow net? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. Of course, Xiaohua utilized numerous magic treasures in the battle between the Dao Sword Sect and the Dao Sword Sect, yet practically no one had seen a single one of them. Even if someone had seen one, I presume that person had probably perished in the battle. And if Tongmu City wanted to know about Xiaohua's magic treasures, they could only get information from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This fire crow net was naturally obtained from the Shocking Thunder Palace, right? Hehe, this Tongmu City is quite capable. I don't seem to have used this fire crow net much, right? Xiaohua chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed slightly. That's right, following the transformation of the illusion, another image of Xiaohua quickly appeared in the distance. In this image, the fire crow net in Xiaohua's hand had already changed, turning into the appearance of the Great Wisdom Sword. This Great Wisdom Sword had smashed onto a sword cultivator's flying sword, smashing it into pieces. Damn it. Xiaohua couldn't help but curse inwardly. This Qing Liuzi is really harmful. I don't know what other secrets this guy has found out about me. But looking further, Xiaohua was relieved. The next few images were all of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao was holding the glittering immortal piercing whip, majestically killing in all directions. He had practically beaten all the sword cultivators until they pissed their pants in terror. Then there was Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was still holding the universe ring in his hand. Although he wasn't as majestic as Li Zongbao, he still had a righteous and awe-inspiring look on his face. He was like a lone hero charging into a group of swords. The universe ring overflowed with splendor, stepping on many broken swords. He was really impassioned. After Xiao Mao's image, there were many images of disciples from other sections. They were all vivid and lifelike. Xiaohua recognized some of them, but there were also many that he didn't recognize. Presumably they were all meritorious officials in the war. After a few glances, Xiaohua once again focused his attention on the upper layer. He saw that the images of the upper layer were slightly different from those of the lower layer. Each and every one of them appeared somewhat dignified, and the killing intent on their faces was somewhat less. After seeing the familiar images of Taoist Jianghu and Taoist Miyu, Xiaohua understood. The upper layer should be a record of the nascent soul masters, while the lower layer should be a record of the meritorious officials in the war. Wong wing. A low rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and the light and shadow on the inner wall of the bird nest suddenly changed. Wang Cheng, who was at the side, anxiously said, "For martial uncles, please wait for a moment." Is there something strange? Li Zongbao frowned and asked. No. Wang Cheng smiled and shook his head. He pointed to an extremely far distance and said, "For martial uncles, please take a look." Following Wang Cheng's finger in the distant light and shadow, a sword flew over at an extremely fast speed. On top of that flying sword stood an arrogant and unruly sword cultivator. Qin Jian? Xiaohua saw the sword cultivator's face at a glance, and he suddenly understood in his heart. Sure enough, immediately after Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua appeared in mid-air around the flying sword. They surrounded Qin Jian in a triangular formation, and after a desperate struggle, Qin Jian finally self-detonated and died under the three's magic weapons. Xiaohua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, this illusion could not be called unreal. It was created according to Li Zongbao's report and according to what was written on the Order of Commendation. But, how could the real battle be so childish? Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. How could he be killed by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Lies, lies, lies are lies after all. They cannot stand up to scrutiny. Seeing that the 3 of them were greatly magnified in the entire nest, Xiaohua was the first to think. Even though the 3 of us have exaggerated this matter to the heavens, when the real thing appears, it is far from what we thought it was. Luckily, after that, there were a few more battles, including the 4-side sword formation, the 10-direction annihilation formation, etc. Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao's small team also broke through the 4-side sword formation. This battle situation was very real, and it also covered up the lie of Xiaohua and the rest killing Qin Jian. Phew, Xiaohua was secretly relieved. After all, if he could accept it in his heart, those who did not know would definitely think that it was real, right? Unfortunately, before Xiaohua's little heart could calm down for a moment, there was a clear cry that seemed to shake the entire nest. Another 1,000 feet large phoenix Dharma body swooped down from high above. A blurry figure similarly descended like a deity. Xiaohua knew with a single glance that this was definitely the image of a terrifying phoenix. Chapter 2968. Along with the appearance of the terrifying phoenix, there were also many sword cultivators. These sword cultivators were like small fries in front of the huge phoenix. The huge phoenix grabbed them one by one and crushed their flying swords. Who is the terrifying phoenix that makes sword cultivators tremble in fear? The Great Tao Sword War has already entered the 2nd stage. This mystery still hasn't been solved. Could it be that we have to wait until the end of the war to find this hero's footsteps? A gentle and enticing voice rang out as the huge phoenix spread its wings. Others might be able to stay out of it, but the cultivators of my Jianghu city definitely can't. We have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the 3rd place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 3. My Jianghu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the terrifying phoenix. Terrifying phoenix? Number 3? Damn it. Xiaohua was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses. They are betting. Not waiting for Xiaohua to search for the 3rd location. Rumble, the sound of thunder came from afar. Hearing this, Xiaohua was helpless. Apart from Nameless, there is no bigger mystery than the terrifying phoenix. It was really like that. Nameless, wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder sect, appeared. His appearance was so clear. The scene was naturally the Great Tao Sword War between the 7 Extremes mountain range and the Sword Catacomb. Xiaohua felt like he was there. However, the last words made him feel extremely disgusted. The Imperial Thunder sect's Nameless is the 2nd mystery of the Great Tao Sword War. My Jianghu city has already sent disciples to the Imperial Thunder sect to investigate clearly. There is absolutely no nascent soul cultivator named Nameless in the entire Imperial Thunder sect. Then, is this Nameless really nameless? If this Nameless is nameless, why is he wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder sect? Why does he know the Imperial Thunder sect's lightning escape technique? Fellow Taoists, we have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the 2nd place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 2. My Jianghu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the Imperial Thunder sect's Nameless. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. The terrifying phoenix and Nameless are 2 big mysteries. Then what is the first mystery? Could it be that the Sword Catacomb disappeared? Unfortunately, as the Nameless figure disappeared, another 2 layers of cultivators began to appear. There was no mention of the first mystery of the Great Battle of Tao and Sword. Hee for martial uncles. Are you satisfied? Was the scene of the 4 senior uncles killing the sword cultivators real? Wang Qing said proudly, it took a lot of effort from the magicians of Jianghu city. Tisk tiske, Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, how many spirit stones would this cost? Our Jianghu city is willing to spend these spirit stones in order to publicize your achievements. Wang Qing said respectfully. Then, which mystery is ranked first in the Tao sword battle? Xiaohua asked curiously. Martial uncles, please look over there. Wang Qing didn't directly answer Xiaohua. Instead, he pointed his finger into the distance. Xiaohua followed his finger and looked over. He saw that in this huge space, there were many cultivators clustered around. Xiaohua took a look and felt that there were at least 10,000 people. However, these 10,000 cultivators were moving around in this space, and it didn't make people feel crowded. At the end of this space, there was a huge jade archway with a green one on it. However, before Xiaohua could take a closer look, he heard a thunderous rumble from the inner wall of the bird's nest. A ball of azure brilliance flew over from the distance like a meteor. When it got closer, it fell into the air with a pang sound. A brilliance like a bird's egg flashed with a sparkling luster and spun rapidly in the air. Buzz. A strong vibration came from the bird's egg. When the brilliance spread out like waves, a tall middle-stage gold core cultivator with 5 strands of beard on his face appeared in the brilliance with a smile. The flowing brilliance formed a green platform. The sudden appearance of this cultivator attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the bird's nest. However, looking at their unsurprised expressions, they were already used to it. Fellow cultivators. As soon as the cultivator appeared, he didn't stop and said loudly, "Since the Dao Sword battle has entered the second stage, many of the battle results have been obvious since our nascent soul masters led the team to participate in the battle. My Tongmu city hasn't set up a bet for a long time. I'm sure all of you are a little impatient. Now I've received orders from the city lord. In order to repay all of you for your kindness to my Tongmu city will make a final bet on mystery number 1 since the beginning of the war." However, before the cultivator finished speaking, a white-haired gold core cultivator immediately said loudly, "Deacon Chin, you have been in the meeting hall for 1.5 months. There hasn't been any battle report from the Sky Patrol City. How can we guess? How can we place a bet? Could it be that Tongmu City has received the latest news from the Sky Patrol City?" Deacon Chin said with a smile, "Tongmu City has set up a meeting hall here since the beginning of the battle. It is to imitate the Sky Patrol City. Although we can't participate in the battle personally, we have to devote our minds to the Dao Sword battle. Tongmu City didn't set up a bet to collect spirit stones. You must know that since the battle, Tongmu City has sent a lot of spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. These are all recorded on the side of the meeting hall and also have the imprint of the gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Therefore, the battle reports received by Tongmu City are completely open to the public in the meeting hall. Any battle report received by the city lord from the front line of the Sky Patrol City will be sent to me as soon as possible, and I will definitely announce it here without missing a word. I think all the fellow cultivators have known about this for more than 10 years, right? I don't know what fellow cultivator C means today. Nothing. The gold core cultivator surnamed C obviously knew Deacon Chin and said with a smile, "I just feel that there has been no news from the Sky Patrol City for so long. Did fellow cultivator Chin just get the latest news and hurriedly set up a bet?" Deacon Chin's expression remained unchanged and he said with a smile, "I can swear a blood oath that Tongmu City has never received any latest battle reports from the Sky Patrol City." "Oh, Deacon Chin, you don't have to do this." When he heard that Deacon Chin was about to swear a blood oath, the old man surnamed C hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Deacon Chin represents Tongmu City. I and the others have been in Tongmu City for more than 10 years, how can we not trust Tongmu City?" "That's good." Deacon Chin nodded with a smile. He clapped his hand and took out a grassroot-like jade slip. As Deacon Chin cast a spell, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and rushed to the one archway that Xiaohua saw earlier. Boom. With a loud sound, an emerald green brilliance appeared at the place where the jade slip landed. It was as if the sky was filled with flying flowers that spiraled down. When the flying flowers disappeared into the air, a thumb-sized seed flashed in the air. That seed immediately landed below the decorated archway. With a whoosh sound, a vine that was several feet wide grew from the spot where the seed landed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the top of the decorated archway. A few large and powerful words appeared on the vine. Balls of green brilliance surrounded these large words and gave birth to light. "Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao Sect has fallen." What? These words were probably hundreds of feet high, and all the cultivators in the nest could see them clearly. The entire nest was in an uproar again, and exclamations rose to the sky. How is this possible? It has only been more than a month. There has been no battle report from the Sky Patrol City? How can it be that the Sky Patrol City has fallen? Even if the Sky Patrol City has fallen, so what? Dozens of nascent soul cultivators of Dao Sect joined forces to attack. It's normal for them to seize the Sky Patrol City. It's absolutely impossible. This is a kind of slander to Dao Sect's strength. Without the Sky Patrol City, we can still attack other places in Huan country. Our Dao Sect will never fall. Impossible. The Sword Dao War had been going on for who knows how many years and who knows how many times, but the Dao Sect had never lost. The fall of the Sky Patrol City is just a tactic of Dao Sect. Waves of discussions came from all over the nest, and all the arguments were that it was impossible and that they did not believe it. Fellow cultivators, this is just a guess of Tongmu City. If any of you feel that something is wrong, you can go to the first round and place a bet. No matter how much it is, Tongmu City will accompany you. Deacon Chen's expression did not change. He clapped his hands and said, "My humble city lord also wants Dao Sect to win. This guess is just to return the spirit stones that he won from you. Moreover, this is just to add some fun, so don't take it seriously." "Humph, I don't believe it. The city lord of Tongmu City can predict the future." A young Qi refinement cultivator who was quite close to the first round took a few steps forward to the side of the memorial archway and said angrily, back then he was just trying his luck and connected the first team of the meeting hall with Qin Jian. Later on, I heard that it was just his blind guess. Today, I don't believe that his blind guess will come true. Even if the Sky Patrol City has really fallen, our nascent soul cultivators will not fall. As he said that, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. Then he took out many spirit stones and threw them into the archway. On the side of the archway, there were many things that looked like flower buds. As the spirit stones and the jade slip were thrown in, the flower buds suddenly bloomed and turned into thin vines hanging on the archway. On the thin vines were the words, "Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao Sect wins." I don't think Sky Patrol City has fallen at all. A fat golden core cultivator on the left shook his head and said, "That Shuiyu sage has been in Sky Patrol City for a long time. There are magic arrays protecting the city both inside and outside. It is absolutely impregnable. However, there have been no reports of battle for a few days. This can only mean that sword cultivators have temporarily besieged Sky Patrol City. As long as the nascent soul cultivators receive the news, they will definitely lead a team to defeat the sword cultivators." Chapter 2969. Then the golden core cultivator threw a jade slip and some spirit stones into the other flower bud. The flower bud turned into a vine and wrote, "Sentry City has not fallen, Dao Sect wins." Seeing these two cultivators going up to bet, the other cultivators also went up and put in a lot of spirit stones. The two vines grew bigger and bigger. Before long, the two vines were the same size as the one controlled by Deacon Chin. Of course, the cultivators who made the decision were only a part of the crowd. There were many cultivators who were discussing the reason behind Tongmu City's city lord's decision. How can this be considered the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War? Xiao Mao frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at the crowd and muttered, "If we're talking about mysteries, then the disappearance of the sword tomb should be the number one mystery." Wang Qing heard this and smiled, but he didn't answer. Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Qing and said with a smile, "From what I see, I'm afraid even the city lord doesn't know how the sword tomb disappeared. Moreover, the mystery of the disappearance of the sword tomb. No one will know in the future. With such a mystery, even if there are people who bet a lot of spirit stones, they won't be able to get it. If they can't get it, how can they be the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War?" Indeed. Xiao Mao smiled. At this time he also understood that even if the disappearance of the sword tomb was the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War, because it was impossible to get a result and it couldn't earn spirit stones for the city lord of Tongmu City, it could only be kicked out of the top three mysteries. Or perhaps, someone had already asked this question after the first stage of the Dao Sword Great War. Wang Qing didn't answer Xiao Mao because it was an old friend. Cough cough. Deacon Chin glanced at the three huge vines and knew that those who could bet had already done so. Those who hadn't were waiting for the latest battle report. He coughed slightly and said loudly, "The number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War will be like this for the time being. After all, the situation is not controlled by Tongmu City. However, I have a piece of good news to share with everyone." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and didn't know what good news it was. However, when Xiao Hua heard these words, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed in his heart. "Sure enough," Deacon Chin continued, "we've always been discussing the war, and we've always been envious of those who rendered meritorious service during the war. Moreover, we've always yearned to see their graceful bearing. Ever since the end of the first phase of the war, my Tongmu City has invited some of the outstanding disciples from the various factions to come to my Tongmu City. My Tongmu City has witnessed everyone's excitement when they came to my meeting hall. However, the biggest contributor in the first stage of the Great Dao Sword War had not shown himself and had not returned to the three cultivation kingdoms. It was said that they had gone to the QC and the Mabe Desert. Of course, Qin Mao also heard that they had gone to the Huan Kingdom. It was even rumored that they had gone into seclusion in the Sky Patrol City after the war. Fellow Taoists, who do you think they are? Meeting hall's first team. A few clever young cultivators had already shouted, "We've been here every day to see the four seniors' voices and smiles, but we've never seen them in person. Could it be that Tongmu City invited them here?" Tongmu City has always sent people to guard the Utopia faction, the Xuanyin school, the Huanhua sect, and the thunder-controlling sect. Once there's any trace of the four fellow Taoists, Tongmu City will immediately invite them sincerely. Deacon Qin smiled and said, "However, God rewards those who wait. It's your enthusiasm that moved these four fellow Taoists." Qin Mao didn't even dare to imagine that these four fellow Taoists would actually come to my Tongmu City today and actually come to my meeting hall. Boom. Deacon Chen's words were like cold water poured into a hot pot of oil. The entire bird's nest was in an uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were looking around randomly, and all their divine thoughts were sweeping around randomly. It seemed that they were really anxious to find the familiar yet strange faces. Xiaohua and the other three did not walk into the crowd. They were accompanied by the disciples of Tongmu City. Therefore, it only took a moment for them to be noticed by the crowd. Tens of thousands of eyes fell on the four of them. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated. The entire bird's nest was silent, as if they were all waiting for the answer to the mystery. Alas, it's really the center of attention. Xiaohua sighed somewhat helplessly. It seemed that this was the first time Xiaohua had experienced showing his face in front of so many cultivators and receiving their respect. Martial nephew Li, Deacon Qin urged the green platform to fly in front of Xiaohua and the others. He said with a smile, "I am the deacon of Tongmu City's meeting hall. My name is Qin Yuming. The city lord has already learned of the four fellow Taoists' arrival. Because he's busy with city affairs, he gave the task of receiving the four fellow Taoists to me. Now that the four fellow Taoists have come to the meeting hall, you've already seen the Book of Heroes of Tongmu City. Presumably, you also know that the people in the meeting hall yearn for the heroes of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Since you've come here, you've come to your own home. Why are you still dressed in camouflage? Could it be that you want to give us a surprise?" Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and tore off the camouflage, revealing his true face. Boom! Everyone let out a cry of surprise. When Xiao Mao, Fairy Hongxia, and Xiaohua all took off their camouflage, especially when Fairy Hongxia removed her camouflage, revealing a face that was even more beautiful than the one in the illusion. When she revealed a graceful and luxurious appearance that wasn't present in the illusion, the entire meeting hall went into an uproar. It seemed that after Xiaohua revealed his face, not many people paid attention to him anymore. Of course, in a corner, when a female cultivator saw Xiaohua's face, shock appeared on her face. On another side, when another female cultivator saw Xiaohua's face, ecstasy appeared on her face. As for another female cultivator who was close to the three great mysteries, when she saw Xiaohua, she was even more astonished. "Martial nephews of the heroes, please come up the platform." Qin Yuming stretched out his hand with a smile, indicating for the four to fly up the platform. Li Zongbao knew that at this moment, Xiaohua wouldn't show his face. He should stand in front of him like he did in the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. Thus he smiled and said, "Martial brothers Xiao and martial sister Hongxia, let's go." Yes. The three of them agreed and flew up the platform together. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, martial Uncle Qin." Qin Yuming was grinning from ear to ear. He hurriedly helped them up and said, "Martial nephews, please dispense with the formalities. I really didn't expect that the four people with the greatest battle merits would really appear before me and even bow to me. We don't dare. Although we have battle merits." Li Zongbao stood up in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble as he replied, "However, a senior is a senior and a junior is a junior. We Dao sect cultivators must not be like the barbaric sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom and neglect etiquette." Good, well said. Qin Yuming clapped his hands and said, "Nephew, you're right. We're going to beat the invading sword cultivators and let them know that although our Dao sect values etiquette and reputation, we're definitely not to be trifled with." Before Qin Yuming could finish speaking, someone below the platform immediately shouted, "Senior Li, can you tell this junior how you used the immortal piercing whip to kill Qin Jian that day? I really find it unbelievable." Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. His strength was almost higher than a late-stage golden core master. Although you brought two Shao seniors with you, but... Haha, martial nephew Li, you see. I haven't even opened my mouth and someone has already asked. This question is really hard for us to answer. Martial nephew, why don't you tell us what happened that day?" Qin Yuming said with a smile. After all, the illusion in my meeting hall was created based on the information recorded in the bounty notice and the information obtained by the disciples of Tongmu City. It might be different from what happened that day. Li Zongbao smiled and said calmly, "Martial Uncle Chen, you're too humble. I've already seen the Book of Heroes. Everything else aside, the battle that I experienced was recorded in detail in the Book of Heroes. It made me feel like I was in it again. Tongmu City is really amazing. It really lives up to its reputation." "You flatter me." Qin Yuming cupped his hands and said, "This is all because of the city lord's great talent and strategy. Us subordinates were only doing things under the guidance of the elder. As for the other battles, I won't talk about them." Li Zongbao pointed with his finger and said, "Just based on what this fellow Taoist said in this battle to kill Qin Jian if it was someone else. Yes, it's the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators like me who killed Qin Jian, I wouldn't believe it. First of all, he had to find evidence that they had lied about their military exploits. Just as this fellow Taoist suspected." Hee, that cultivator laughed embarrassedly. The 100 or so cultivators beside him also laughed. "It's a pity that Qin Jian was indeed killed by me and my 2 Xiao juniors. There's no doubt about it. Qin Jian really self-destructed in front of us. The sword light from that self-destruction soared into the sky. I could only barely find his head in the wreckage." Li Zongbao said frankly, "Even if this fellow Taoist were to follow us through the battle again, he would still be able to see how we killed Qin Jian. But I have to say that we were able to kill Qin Jian because we were standing on the shoulders of Martial Uncle Chu Hui from the Utopia sect, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect and Martial Uncle Su Bo from the Cool Breeze Valley. We were able to obtain this battle achievement. And if we're talking about battle achievements, these seniors who sacrificed their lives for the Taoist sect are the real heroes. We were only able to kill Qin Jian, who was a 3rd-grade illusory sword cultivator, by taking advantage of the fact that these seniors injured Qin Jian. We managed to cut off his head and barely got the battle achievement. Not only that, if it weren't for the other Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators who were holding back the other bright sword and nurturing sword cultivators, the 3 of us wouldn't have been able to kill Qin Jian so easily." Chapter 2970. Great. Qin Yuming could not help but exclaim, "Nephew Li, what a great way to claim credit but not be arrogant. Senior brother Li, quick, tell us about the heroic deeds of these seniors. How did they fight to the death? How did they injure the demon like Qin Jian?" Some of the more impatient disciples shouted out. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and saw that he was smiling, seemingly satisfied with the atmosphere in the meeting hall. Li Zongbao knew that Xiao Hua was willing to share the battle of the cultivators in Flowing Ice Valley to encourage everyone. Li Zongbao's face turned serious as he said, "It's like this." Li Zongbao then vividly described the life and death battle in the Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's eloquence was top-notch. He had already intimidated the Gold Core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, let alone these cultivators who didn't know the situation of the battle. When these cultivators heard this, their blood vessels surged, their fists clenched and their faces flushed red. It was as if they were the ones fighting in the underwater karst cave in the Flowing Ice Valley. Of course, the greatest contributor in the Battle of Flowing Ice Valley was still Xiao Hua. However, in Li Zongbao's mouth, Xiao Hua's contributions had already been shared between himself and Xiao Mao. He even said that Xiao Mao's hardships were more than his. Therefore, a lot of attention shifted from Li Zongbao to Xiao Mao. However, no matter how much attention was shifted, it was not as much as on Fairy Hongxia. Before coming to Ming Mountains millions of miles away, Fairy Hongxia was already a famous beauty with a great reputation. Now, not only had she restored the Phoenix celestial body into an innate spirit body, the innate 5 elements nourished her body from the inside out. Her skin was as glossy as jade. Furthermore, she had also inherited the Phoenix celestial body. She had inherited the so-called divine peacock mother's holiness and arrogance. Everyone who saw Fairy Hongxia would feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Then they would feel the urge to bow down and worship Fairy Hongxia as a saint. How could such a person not attract attention? After Li Zongbao finished speaking, some people began to ask Fairy Hongxia. Although Fairy Hongxia had only joined the first team for a short period of time and had not experienced many battles, she could not resist the curiosity of the crowd towards the female cultivator. Everyone asked one question after another, and it took them almost an hour to ask her. There were even many cultivators who wanted Fairy Hongxia to release her Phoenix celestial body so that they could broaden their horizons. With regards to this request, Fairy Hongxia rejected it without a trace. If she really did release it, what was the difference between that and playing with a monkey? Seeing all this, the man who was hidden in the woman's radiance shook his head slightly and sighed. Damn it, men and women can never be compared. Although his wife had played an important role in terms of battle achievements, she was only comparable to Xiao Mao. Poor Xiao Mao, no one asked him anything. Junior brothers Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator suddenly spoke up with a smile. I heard that the two junior brothers are cultivators from the state of Shi. During the battle, it was junior brother Xiao Hua who recommended junior brother Xiao Mao to join the first team of the assembly hall. Could it be that the two junior brothers are related by blood? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't answer. He nodded towards Xiao Mao, indicating for Xiao Mao to answer. Senior brother, there's something wrong with what you said. Xiao Mao calmly said, this humble one and senior brother Xiao Hua only had some interactions, but this humble one and senior brother Xiao are not related by blood at all. In fact, when it comes to blood relatives and brothers, I feel that on the battlefield of the Great Dao Sword War, all cultivators were brothers. Not to mention which sect or which vassal state, as long as magic techniques were used against the enemy and magic tools were used to kill sword cultivators, then we are brothers. Good. Junior brother Xiao has really spoken I's mind. Although Xiao Mao didn't answer some of his questions, the crowd of cultivators applauded. That's right, Martial Uncle Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia and Martial Uncle Li's backgrounds are extremely detailed. Only Martial Uncle's experience started from the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it is said that Martial Uncle was a loose cultivator before. Is this all true? Where did you cultivate before, Martial Uncle? A Qi condensation cultivator who appeared to be quite weak asked cautiously. Xiao Hua looked at this cultivator and said with a smile, presumably this fellow Taoist is worried that his background isn't good and that he doesn't have the support of a famous sect. He feels that he won't be able to do anything earth-shattering, so he asked this question, right? Yes, the cultivator's face turned red and he said in a somewhat panicked manner. And then I'll give you some words of advice. Xiao Hua said word by word, don't ask where a hero comes from, miracles come from people. As long as you have a heart that seeks the Tao, as long as you have a tenacious path of cultivation, then, miracles will be in your hands. The height of a nascent soul grandmaster will also be under your feet. Many thanks. Many thanks for Martial Uncle Zhao's guidance. Junior understands. The cultivator's face turned red from excitement. He had already thrown the matter of him asking about Xiao Hua's background to the back of his mind. Of course, those who wanted to know about Xiao Hua's background also knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to talk about this matter, so they didn't ask any more. Martial nephew Xiao. Just when Xiao Hua let out a slight sigh of relief, a somewhat sharp voice sounded out. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. It was a thin and tall golden core cultivator with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him. This Taoist is Qingsong Mountain's Huasong. I have a question to ask. Qingsong Mountain? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any impression of it, but he still smiled and said, Senior Hua, please speak. Huasong pointed at the 3 archways in the distance and said, Martial nephew also saw that there are 3 big mysteries in the discussion hall that haven't been answered yet. The second and third mysteries are related to your Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to ask you, which of your Imperial Thunder sect do you think this terrifying Phoenix and Senior Nameless are? Alas, what will come in the end. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't not face it. Thus, Xiao Hua said to Qin Yuming, Senior Qin, can you fly in front of the archways and let this junior see clearly? Of course. Qin Yuming smiled somewhat thought-provoking. He urged the green platform to arrive in front of the 2 archways. He saw that there were many vines on the second archway, and each vine had a different name written on it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan it, but there wasn't a single one with Xiao Hua's name written on it. Xiao Hua pointed at the archway with his hand, and the words, who is nameless, flickered with green light. He said, this question. This Xiao is also very puzzled. Unfortunately, this Xiao's eyes have never seen Senior Nameless. Moreover, Xiao Mao is only a Foundation establishment disciple in the Imperial Thunder sect. He has never known a few gold core late-stage masters, so even if this Xiao makes a wild guess, this Xiao won't know who it is. How about, this Xiao throws in a spirit stone for himself? Xiao Mao laughed in his heart. That's right, Xiao Hua can't see himself with his own eyes. What he said is also right. Ha, Qin Yuming laughed instead. He clapped his hands and said, Dear nephew Xiao, this bet in my Tongmu City's assembly hall is a kind of encouragement. Anyone can participate. If dear nephew wants to participate, you only need to write your choice on the jade slip, and then put in your own spirit stones. If the mystery is solved, my Tongmu City will pay according to the bet in the jade slip. Hee, since Senior Chen has invited me, this junior can't not give face. This Xiao has never seen this senior nameless, then, this low-grade spirit stone will be participation. Xiao Hua said, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and threw it into a budding flower bud along with a piece of low-grade spirit stone. When the jade slip fell, the flower bud was the same as before. It turned into an extremely thin vine and hung on the archway. The words on it were almost indiscernible. Qin Yuming laughed and shook his head. Nephew Xiao, it's also I's fault. I didn't explain things clearly. The size of the vine is related to the number of spirit stones thrown in. Nephew's low-grade spirit stone can't even show the words. Don't. Xiao Hua shook his head vigorously. This junior spirit stone is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's a one-way trip. One is enough, I can't throw in any more. Ah, junior brother Xiao, I'll help you. Li Zongbao laughed and threw in a low-grade spirit stone. We also agree. Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia covered their mouths and laughed. They also threw in a low-grade spirit stone. Zai, previously there were people who said that after the battle, the first team in the conference hall is like brothers. This old man didn't believe it at first. But looking at it now, it's true. It's through the baptism of smoke and blood that the relationship between people can become more solid. Qin Yuming took the opportunity to sigh. Nephew Xiao, that terrifying phoenix, do you know? The golden core cultivator named Huasong from before asked somewhat worriedly. Senior, did you throw in a lot of spirit stones? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Yes. Huasong replied somewhat embarrassedly. Then which one of my Imperial Thunder sect did you throw in? Xiao Hua asked again. Huasong hesitated and said, I think it's all of them. Moreover, your sect has a lot of foundation establishment cultivators. It's not easy for me to choose. Did you choose me? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Of course, one of them is nephew Xiao. Huasong's eyes lit up and blurted out. So Senior chose a few. Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, Junior really wanted Senior to win these spirit stones. I also wanted to admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, but unfortunately, could it be that nephew Xiao isn't the terrifying phoenix? Huasong was disappointed again. Many people beside him were also disappointed. Xiao Hua shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, I don't have a true bloodline, nor do I have a phoenix body. Therefore, if I admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, I'm afraid all of you won't believe it, right? Chapter 2971. Sigh. Suddenly the entire nest was filled with sighs. That's easy. Qin Yuming's eyes flashed with a strange light as he continued, I happen to have a magic treasure from my Tongmu City. Previously, it was used to detect a disciple's bloodline and recruit disciples. Now that the world's spiritual energy has changed greatly, this magic treasure can detect whether a disciple has a true blood dharma body. If Martial Nephew Xiao is willing, you can try it. There's such a treasure? Xiao Hua was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. Martial Nephew, please take a look. Qin Yuming clapped his hands and took out a green leaf. This magic treasure is called discernment. I only need to inject my Tongmu City's unique spell into it and it will reveal whether Martial Nephew Xiao has a phoenix dharma body or not. Senior Qin? Xiao Hua was amused. Why does this junior feel that this thing was prepared for me? You just want to see if I have a terrifying phoenix? Of course not. Qin Yuming shook his head and said, as a deacon of the discussion hall, I am also responsible for the recruitment of disciples in my Tongmu City. I always carry this thing with me. How could I have specially prepared it for Martial Nephew? Martial Nephew Xiao Hua is overthinking. And it seems that if I don't test it, you won't let me go. Xiao Hua looked around and smiled. Martial Uncle Xiao, you should test it. This junior is also betting on you. Your words just now made this junior's heart turn cold. And Qi Refinement Disciple said with a bitter face. All right. Senior Qin, please cast the spell. Xiao Hua was naturally not afraid and said. Okay. Qin Yuming was also not polite. He waved his hand and the discernment flew into the air. Qin Yuming injected several spells into it, and the magic treasure turned into a green leaf about 10 feet in size. It covered Xiao Hua from top to bottom. Xiao Hua indifferently looked at it. When the emerald leaf was about a foot away from Xiao Hua's head, it suddenly stopped. Then the entire emerald leaf began to rotate. Rings of emerald light wrapped around Xiaohua from head to toe like a halo. A faint suction force was born from the emerald leaf. Then the emerald leaf rapidly swayed a few times. The emerald light passed through Xiaohua's body, then gradually dimmed. Qin Yuming was indeed a little surprised. Junior nephew Xiao really doesn't have a Dharmakaya? That's right. Could it be that Senior Qin thinks that I should have a Dharmakaya? Xiaohua asked in return. Looks like, there are times when the city lord miscalculates. Qin Yuming muttered a few words in a low voice, but Xiaohua heard it clearly. Deacon Qin, is your magic treasure broken? Several golden core cultivators clamored. Martial nephew Xiaohua is obviously a terrifying phoenix. Qin Yuming's analysis has always been useful. How could it be broken? Qin Yuming sneered. Why don't any fellow Taoist come up and let me test it? There's no need for others. Isn't there the famous Red Dawn Fairy beside the deacon? Her phoenix Dharma body has saved the life of a gold core stage elder in the conference hall. Several voices sounded in unison. Qin Yuming smiled bitterly. He had long seen through the arrogance of Fairy Hongxia. How could she possibly be tested? Sure enough, Fairy Hongxia glanced at those people indifferently and didn't say a word. If Fairy Hongxia can't do it, others can. Deacon Qin, how about you let us settle down peacefully? The crowd refused to let go. Sigh, all right. Qin Yuming glanced at them and pointed at a city guard. Ming Hong, come over here. Yes. That city guard was a Foundation establishment cultivator. He helplessly flew up the platform. However, just as that disciple stood up, a slightly joyful voice sounded from not far away. Senior Qin, this junior is willing to give it a try. Xiaohua heard this familiar voice and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked up and saw a female cultivator with youthful vitality and a face full of joy. Moreover, there was a trace of untamed expression in her eyes as she squeezed her way over. Wang Mingxiang? Xiaohua couldn't help but groan in his heart. Although he hadn't seen this somewhat rebellious girl for a long time, he never thought that he would see her here. Almost at the same time, Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Fairy Hongxia didn't know about his relationship with Huang Mingxiang. She just watched from the side with interest. Who are you? Seeing an extremely beautiful female cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment, Qin Yuming was also stunned. This junior is Huang Mingxiang from Sky Gate Mountain. Greetings, Senior Qin. Although Huang Mingxiang was very excited, her etiquette was thorough. She said respectfully, this junior has been in Tongmu City for many years. I like the flowers and plants here very much. I have also been in the meeting hall for a long time. I also admire the atmosphere here. Now that Deacon Qin has something to do, this junior naturally has to share the burden. Good, Qin Yuming clapped his hands and said, this old man will remember your name. Sky Gate Mountain is also a famous cultivation family in the country of Xi. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to come and find this old man. Hee, thank you, senior. Huang Mingxiang was overjoyed. She then bowed to Li Zongbao and the others and said, greetings, senior brothers. Li Zongbao and the others returned the greeting. Xiaohua also helplessly followed. However, Huang Mingxiang actually winked at Xiaohua. She even slightly pouted her red lips. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly looked left and right to see if anyone was paying attention. This girl is really too fiery. Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head. Nephew, don't resist. This old man will cast a spell just like the one I cast on martial nephew Xiao. Qin Yuming gave a few instructions. Then, as Qin Yuming activated the identification spell, a faint shadow of a red sparrow appeared from the green leaf. It was very similar to the usual Dharma body, but it was much smaller. How is it? Seeing this, Qin Yuming finally felt relieved. He said loudly, this magic weapon of mine is indeed effective. It can only mean that the terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not martial nephew Xiaohua. That. Huang Mingxiang waited for Qin Yuming to finish speaking and said with a smile, although the terrifying phoenix is very mysterious, it is far inferior to senior brother Xiaohua in terms of battle achievements. This concubine has been in this hall for many years and is very familiar with senior brother Zhao's deeds. This concubine has been determined since young to find a dual cultivation partner in this life. I want to find such a hot-blooded cultivator, a stalwart man who will place the safety of my Dao sect in his heart. Although senior brother Xiao looks young, his cultivation is deep. This concubine admires him. This concubine has an embroidered handkerchief, but I haven't been able to find an owner. Today, in front of tens of thousands of fellow Taoists, I will give it to Senior Brother Xiaohua. Although I don't dare to ask Senior Brother Xiao to keep it close to his body, if he can place it in his heart. That is also good. Saying this, Huang Mingxiang actually looked at Fairy Hong Xiao provocatively. Damn it, do you want to die? Xiaohua almost jumped up, his face flushed red. Boom, the emotions of all the cultivators were once again ignited. The entire hall burst into cheers. Accept, this. Xiaohua looked at Huang Mingxiang's exquisite jade-like face. Her skin revealed a kind of pink. Although he hadn't seen her for dozens of years, Huang Mingxiang's face unexpectedly didn't change much. It was as if the years simply didn't remember her. Senior Brother Xiao, Huang Mingxiang's face was delicate and pitiful. She said loudly, although this embroidered handkerchief has my own selfish motives. However, it also condensed the enthusiasm of countless cultivators who couldn't participate in the war in our Cultivation 3 countries. This isn't only for this concubine, but also for the tens of thousands of cultivators present. If you don't accept it, then, you will be letting down the hearts of all the cultivators. Take it. Wave after wave of rapid and rhythmic shouts rang out. Everyone's gaze landed on Xiaohua's body. AI Junior Sister Huang, aren't you making things difficult for this Xiao? Xiaohua touched his nose and said helplessly. He. Huang Mingxiang didn't answer, but her eyes clearly said, what's wrong? I'm just making things difficult for you. Junior Brother Xiao, since this is a gift from the hearts of everyone, you should accept it. Fairy Hong Xia's face was really somewhat unsightly. She fiercely glared at Huang Mingxiang and suppressed her anger as she said in a low voice. Since Fairy Hong Xia had spoken, Xiaohua's heart lightened. He quickly stretched out his hand and received the embroidered handkerchief. However, even though his movements were fast, the sharp fingernail on Huang Mingxiang's little finger still quietly approached and lightly scratched his palm twice. These two scratches were so light, it was as if a beautiful hair had brushed across the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Good, everyone roared with laughter. A pipa for a beauty, an embroidered handkerchief for a hero. Fellow Taoist Xiao, shouldn't you be a little more interesting? Fortunately, Huang Mingxiang's face revealed a happy expression. She blinked her eyes at Xiaohua and ignored the words of the others. She flew down from the platform and fell into the crowd. Soon after, she disappeared. Xiaohua also smiled bitterly. He helplessly looked at Fairy Hong Xia, who had turned her head and ignored him. He placed the embroidered handkerchief in his bosom. All right, after waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the atmosphere of the entire meeting hall slowly calmed down. At this time, Qin Yuming raised his hand again and said, I am here under the orders of the city lord to invite the first team of the meeting hall. Now that I have taken the initiative to let the four of you show your faces, it can be considered as an explanation to all of you. Now I will invite the four of you to the Jingtai Pavilion. Everyone please excuse me. As he spoke, a green light flashed under Qin Yuming's feet. The green platform was about to move. Wait. Another golden core cultivator jumped out and hurriedly shouted. Oh, fellow Taoist, is there anything else? Qin Yuming was a little displeased. He had already brought out the orders of the city lord, but this cultivator still wanted to ask and prevent him from leaving. Obviously he didn't put him in his eyes. However, seeing that the other party was also a golden core cultivator, Qin Yuming had no choice but to stop and ask indifferently. As expected, the gold core cultivator glanced at Qin Yuming's displeased expression before looking at the other gold core cultivators around him. He opened his mouth and said, Martial nephew Li Zongbao and the other martial nephews have really boosted the courage of our Dao sect. Moreover, their noble character and unquestionable integrity has also convinced this poor Taoist and the rest. However, right now the few of us, and the majority of the cultivators nearby, have a question to ask martial nephew Li Zongbao. Chapter 2972. Senior, please ask. Li Zongbao naturally knew what the golden core cultivator wanted to ask, because when Xiaohua was being questioned, many cultivators had already woken up, and all of them were whispering to each other or transmitting sound transmissions with strange expressions. I want to ask you, did you bring the news of the fall of Sky City to Tongmu City? Did you see the fall of Sky City with your own eyes? The golden core cultivator stared at Li Zongbao and asked, how did the sword cultivator break into Sky City? Didn't my Taoism sect disciples come back in time? Ha ha ha. Li Zongbao laughed and said, I thought you were going to ask me something. So this is it. Then, as a disciple of the Utopia faction, I would like to tell you that my 3 junior brothers and I did not come from the Sky Patrol City. It was impossible for us to see the fall of Sky City. Moreover, as fellow Taoists are well aware, we have left the battlefield after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb and traveled to other places. We have just returned to the state of Shi and arrived at Dawntree City. As for the situation of the battle, we do not know as much as fellow Taoists. In a while we would like to ask Senior Chen for advice. But the Golden Core Cultivator still wanted to ask more questions. Li Zongbao did not wait for the Golden Core Cultivator to finish and interrupted him, saying, I know you want to ask where we went to travel. However, this is our privacy. Forgive me for being rude, but I can't tell you. If possible, the Utopia faction, Xuanyan School, Huanhua Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect will send disciples to answer your questions. Now, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Hearing that someone asked Li Zongbao about Sky City, Chen Yuming's heart skipped a beat. However, after hearing Li Zongbao's reply, which was neither arrogant nor humble, he couldn't help but give Li Zongbao a thumbs up secretly, praising the way the Utopia faction trained their disciples. When Chen Yuming heard Li Zongbao say no comment, he said loudly, Everyone, Marshal Nephew Li has said everything he needs to say. They've come from afar, so they must be tired. Chen Yuming will take them and leave first. Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he activated the platform under his feet. The platform turned into a stamen and flew toward the stone wall in the distance. Xiaohua's people followed the platform, but they could not help but look back as if they wanted to see Huang Mingxiang's figure. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find a person in a crowd of thousands of people, even if she was extremely beautiful. Xiaohua retracted his gaze and heard Fairy Hongxia's voice. What's the matter? You and Huang Mingxiang are acquaintances? Xiaohua naturally would not hide anything from Fairy Hongxia. He softly transmitted his voice and told her about his experience with Shui Shui in Tianmen Mountain. However, he naturally had the spring and autumn writing technique. He would not shatter the vinegar jar at home just because of his so-called magnanimity. The stamen rushed into the stone wall and disappeared. Everyone naturally retracted their gazes. However, Huang Mingxiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Xiaohua definitely couldn't guess the fiery passion in his eyes and how he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. In another direction, a female cultivator's eyes were filled with anxiety. This person was none other than Chun Kuei of the Flower Burial Heights. Chun Kuei had seen Xiaohua's real face when he showed his true face. She was extremely shocked. Although she was a maidservant of the Burial Flower Manor, she was still Chen Yi's confidant. Therefore, she knew almost everything that happened in the Burial Flower Manor. When Chen Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others went to the Ink Cloud Black Forest, Chun Kuei naturally knew some clues. When Chen Yi came back safely from the Ink Cloud Black Forest, only Zhu Qinghe was with her. Chang Yefeng, Xie Zhiqian, and Xiaohua were nowhere to be seen. Needless to say, Chun Kuei knew that Xiaohua was buried in the Ink Cloud Black Forest. Although Chun Kuei had a good impression of this Foundation establishment cultivator who had indirectly saved her life, she could only sigh in her heart at the injustice of the heavens. However, when the great battle of Dao and Sword began, a new assembly hall appeared in Twilight Tong City. Chun Kuei would occasionally come here when she had nothing to do. When she saw Xiaohua's familiar face, she was pleasantly surprised but also extremely worried. Although she couldn't come every day to look at the battle reports, every other month as long as she had free time, she would definitely come to take a look. She didn't want to see Xiaohua's achievements, but wanted to see if Xiaohua could survive the cruel war. Of course, in addition to the meeting hall, Chun Kuei also paid attention in front of Chen Yi. She wanted to see Chen Yi's reaction. Because she knew that since she knew that Xiaohua was still alive, Chen Yi must have known earlier. Unfortunately, Chen Yi did not have any reaction. It was as if Xiaohua did not die in the Ink Cloud Black Forest. This made Chun Kuei unable to guess Chen Yi's thoughts. She thought that she had really misunderstood Chen Yi. Xiaohua also came out of the Ink Cloud Black Forest alive. Until today, Chun Kuei unexpectedly saw Xiaohua's face that had not changed for years. Her heart thumped, and she immediately understood the reason why Xiaohua wanted to take the roots of the beauty-retaining grass that day, as well as the reason why Xiaohua wanted the other seeds. She couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart. Chun Kuei has served Chen Yi for many years, so she knows Chen Yi's temperament the best. Chen Yi may not remember Xiaohua's kindness in saving the beauty grass, but Xiaohua took the beauty grass, secretly cultivated it, and deceived her. Chen Yi will never forget that in her entire life. Now Xiaohua actually delivered himself to her door. Not to mention that Xiaohua was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he was a golden core cultivator, Qin Yi would never let him fly out of Tongmu City. Therefore Chen Kuei could not help but be anxious. Looking at Xiaohua's disappearing figure, she hurriedly went against the flow of people and walked out of the bird's nest. As she walked, she thought, or Deacon Qin, could it be that he received orders from the Manor Lord? After all, they are the heroes of the Great War. If they are killed in my Tongmu City, even the City Lord would not be able to explain it? No, Deacon Qin and the Manor Lord are blood relatives. Maybe the City Lord does not know about this. Xiaohua is in danger. Even if I cannot save Xiaohua, but I can at least remind him, right? If I can remind him once, I can also exchange for his life-saving grace. Chen Kuei walked away quickly. When Chen Kuei's figure disappeared, another female cultivator slowly appeared from the flow of people. She looked at Chen Kuei with a cold face and said in a faintly discernible voice, "Humph, I said it? That slut will definitely not let Xiaohua go. With her poisonous heart, she will definitely send a servant girl to say that once there is any change in the meeting hall, she will definitely take action. This Xiaohua is also unlucky. Of all places to go, he actually came to Tongmu City. Here, I don't even dare to show myself, but he appeared so boldly. Does he think that he is the hero of the Great War and will be respected wherever he goes? Really childish." This female cultivator paused for a moment, then also slowly walked out of the flow of people and walked towards the entrance of the bird's nest. On the contrary, Huang Mingxiang, who was in the limelight in front of everyone, ruthlessly teasing Xiaohua, who was full of depression for not being able to find Xiaohua for many years, walked to the second and third decorated archways with a smile on her face. She took out 2 huge storage pouches and 2 jade slips, pointing the answers to the 2 mysteries to Xiaohua. It seemed that she understood Xiaohua's cultivation better than Xue Xue. If this Imperial Thunder Sect's nameless was not Xiaohua, who else could it be? Was it just a terrifying phoenix? It was not like she had never seen Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body before, so naturally she could easily recognize the other side of Xiaohua's terrifying phoenix. However, she was only curious about why Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body had disappeared. Xiaohua did not know that after he left, there were actually so many accidents in the bird's nest-like meeting hall. He was somewhat nervous as he stole a glance at Fairy Hongxia. After all, time was too short, so he could not explain everything one by one. He only gave a rough account of what happened in Tianmen Mountain. During this time, Fairy Hongxia did not say a word. At this time, Fairy Hongxia proudly raised her head and stood in front of Xiaohua, not turning her head at all. Xiaohua simply did not know what Fairy Hongxia was thinking at this time. Seeing the platform transformed into a stamen rushing into the inner wall of the bird's nest, there was a green brilliance flashing all around. It was very similar to when Xiaohua used the wood escape. If it was a normal situation, Xiaohua would definitely look around and even secretly release his Buddhist consciousness to comprehend the wonders of a magic tool like Tongmu City. But at this time, how could he calm down? Fairy Hongxia's head moved slightly. Xiaohua hurriedly put on a smile and greeted her. However, when Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua's face, which was originally filled with anger, when she saw Xiaohua's flattering face, she couldn't help but become a little flustered, and her expression became even more complicated. AI. Fairy Hongxia did not know what she was feeling in her heart. It was not to the extent of having mixed feelings. She just felt an indescribable pressure in her chest, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Fairy Hongxia then turned her head and sighed in her heart. Yes, although Fairy Hongxia did not come from a cultivation sect or a cultivation family, she came from a small cultivation family. However, Fairy Hongxia's beauty had spread far and wide since she was young. Although she did not have Hua Furong's ability to summon wind and rain in front of thousands of blazing fire mountain disciples, nor did she have Kai Mingxia's pampering in front of thousands of disciples, she was still a pearl in the Kai family of Luyang. She was held high by all the Kai family disciples and was definitely the focus of attention. Such an environment had long instilled in Fairy Hongxia's arrogant heart. In her heart, her dual cultivation partner should definitely be a great hero and grandmaster of the Dawn Rain continent. He should definitely be the kind of unparalleled man who should ride on auspicious clouds and wear peerless battle armor to marry her. Moreover, this unparalleled man could only belong to her. The prideful Fairy Hongxia had never thought that she would share a husband with others. However, the reality was. Chapter 2973. This was the hope of all female cultivators as well as their lifelong dream. Naturally, this was extremely difficult. However, in that seemingly distant past, Kai Zhuoxia's death suddenly made her see the fragility of life, and Xiao Hua's magnanimity at that time also made her see that this little rogue cultivator was different from the other cultivators she had seen before, arrogant. That momentary realization of life and death, as well as that momentary feeling of being touched, opened her heart to Xiao Hua, a disciple whose cultivation was lower than hers, who was only at the qi refinement stage. Actually, after Xiao Hua left, she would occasionally think of Xiao Hua with some confusion and hesitation in her heart. However, it was this distance, this half-believing and half-doubting period that tempered her feelings, and Xiao Hua was deeply imprinted in her heart. People often said that it was love at first sight. However, without the beauty of distance and the hesitation of longing, how could one retain that fleeting moment of youth? At the Feather Immortal Gathering, Xiao Hua's performance was unexpectedly good. It was also at that time that Fairy Hongxia saw the confidence in Xiao Hua's eyes. From then on, Fairy Hongxia developed an unparalleled self-confidence, feeling that her choice was absolutely correct. This caused Fairy Hongxia to fall out with Yun Jiechong in front of all the disciples, and to transmit her thoughts in front of Xiao Hua. Of course, in Fairy Hongxia's thoughts, although she and Xiao Hua were fated to be together, when it came to the ceremony of dual cultivation, Xiao Hua had to appear on a cloud. However, fate made fools of people. Xiao Hua actually appeared when Fairy Hongxia was at the brink of death, and the two of them had no choice but to engage in dual cultivation. Since it had already happened, Fairy Hongxia had no choice but to face this sudden happiness and sweetness. As for when Xiao Hua mentioned Xue Xue, although Fairy Hongxia objected to it from the bottom of her heart, the happiness of tasting the marrow and savoring the taste of the marrow gave her less time to think. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. If she could always stay by Xiao Hua's side, then Xue Xue, who was like a fishbone stuck in her throat, would definitely not appear by Xiao Hua's side. Fairy Hongxia could only silently accept the reality. She thought that this was just a small joke in reality. She could only face it with a smile. However, following by Xiao Hua's side, such jokes became more frequent, and she could no longer smile. Wanhua Sex Mingyu did not say anything, and even if Fairy Hongxia knew, she would not say anything. Currently, Jiuxia, whose cultivation was unfathomable, and Ziming, whose power was shocking, made it hard for Fairy Hongxia to breathe. But fortunately, Fairy Hongxia boasted that she was a little better than Jiuxia and Ziming, and she still had some self-confidence. However, after seeing Huang Mingming shue 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 shue, and that kind of direct provocation and confession, made her somewhat unable to withstand it. It was impossible for her to openly confess to Xiao Hua in front of so many people. Shue 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 shue. Shue 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 shue. However, in the blink of an eye, she sees Xiao Hua's smiling face. Fairy Hongxia bitterly smiles again. She knows in her heart that Xiao Hua loves her very much. She can feel it in her heart. However, love is sometimes selfish. Only selfish love can be cherished. If you love too much, can it still be love? My dear Xiao, you're only at the early gold core stage, but you're already able to kill a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. You're almost as strong as a nascent soul cultivator. What kind of strength would he possess when he condensed his nascent soul? How many female cultivators would fight over such a peerless man? When that time comes, who knows how many Huang Mingxiangs will appear? Thinking of this, Fairy Hongxia felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, when they entered the Million Meng Mountains, their lofty aspirations of catching up to Xiao Hua's cultivation base and galloping across the Dawn Rain continent together with Xiao Hua had collapsed. Xiao Hua is really too outstanding. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach that level in this lifetime. It's so tiring, why don't you let go? Fairy Hongxia could not help but feel a sense of sadness in her heart. A heart-wrenching pain was like being pricked by needles. Sigh. Fairy Hongxia could not help but let out a long sigh. Oh, my wife. Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted his voice. What happened to you? Hee, it's nothing. Fairy Hongxia turned her head slightly and said faintly, I've just gained some new insights, that's all. Okay. Xiao Hua replied awkwardly. However, he did not notice that Fairy Hongxia's tone had already made a choice, a kind of abandonment. Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia, this couple, had a sense of crisis in their relationship. This seemed to be normal. Nothing in the world was perfect, and nothing could be resolved in a single stroke. Wasn't this the case for the road to happiness being strewn with setbacks? However, in a place in Tongmu City, in a place that was much larger than the meeting hall, a man and a woman seemed to be having some conflicts. This continuous palace was located in the deepest part of Jianghu city, on top of a mountain ridge. This mountain ridge was blue in color, and from time to time, there would be light flowing on it like ripples on the water. The densely packed palaces were lined up one after another, as if they were floating on the surface of the water. These palaces looked like weeping lotuses in a deep pool, lonely and arrogant. However, these palaces were connected by emerald green corridors. From afar, these palaces looked like a whole, like a huge beehive. Those who did not know the details would not know whether these palaces covered the entire mountain ridge, or whether the entire mountain ridge was a palace. Now, in the depths of the palace, in a palace shaped like a lotus seed, a beautiful female cultivator was snuggling in the arms of a short nascent soul middle-stage cultivator, who was wearing a tricolored robe and whispering to him. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was not only short, but his head was also very small. Since his head was small, his facial features were also very delicate. However, in the eyes of this short man, there was an indescribable shrewdness. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was none other than the city lord of Jianghu City, Qing Liuzi. City Lord, can you confirm that Sky Patrol City has fallen? Although the beautiful female cultivator was a golden core cultivator, she was like a kitten in Qing Liuzi's arms. Although her left hand was holding a jade cup, her right hand was stroking Qing Liuzi's waist gently, appearing extremely gentle. If Xiao Hua was here, he would definitely be shocked because this female cultivator was Qin Yi, who had a fickle personality and a vicious heart. Why not? Qing Liuzi's thin lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the woman in his arms who was taller than him lovingly and asked. Sky Patrol City is the first city of the Dao sect after the Sword Tomb. Based on what I know, their defenses are definitely stronger than Twilight Tong cities. Others may not know, but I am very clear about the defense of Jianghu City. Even if they were to face more than 10 swordsmen with the city lord's ability, sword cultivators would not be able to break the city. Not to mention the Sky Patrol City. Chen Yi took a sip of spirit wine and obediently sent it into Qing Liuzi's mouth, and said indifferently after a while. In this world, there has never been an unbreakable city. And there has never been an unchanging thing. Qing Liuzi seemed to be enjoying it very much. He closed his eyes slightly, licked his lips with his scarlet tongue and said calmly, Sky Patrol City has not been breached in the past, but it does not mean that it will never be breached in the future. If sword cultivators continue to plot against Sky Patrol City, or if what Li Zongbao and the others said is true, then Sky Patrol City will definitely be breached. You believe in the words of a few Foundation establishment cultivators so much? Chen Yi raised her eyebrows and said curiously, it seems that the few think tanks of the Dao sect do not think that Sky Patrol City is the target of sword cultivators? Even a wise man will make a mistake. Qing Liuzi looked at Chen Yi's beautiful face and said, I remember that day when Zhu Qinghe sent a message from the secret sect. He said that he had received a message from Xiao Hua and the others from the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course I know. Chen Yi's expression did not change. At that time didn't I? Speaking of this, Chen Yi was suddenly shocked as if she had realized something. It's good that you can understand it now. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. Now that Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao have returned, the first thing they said when they saw the disciples of Jianghu City was to ask about Sky Patrol City. Then, their message must be accurate. Think about it, sword cultivators have been plotting against Sky Patrol City for many years, but they did not make a move. Now there has been no news from Sky Patrol City for more than a month. Needless to say, isn't it? They must have suddenly attacked Sky Patrol City, and not even a sparrow flew out of Sky Patrol City. TSK, the disciples of Sky Patrol City were not the only ones in Sky Patrol City. There were also disciples from Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. How could they have been annihilated and not a single person escaped? Chen Yi covered her mouth in disbelief. What's so unbelievable about it? The sword formation of sword cultivators is also extremely powerful. Didn't they almost kill all the disciples of the Dao sect in the Sword Tomb? I don't believe that they can't take down Sky Patrol City after so many years of planning. Qing Liuzi said disdainfully. But even if Sky Patrol City has fallen, our Dao sect can't possibly lose this battle. Chen Yi asked again, her eyes full of admiration. Qing Liuzi enjoyed this scene very much. He buried his head between Chen Yi's breasts and took a few deep breaths, causing Chen Yi to giggle non-stop. Then he said, previously the sword cultivators didn't dare to attack the Sky Patrol City because they couldn't defend it. With the isolation of the Sword Tomb, it was just a lone city. But now that sword cultivators dare to attack Sky Patrol City, they must have the confidence to defend it. Moreover, there are not only disciples from Sky Patrol City, but also disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mosang Mountain. That gives sword cultivators more leverage to win. Does Sun Yunzi from the Shanghua sect dare to leave the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the hands of sword cultivators? Can Chen Lezi do it? If Chen Lezi is really in Sky Patrol City this battle, I don't dare to predict that sword cultivators will win. Chapter 2974. If Chen Lezi is in Sky Patrol City, Sun Yunzi might really attack Sky Patrol City. Chen Yi also understood. So, the sword cultivator has a 60% chance of winning. Qing Liuzi waved his hand and said, "With such a bet, how can I not participate? Congratulations, City Governor." Chen Yi's face lit up. "I'm really impressed." You little girl, don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Qing Liuzi pinched Chen Yi a few times and said with a smile. "Isn't it for my Tongmu City?" Chen Yi said shyly, "Otherwise I wouldn't be the bad guy. Li Zongbao and the others can't be touched. Xiaohua can't be touched casually." Qing Liuzi said with a smile. "However, now that Sky Patrol City has been broken and the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect have fallen, what's the harm in touching Xiaohua? I'd like to see if it was this guy who touched my Tongmu City's youth retaining grass and who is the mysterious alchemy master who can refine the rejuvenation pill." "Yes, I understand." Chen Yi lowered her head and said with a smile, "I won't let go of anyone who deceives Tongmu City." "Anyone?" Qing Liuzi asked calmly. "Yes, anyone." Chen Yi was shocked and hurriedly said with determination. If you can really do that, then I can give you a title." Qing Liuzi said with a double meaning. Chen Yi gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. "I understand your painstaking efforts, City Governor. I'll make sure you don't have to worry." "Oh? That's good." Qing Liuzi said as he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. "There's a message here, maybe you'll be interested." "Yes." Chen Yi took it and looked at it. Her face lit up with joy. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't worry, City Governor." At this moment, before Chen Yi finished speaking, a green light flew in from outside the palace. It was a message talisman that landed in front of Qing Liuzi. "Who's so annoying?" Qing Liuzi's face showed displeasure, but he also knew that if it wasn't an extremely important matter, no one would disturb him. Sure enough, when Qing Liuzi's divine thoughts swept over, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly pushed Chen Yi and said, "You can go now. I have asked Chen Yuming to bring Li Zongbao and the others to the Jingtai Pavilion. You can deal with everything as you deem fit. However, you must remember to not draw calamity to my Dawntree City." Although Chen Yi did not know who had come, she did not dare to disturb Qing Liuzi. She hurriedly bowed and said, "I know. I'll definitely deal with it cleanly and won't bring any trouble to my Tongmu City." "Good that you know. From now on Tongmu City will be yours." Qing Liuzi nodded. His body flashed as he transformed into a beam of light and flew away. Clearly this person was very important and he had to welcome him personally. Chen Yi waited for Qing Liuzi to fly away before she stood up. She took out the jade slip and glanced at it. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by determination. She raised the jade cup in her hand and poured the spiritual wine into her mouth. Then she flew out of the hall. After the stamen broke through several green barriers, it transformed into a small flying boat and charged into the depths of Dawnton City. Although there were many hidden restrictions in the sky above Dawntree City, it didn't take much effort for the flying boat to break through them. Li Zongbao's eyelids twitched slightly when he saw the continuous appearance of the huge lotus-like palace. He was much more knowledgeable than Xiaohua. Not to mention the 7 big cities in the country of Xi, he had even been to many big cities in the country of Meng. However, it was obvious that no big city was as extravagant as Tongmu City. Using magic power to build a city was the basic method of the Taoist sect. Most of the ordinary palaces were made of green bricks and green tiles, or they used boulders and yellow sand as the foundation. Like Tongmu City, all the palaces were made of spiritual trees and spiritual fruits. Not only did it look pleasing on the surface, but Li Zongbao also knew that these palaces, walls and spiritual trees were part of the Tongmu City's magic array. In other words, Senian City was a city wall and other parts of the magic array, while Tongmu City was a complete magic array as a whole. Just how much strength and how many spirit stones were required to do this? Even a cultivation sect as powerful as the Utopia faction wouldn't have such confidence. Or maybe, this is the reason why the sword cultivators did not attack Tongmu City? Li Zongbao thought to himself. Beside him, Xiao Mao asked, Senior Qin, this must be where the city governor's mansion is located, right? That's right. Qin Yuming did not hide and said with a smile, Of course, I have to entertain 4 distinguished guests in the city governor's mansion. Thank you for your generosity, city governor. Xiao Mao smiled and asked again, Which one is the city governor's mansion? Today the city governor has some city affairs to attend to. When we come to Tongmu City again, we can pay him a visit in the city governor's mansion. Hey, nephew Xiao, which one do you think is the city governor's mansion? Qin Yuming did not answer directly but asked a question instead. Senior Qin actually wants to test me. Let me see. Xiao Mao looked around as he spoke, trying to find the city governor's mansion. However, Xiao Mao looked at the palaces for a moment and felt that they were all close to each other and were connected to each other. There were obvious traces of magic arrays which were really difficult to determine. After connecting them, Xiao Mao pointed to a palace at the highest point of the mountain ridge and said with a smile, The city governor is naturally above everyone. I guess that palace is the city governor's mansion? Are you sure? Qin Yuming asked with a smile. Oh. When Xiao Mao heard that, he was stunned and was a little surprised. When he was about to answer yes, he suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, Senior Qin, could it be that the entire mountain ridge is the city governor's mansion? That's right. Qin Yuming said proudly, Nephew, you're right. The palaces in the entire mountain ridge are the city governor's mansion of Tongmu City. Moreover, the 4 of you are not outsiders. I'll reveal a little more. On the surface, the palaces look like they are outside the mountain ridge, but in fact the entire mountain ridge is the real city governor's mansion. So big. Xiao Mao was also speechless. Although he guessed that the palaces that covered the mountain ridge were connected to the city governor's mansion, he really did not expect that Qing Liuzi would hollow out the entire mountain ridge and build the city governor's mansion in the mountain ridge. Damn it, only Tongmu City has such spiritual stones, right? Xiao Mao took a deep breath and said to himself, A meeting hall that is like a bird's nest has attracted countless cultivators to bet on it. For example, the news that was just released that Sentry City has fallen and the Taoist sect has been defeated has attracted countless spiritual stones. I have to say this senior Qing Liuzi is really good at making money. Thinking of this, Xiao Mao suddenly thought of what Li Zongbao had said. Qing Liuzi was the kind of person who could make use of his own father. If he could not make use of him, his father was also a stranger. He could not help but laugh out loud. Nephew Xiao, did I say something wrong? Qin Yuming asked, slightly stunned. No. Xiao Mao hurriedly waved his hand. I just saw the beautiful scenery of Tongmu City. As he was speaking, the entire Tongmu City suddenly darkened. Streaks of extremely beautiful dark red halos were projected from the western horizon and landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a clear sound like a drizzle, the dark red halos landed and the defensive magic array of Tongmu City was activated. At the same time, the halos were torn apart and turned into fine snowflakes that scattered. The snowflakes were like cotton and had a hint of blood red. An indescribable desolation spread throughout the entire Tongmu City. The Tongmu flowers are blooming. Xiao Mao cried out again. His eyes flashed with joy. Even Fairy Hongxia was unconsciously attracted by this desolate beauty and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Not only that, when the blood-red snowflakes landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City, buzz buzz buzz. Countless buzzing sounds were heard from the foothills. At the same time, thousands of brilliant lights were emitted from the spiritual trees all over the mountain. Within the brilliant lights, fist-sized tricolored petals slowly bloomed. The brilliant lights reflected on the petals and the petals emitted a brilliance. This brilliance rushed into the thousands of palaces and all of them shone brightly. Moreover, in this dusk, under the brilliance, a faint darkness appeared and a faint twilight mist appeared. Just as Wang Qing said, the entire Tongmu City was like a heavenly palace. Although Xiao Hua had never been fond of beauty, when he saw such a scene, he couldn't help but sigh. However, as he sighed, he vaguely felt that this beautiful scenery was indeed beautiful, but the traces of magic power were quite heavy. Compared to natural beauty, it lacked some spiritual energy. In the eyes of people like Xiao Hua, it was as if every Tongmu flower was a piece of supreme-grade spirit stone. The beautiful Tongmu flowers bloomed like the aurora in the polar night of the Huan Kingdom. They lingered in Tongmu City for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before slowly dissipating. The setting sun in the west also darkened. There was not a trace of the setting sun. What do you think? Qin Yiming looked at the four of them proudly and asked with a smile. Wonderful work. Xiaohua couldn't help but reply. The city lord is indeed generous. Qin Yiming's smile froze for a moment. Then he smiled again and said, yes, the city lord is a man of great talent and bold vision. It is really difficult for us to reach. Then Qin Yiming urged the flying boat to rush into the city lord's mansion. He didn't fly up the mountain ridge, but landed in front of a palace on the lower level. This palace was more than 10 feet tall. There was a green wooden plaque above the palace door. The words were written on it, Jingtai Pavilion. At this moment, the palace door opened. There was some brilliance inside. In front of the palace door, there were servant girls in light green clothes waiting. When they saw Qin Yiming and the others land, a few pretty servant girls flew over to greet them. Chapter 2975. Qin Yiming kept the flying boat and gave a few instructions. The maidservants hurriedly left. Qin Yiming pointed his finger and said, although the four of you are Foundation Establishment cultivators, you have contributed greatly to the Dao sect. The city lord ordered that the Jingtai Pavilion was originally prepared for mid-golden core cultivators. Today it is specially used to welcome the four of you. Many thanks to the city lord. Li Zongbao took the lead and bowed. However, his words were somewhat perfunctory. After that, he no longer praised Qing Liuzi. On the other hand, Xiaohua sneered. He really could not imagine the difference between a place that welcomed golden core cultivators and qi refining cultivators. Wasn't it the city lord of Tongmu City who was invited? Weren't they all Qing Liuzi's rules? This was the so-called face? This face, to be honest, Xiaohua did not care at all. However, Qin Yiming did not think so. He felt that Tongmu City was giving Li Zongbao and the rest a lot of face. Li Zongbao and the rest should be flattered. Unfortunately, among the four of them, Li Zongbao was calm and collected. Xiao Maodong looked around curiously. Fairy Hongxia's brows were slightly furrowed. She had a sad expression on her face, as if she was still intoxicated by the beauty of the Tongmu flowers blooming. As for Xiaohua, his eyes were even more dazed. He treated everything as if it was nothing. Really? Qin Yiming was somewhat displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. As they walked, they talked. When had this Jingtai Pavilion ever received any Azoth core cultivators? When had there ever been a nascent soul cultivator? And so on? It was as if the four of them were really lucky to be able to come here. Li Zongbao only casually answered as the five of them entered the main hall. The entire hall was extremely large. The decorations inside were extremely beautiful. Not only were there rare spiritual flowers and herbs, there was also a strange fragrance that filled the entire hall. Lin Qi fragrance. Li Zongbao did not care at first. However, this strange fragrance was really thick. Just half a whiff could enter deep into his meridians and absorb it into his true yuan. His true yuan immediately became lively and dignified. Li Zongbao's mind flashed and he could not help but cry out in surprise. He nephew Li is indeed amazing. Qin Yiming's eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. He raised his thumb and said, this old man thought that you all did not understand the cultivation items used by golden core cultivators. Dantri City is really generous. This junior is convinced. Li Zongbao sighed. Looking at Xiaohua's inexplicable expression, he forced a smile and said, this Qilinqi incense is a type of incense used by golden core cultivators when they cultivate. Not only can it clear the mind and drive away heart demons, it can also condense true essence and purify the golden core. Ordinary golden core cultivators would already be very happy if they could obtain a thumb-sized piece. With such a strong fragrance in the Jingtai Pavilion, I think. As he spoke, Li Zongbao's gaze fell on the pillars that supported the hall. He said in disbelief, Senior Qin, could it be that the 9 pillars? Nephew Li, you must be joking. Qin Yiming laughed and said, the Lin Qi incense in my country if she only has 9 pillars, right? How can I take all of Tongmu City for myself? It's just that one of the pillars is wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense. This case, Li Zongbao smacked his lips and said, even if it's only wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense, this is something that this junior would never even dream of. Which one? Which one? Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. He hurriedly looked around, wanting to know which pillar was wrapped in Lin Qi incense. But it was also strange. This fragrance came from all sides of the hall, and he couldn't tell where the true source of the fragrance was. Xiaohua looked for a moment and could only give up. However, Xiaohua threw away his thoughts of searching. His mouth, nose, and even the cultivation method in his body began to circulate. Not taking advantage of the situation. Was this Xiaohua? Seeing the four people move, a smile appeared on Qin Yuming's face. At this time the hall was very spacious. Around the corners of the hall stood a dozen or so low-level qi refining female cultivators. The clothes of these female cultivators were rather strange, different from what Xiaohua saw just now. Although these female cultivators were also wearing green robes like the previous few, these robes seemed to be the color of spirit herbs, and more like green flower buds. The most frightening thing was that the petals of these flower buds were almost transparent. Some of the vague shadows within the flower buds could be seen clearly. Xiaohua was the most curious. He had already seen it long ago. Under the brilliance of the main hall, those indistinct shadows were flickering. Even if Xiaohua wanted to shift his gaze away, it was impossible. He even somewhat forgot about Linqi incense. Umph. A faint cold snort entered Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly shrunk his neck. His gaze moved faster than lightning. In his heart he was still blaming himself. Damn it, what's wrong with this young master? My wife was still angry just now. However, when he thought of that, Xiaohua chuckled inwardly. Since Fairy Hong Xia was dissatisfied with him, it meant that the matter with Huang Mingxiang earlier had eased up a little. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before their lives would return to how they used to be. Of course, this was only Xiaohua's own wishful thinking. How could he know the thoughts of female cultivators? Admittedly, she didn't have any feelings for you, but if you expressed interest in other female cultivators in front of her, she would also express her dissatisfaction with you. The expressions and actions of the four were naturally seen by Qin Yuming. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light flashed and the entire hall flashed. Then, in the center of the hall, a thick root grew out of nowhere. This root grew with the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a huge spirit flower. This spirit flower was none other than the Paulownia flower that Xiaohua and the others had just seen. However, this Paulownia flower was a little different from the natural ones. On each of the huge petals, not only were there jade-like stamens, but there were also branches growing from the bottom of the petals. It was like a bridge that gradually stretched out and fell under the feet of the five people. Qin Yuming smiled and raised his hand. For Martial nephews, please take a seat. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Qin. Li Zongbao and the others bowed and stepped onto the bridge that was like a vine. The vine suddenly twitched and retracted like a tentacle. It even spun in the air, creating a strange fluctuation, and pulled Li Zongbao and the others in a strange arc. An indescribable force came from under Xiaohua's feet, as if it was trying to push Xiaohua out of the vine. Xiaohua frowned. He had no choice but to activate his magic power and release his Buddhist sense. Nearby, Li Zongbao and the others also flashed around, trying their best to resist this repulsive force. On the other hand, Qin Yuming had a smile on his face, and his calm figure danced with the baring fangs and brandishing claws of the vine. Damn it! Xiaohua's heart itched with hatred. He knew that this was another show of strength by Tongmu City, but he couldn't do anything to Qin Yuming. After all, Qin Yuming was a gold core cultivator, and the four of them were foundation establishment cultivators. I don't care. If this guy makes a fool of my wife, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that the force under his feet was getting stronger and stronger, almost exceeding the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, Xiaohua's heart was also ruthless. Fortunately, the heavens were protecting Qin Yuming, or Qin Yuming himself was in control. After a while, the force weakened to a certain extent, and all the vines began to slowly stop, shrinking towards the Tongmu flower. The brilliance of the Tongmu flower also gradually calmed down. When the four figures landed on the four petals of the Paulownia flower, Qin Yuming sat cross-legged in the middle of the four. Senior Qin, Li Zongbao said indifferently, Tongmu City really has a lot of tests. Or regret what I said in the meeting hall. Ha! Hearing this, Qin Yuming raised his eyebrows and laughed. Nephew, don't blame me. This is a small rule of my Tongmu City, set by the city lord. It is to test the cultivation of the cultivators who enter the Jingtai Pavilion. I don't care about the treatment of a golden core cultivator. Xiaohua looked at the pale Hongxia fairy, knowing that the force just now had consumed a lot of her magic power, and said coldly, Why do you want to test it? Ah, nephew Xiao, who has been silent all this time, is also angry. Come. It seems that this old man will have to apologize. Qin Yuming was not angry and waved his hand, ordering the surrounding maids, quickly bring out the Tong Mu drunken flower bestowed by the city lord. This old man still has to thank nephew Li for covering up in the meeting hall. What I said is the truth. Li Zongbao would not let him leave any evidence and said indifferently, I have no intention of covering it up. He. Qin Yuming naturally understood in his heart. He smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, Nephew Xiao, this old man has a question. And I think my lord city lord also wants to ask. Xiao Hua actually already knew what Qin Yuming wanted to ask, but he pretended not to know and asked curiously, Senior, what do you want to ask? Junior. Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua stopped again, and a dry feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Following Qin Yuming's order, the previous dozen or so maids wearing transparent green robes flashed with magic power fluctuations. Following these fluctuations, the green robes suddenly fluttered without wind, and after a green brilliance flashed behind these maids, they actually turned into a pair of emerald green wings, and these maids flapped their wings and flew towards Xiao Hua and the others. Two of the maids were facing Xiao Hua directly. Not to mention that the fluttering wings of the two servant girls were like the eyelashes of their large eyes. Just the fact that they were not wearing green robes, the silk robes that were as thin as a cicada's wings simply covered their snow-like flesh was enough to make Xiao Hua's gaze go blank. Nephew Xiao. Qin Yuming's voice did not miss the opportunity to enter Xiao Hua's ears. The city lord has already determined that Nephew Xiao is the thunder-controlling sect's terrifying phoenix according to the battle report, so he placed the terrifying phoenix in the meeting hall as the third mystery of this Dao Cultivator war. However, where did Nephew Xiao's phoenix Dharma body go? Don't tell me that the Dharma body went missing. Chapter 2976. That's right. Junior's Dharma body was thrown into the void during a great battle. Xiao Hua blurted out without concealing anything. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xiao Hua immediately came to his senses and a cold sweat formed on his back. What happened to me? Xiao Hua's gaze broke away from the shadows of the two maidservants in the distance and asked himself in bewilderment. At the same time, God's guidance slowly flowed out of his body and a cool feeling rushed into his mind. Nephew Xiao is really joking. Qin Yuming was also stunned. He didn't know whether Xiao Hua was telling the truth or not. How could there be a void between Huan and Shi? Besides, how could a bloodline Dharma body be thrown into the void? Without a Dharma body, Nephew Xiao can sit in front of this old man? Xiao Hua's face still had a confused look. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead and seemed to be talking to himself. Junior is not a terrifying phoenix. How could I have a phoenix Dharma body? Moreover, Junior is a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator family. Not to mention a phoenix Dharma body, I don't even have a sparrow Dharma body. Qin Yuming was obviously disappointed. After thinking for a while, he turned to Xiao Mao and said, Nephew Xiao Mao, the city lord is also very curious about you. My Tong Mu city has been investigating for a long time but we still can't find out where you came from. Nephew, please enlighten us. Junior doesn't know either. Xiao Mao's words were very indifferent. Junior is now looking for my origins. Once I have the results, Junior will definitely inform Senior. Alright. Can Junior also make a memorial archway in the conference hall? Let a group of cultivators guess Junior's origins? There's no need for that. Qin Yuming laughed and was a little embarrassed. At this time, those nearly naked maidservants had already flown to the Tong Mu flower. Their faces were flushed with a trace of shyness. However, their hands and feet were methodically taking out various spiritual fruits and delicacies from the storage bags in their hands. In addition, they also placed jade wine jugs on the table in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Fairy Hongxia was on Xiao Hua's right hand. When she heard Xiao Hua admit that the phoenix celestial body was lost, she couldn't help but be shocked. When she heard that Xiao Hua had made up for it, she finally relaxed. At this moment she couldn't help but glare at Xiao Hua. Looking at Fairy Hongxia's gaze behind Qin Yuming, Xiao Hua's face is burning. It seemed that, among the three male cultivators, only she was somewhat absent-minded. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not bewitched by these female cultivators. Xiao Hua immediately understood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Alas, what else can I say? Naturally, it was because Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were both virgins and their primordial yang had not been damaged. He had long been dual cultivating with Fairy Hongxia, so it was easy for him to lose his footing here. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Motherfucker, this Tongmu city is really scheming. What kind of bullshit Lin Qishiang is this? And that test that consumes magic power, I'm afraid there's something wrong with it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously became vigilant. However, everything that happened after that, Qin Yuming's performance was normal. He casually said some polite words and did not touch on their privacy. It was just that the maidservants brought out all kinds of delicacies and bowed slightly towards the four of them. They spread their wings and flew like little bees among the flowers. The flowers among the flowers were Xiaohua and the rest. Li Zongbao looked at Fairy Hongxia, whose expression had changed, and waved his hand indifferently. Senior Qin, we are not golden core cultivators. Moreover, junior sister Hongxia is also a female cultivator. Let these female cultivators go. Haha, all right. Qin Yuming smiled and waved his hand, ordering the female cultivators to leave. Then he transmitted his voice to Li Zongbao and the rest, saying, if any of you have any ideas, you can directly transmit them to this old man. These female cultivators were specially trained by my Tongmu city. This old man can guarantee that there's nothing that you can't think of. There's nothing that they can't do. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips, but he still nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he thought of the female cultivator from the Immortal Beauty sect that he met when he was training in Yenyuan City. There was also the female cultivator from the Immortal Beauty sect who accompanied Shang Cheng from the 10,000 Poison sect on Tianmen Mountain. At that time, Xiaohua felt that the fate of these female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect was rather miserable. They were actually used as cultivation furnaces in exchange for their own cultivation. But now, looking at these female cultivators from Tongmu City, they actually had the meaning of a pair of jade arms for 1,000 people to sleep on, a pair of red lips for 10,000 people to taste. They were even worse than the female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect. Of course, Xiaohua still thought that Tongmu City was filthy. Qing Liuzi was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. No matter how snobbish he was, no matter how much he valued spirit stones, he would not do such a thing. These female cultivators were specially nurtured by Tongmu City. Similar to the female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect, their physiques leaned towards Yin, making them most suitable to be cultivation furnaces. This Jingtai pavilion was specially designed to receive gold core cultivators. If a gold core cultivator took a fancy to a female cultivator, he could take her away and make her his concubine or something else. It was all up to the gold core cultivator. Even if the gold core cultivator sent the female cultivator back after a period of time, Tongmu City would definitely not allow her to stay in the Jingtai pavilion for even half a moment. After those female cultivators who seemed pitiful in Xiaohua's eyes left, the atmosphere of the entire Jingtai pavilion seemed to lighten up. Not only did Qin Yuming repeatedly propose toasts, even Li Zongbao and the others raised their cups in invitation. Before long, many rounds of food and wine had been served. Qin Yuming spoke. He clapped his hand and took out 4 emerald green Tongmu flowers from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the 4 flowers landed in front of Li Zongbao and the others. He smiled and said, for martial nephews, this is the City Lord token of my Tongmu City. It is also personally bestowed by the City Lord to commend the 4 of you for your contributions in the great battle of Dao Sword. Of course, when the 4 of you return to the sect, all kinds of rewards will follow. Oh, in particular, Martial Nephew Li and the 2 Martial Nephews received the reward of my Dao Sect's #1 bounty. Even if my Tongmu City wants to take out a reward, it can't compare to this reward. This is just a small token from my Tongmu City. Li Zongbao looked at the City Lord token in front of him with some hesitation. He looked at Xiaohua and the others and was slightly stunned. Obviously, they didn't know how to deal with this sudden City Lord token. For Martial Nephews, don't worry. Qin Yuming's face was a little red. He smiled and said, with this City Lord token, you can freely enter and leave Tongmu City. At the same time, you can freely use my Tongmu City's teleportation array. You don't have to spend any spirit stones. In particular, with this City Lord token, the 4 of you can directly meet the City Lord. In addition, in my Tongmu City's auction, you can obtain more priority rights. Of course, there are many other benefits that are recorded in this City Lord token. In short, this is a token of my Tongmu City to the 4 heroes. It is also a token of my Tongmu City's City Lord. Haha, thank you so much, Martial Uncle Qin. Please also pass our thanks to the City Lord. After hearing so much, Li Zongbao knew that he couldn't not accept it. He could only reach out and accept it. He stood up with Xiaohua and the others and thanked him. "Ah, there is no need to be so polite." Qin Yuming laughed and said, "The three of you killing Qin Jian has already brought great surprise to my Tongmu city. This is nothing. Come, let's drink." The Tongmu city's Tongmu drunken flower wine was very strong. Although everyone was a cultivator, after a few toasts, everyone was a little drunk. Qin Yuming was also very interesting. After that, he didn't talk about anything else. He talked about some strange things that happened in the assembly hall and everyone's guesses about the Great Tao Sword War. These were the things that the four cultivators who had just returned from the Great Tao Sword War were interested in. Even Xiaohua's dissatisfaction with Qin Yuming seemed to gradually disappear from his words. Alas, this old man is really envious of the cultivators who were able to display their skills in the Great Tao Sword War. Qin Yuming raised his cup and said, "Cultivators of my generation should really hold a 3-foot sword in their hands, cut off the dissatisfaction in their hearts, and sweep away the injustice in the world. Come, come, this old man proposes another toast to the four of you. Senior, you flatter us. If you went to the front line, how could we have the chance to perform meritorious deeds?" Xiao Mao raised his cup and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that Qin Jian would have been killed by you long ago?" "Ah, how is that possible?" Qin Yuming laughed loudly. He raised his hand and poured the fragrant spiritual wine into his mouth. He said, "This old man is just indulging in my mouth. Once again, I will accompany the four of you to taste the drunken Polonia flower that the city lord bestowed upon you." "Senior, you are too humble," Li Zongbao said indifferently. Just as he was about to raise his cup, a green light flew in from outside the hall and landed directly in front of Qin Yuming's eyes. Qin Yuming pointed his finger and was about to pour the spiritual wine into his cup. When he saw the light land in front of him and turn into a message talisman, he said curiously, "Which blind person actually sent this old man a message talisman?" As he said that, he flicked his middle finger and a drop of spiritual wine rushed into the message talisman. With a bang, the communication talisman exploded. Strangely, there wasn't a single sound coming from it. Qin Yuming sneered. With a grab of his hand, the damaged message talisman landed in his hand. He was about to activate his transcendence energy to destroy it. Beside him, Xiao Mao said anxiously, "Senior Qin, don't be anxious. Take a look first. Perhaps there's something important?" This old man was entrusted by the city lord to receive the four meritorious officials again. In this Tongmu city, what could be more important than this? As he said that, Qin Yuming did not hesitate to grab the message talisman and it immediately disappeared. Did this guy drink too much? Although Xiaohua felt his face burning, he was very clear in his heart. Looking at Qin Yuming's actions, he could not help but feel puzzled. However, before Xiaohua and the others could say anything, with a whoosh, another message talisman landed in front of Qin Yuming's eyes. "Who is it?" Qin Yuming was a little angry. He stood up and tapped the message talisman again, shattering it. However, there was still no sound coming out from it. It was really strange. Chapter 2977. Qin Yuming frowned. This time, he did not dare to destroy the messaging charm, so he could only scan it with his divine thought. Qin Yuming was fine when he did not release his divine thought. As soon as his divine thought entered the messaging charm, Qin Yuming's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said to Li Zongbao and the others, "Please wait for a moment, I have some urgent matters to attend to." "Excuse me. Senior, please." Li Zongbao and the others hurriedly got up. "Senior's matters are the most important." Qin Yuming forced a smile. He tapped his foot and the branches of the Polonia flower grew again, quickly sending him to the entrance of the hall. When Qin Yuming's figure disappeared from the entrance of the hall, Xiao Mao shook his head strangely and said with a smile, "Senior Qin must have drunk too much. That communication talisman must have been an urgent matter from Don Tong City, but he actually crushed it. It must be a secret matter from Tongmu City." The messaging charm did not make a sound. Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with the way Jingtai Pavilion treated their guests. "Who cares if it is a secret matter? It has nothing to do with us," Xiaohua said with a smile. "We just need to wait for a while and finish this banquet. After that, we will explain to Senior Chen that we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. We will use their teleportation formation to go to Luyang." Fairy Hongxia was a little cold towards Xiaohua, but when she heard that they were going to Luyang, her expression became slightly better. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, said thoughtfully in a low voice, I'm afraid that the news of Sky Patrol City being captured has reached the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Otherwise, Senior Chen would not be in such a hurry to leave. So I did not expect that the previous message was really in vain. It did not attract the attention of the seniors in the meeting hall. Xiao Hua sighed and looked up gloomily. Xiao Mao also nodded and smiled apologetically. Big brother, even if they did not pay attention to it, they now understand. Our news is the most important. Although Sky Patrol City has been defeated, our military exploits have been added to it. This military exploits, I would rather not have them. Xiao Hua said lightly. I've kept the 4 of you waiting. Qin Yuming's voice rang out as he walked into the hall. At this moment, his face had regained its calmness, and the anxiousness from before was nowhere to be seen. After Qin Yuming took his seat, Xiao Mao could not help but ask, Senior Qin, could it be the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City? Oh, that's not it. Qin Yuming replied calmly, it's an urgent matter in my Tongmu City's conference hall. Nephew, you should know that I am in charge of the conference hall, so I have to make all the decisions. Just now, the 4 of you showed your faces in the conference hall, and now, a large number of cultivators have rushed into the conference hall, wanting to see the faces of the 4 of you. No need. Li Zongbao calmly raised his cup and said, we still have important matters to attend to. Once we finish this cup, please send us to the teleportation array. We will use the teleportation array in Twilight Tong City to head to Yenyuan City. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Yuming was a little surprised and asked curiously, this old man wanted to keep you for a few days. After all, you don't have many opportunities to come to my Tongmu City. Since we now know that Tongmu City also has a meeting hall, we will definitely pay a visit to Tongmu City after the war. Xiao Mao stood up and raised his cup. Don't worry, don't worry. Qin Yuming smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a smaller emerald green wine pot from his storage bag and said, although this is a gift, you have to drink this wine first. As he spoke, Qin Yuming raised his cup to indicate that he was going to drink first. Then he raised the wine pot and poured out a cup of green spirit wine. He smiled and said, this old man just went out and secretly took this from the city lord's reception area. It's the city lord's favorite Shirshio Spring. To tell you the truth, this old man has coveted this wine for a long time, but I've only tasted it twice under the city lord's grace. Now that you're here, I can secretly drink a few more cups. As he spoke, he did not touch his cup with the 4 of them. He first took a small sip, and his face showed that he was savoring the taste. Xiao Mao's face showed a wry smile. He looked at Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia and said, Senior Qin, if you like, you can drink it alone. Don't. Qin Yuming hurriedly said, if the 4 of you don't drink it, how can I dare to drink it? Quick, after the 4 of you have drunk the wine in your cups, I will fill them up for you. All right. Li Zongbao saw this and was helpless. He drank the wine in his cup and said, this wine is the last. We really have some urgent matters to attend to. All right, I understand. Qin Yuming nodded. After drinking this wine, I will personally send the 4 of you to the teleportation device. All right, thank you, senior. Li Zongbao bowed and asked Qin Yuming to fill his cup. Indeed, this spiritual wine was different from the drunken Polonia flower from before. In the crystal clear pure green, there were traces of fiery red, like spiritual snakes slithering around. An inexplicable fragrance rushed into the mouth before the nose could even get close. Good wine. Li Zongbao could not help but exclaim. Please. Qin Yuming raised his hand and gestured for the 4 of them to drink together. Just as Li Zongbao and the others raised their heads, a trace of pride flashed in Qin Yuming's eyes. Whoosh! At this crucial moment there was another sound. The same message talisman came from outside the main hall. Seeing the message talisman appear again, Qin Yuming's face changed. Without waiting for the message talisman to land in front of him, he said, Please wait a moment, my dear nephew. Senior, do you have any orders? The 4 of them who were about to drink were stunned. They raised their cups to their lips and asked curiously. Qin Yuming did not answer. With a wave of his hand, he did not break the message talisman in front of him. Instead, he used his divine sense to scan it. Similarly, as soon as his divine sense entered the message talisman, his expression changed again. He looked at the 4 of them awkwardly and clenched his hand. An old voice sounded, Please ask Deacon Qin, is Qiuzan in the main hall? Manor Lord is looking for her for an urgent matter. Qin Yuming's expression was already strange. After hearing this he became even angrier. He picked up the message talisman and whispered a few words. Then, with a wave of his hand, the message talisman flew out again. Jiuzan? Xiaohua was listening from the side. That slightly aged voice seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. However, when he heard the name Autumn Hairpin, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately understood that the voice just now was Spring Kuei's. In other words, this message talisman was sent by Chen Kuei to Qin Yuming. Qin? Xiaohua understood in an instant. Qin Yi must be very familiar with Qing Liuzi, the city lord of Tongmu City. Otherwise, Chen Kuei would not have directly sent a message to Qin Yuming and mentioned the manor lord. It's nothing. Qin Yuming smiled bitterly. You see, it's just a trivial matter. You have to look for this old man to find someone in the main hall. AI, there's nothing I can do. Haha, capable people do more work. Li Zongbao smiled and raised his cup again. Xiaohua did not think too much about it. He also raised his cup. However, just as he raised his cup to his lips, an indescribable feeling of fear suddenly appeared. An inconceivable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. That's not right. Chen Kuei, even if she wanted to find Jiuzan, she couldn't have directly found the deacon of the main hall. Moreover, even if this Qin Yuming was greedy for wine, he couldn't have revealed his good wine in front of the four of us. There must be a problem. Unfortunately, although Xiaohua's thought flashed through his mind, Li Zongbao and the other two's cups had already touched their lips. Seeing that Chen Kuei's lame reminder was about to fall through, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. He which daring, actually stole this old man's favorite Shershio spring? Along with this voice, the entire main hall froze. Xiaohua felt a powerful magic power come out and support his arm. Even if he wanted to drink the wine in his cup, he could not do so at this time. Who is it? Xiaohua tried to turn his head with difficulty, but the magic power was so strong that Xiaohua could not turn his head. Naturally, before Xiaohua could release his divine sense, a short nascent soul cultivator appeared in front of them. The cultivator glanced indifferently and glared fiercely at Qin Yuming, who was also unable to move. He waved his hand and said coldly, Yuming, this old man asked you to serve a guest again. How could you abuse your position for personal gain? As the nascent soul cultivator waved his sleeve, Qin Yuming's body staggered and his expression changed greatly. Some beads of sweat even flowed from his temples. He bowed and said, City Lord, please forgive me. This subordinate knows his mistake. This nascent soul cultivator was obviously the city lord of Tongmu City, Qing Liuzi. Hearing Qin Yuming's apology, Qing Liuzi sighed and said, Alas, Yuming. You are addicted to wine and it is not good for your cultivation. Also, do you know why this old man did not let you drink more Sherji spring? This subordinate does not know. Please enlighten me, city lord. Qin Yuming did not dare to raise his head. This Sherji spring is quite domineering. The spirit-devouring bugs in it have an extremely powerful corrosive effect on true essence. Only nascent soul cultivators who have a good grasp of spirit qi and can control true essence can benefit from the confrontation with this Sherji spring. Qing Liuzi glanced at Li Zongbao and the others and waved his hand again. You are already in the gold core stage. Perhaps drinking half a cup will be effective. But Li Zongbao and the others are only in the foundation establishment stage. If you let them drink with you, won't you be asking for their lives? This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate really did not know about this. Qin Yuming's face had changed many times today, and this time, it was pale again. Alas, the ignorant are not to blame. This old man also knows that you have good intentions and want to let them have a taste. But this kind of good intention has turned into a bad thing. Qing Liuzi shook his head. You have to apologize to Li Zongbao and the other disciples. If something happens to them, not only will the four sects blame Tongmu City, even the tens of thousands of cultivators in the conference hall will be the first to disagree. Chapter 2978. Greetings, City Lord. Li Zongbao and the others moved. They looked at the wine cups in their hands with lingering fear, put them on the table and bowed to Qing Liuzi. Get up. Qing Liuzi raised his hand with a smile and stopped the four people from bowing. I didn't plan to come here, but I was dealing with the city affairs just now and felt a little uneasy, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect that. You four are really lucky. If I didn't come here, although this Shershio spring wouldn't really kill you, it would make you suffer a lot. Martial Nephew Li, Martial Nephew Kai, Martial Nephew Xiao. Qin Yuming said with a bitter smile, It's all my fault. I was greedy for wine and wanted to drag you four down with me. Fortunately, the city lord came in time, so I didn't make a big mistake. Please forgive me, martial nephews. It's okay. What else could Li Zongbao say? After all, it was a golden core cultivator who apologized, and there was a nascent soul cultivator standing in front of him. He could only wave his hand and say, tasting this wine is Senior Chen's intention. The city lord said that the ignorant are not guilty. We dare not blame Senior. Xiao Hua and the others naturally answered in the same way. Seeing this, Qing Liuzi said lightly, Yuming, you can leave first and think about your mistakes. I will personally receive these four young friends. Yes. Qin Yuming looked very ashamed. After cupping his hands to the four people, he quickly walked out of the hall. His ashamed expression was immediately replaced by confusion before he could even leave the palace. However, he didn't stop in front of the hall door at all. He quickly turned left and walked toward a palace of the same size not far away, just like when he came out of the Jingtai pavilion. Walking to the front of the hall door, Qin Yuming flicked his sleeve, and the door opened silently. This palace was very similar to the Jingtai pavilion. It was empty. In the center of the palace, there was a lonely jade platform like a flower stamen. On it was Qin Yi, who Qin Yuming had seen before. Villa Lord. Qin Yuming looked at Qin Yi and said curiously, what is the city lord selling in the gourd? Yuming, don't tell me you don't know. Qin Yi's face was also filled with helplessness. She bitterly smiled and said, even I am confused. Even the manor lord doesn't know? Qin Yuming was even more stunned. That's right. Just a moment ago, the city lord suddenly appeared here. After asking a few questions, he immediately disappeared again. Qin Yi bit her red lips and said unwillingly, moreover, before he left, he warned me that in the future, I shouldn't have any disloyalty towards the four of them. But after saying that, Qin Yi pursed her lips and smiled, I'm just following the city lord's orders. Why would I be disloyal to them? How could Qin Yuming not know Qin Yi's personality? He knew that there must be some secret behind it. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He smiled and said, since you don't know the reason, we don't need to ask any more questions. Fortunately, the city lord appeared in time. If I had been a moment later, I'm afraid I would have caused trouble for the city lord. Well, it's a loss. Qin Yuming was just about to tell her about Chen Kuei's message when Qin Yi raised her eyebrows and said, actually, it's simple to know the reason. After being interrupted by Qin Yi, Qin Yuming didn't mention Chen Kuei anymore. He asked curiously, does the manor lord know something about the situation? It had to be said that good people always had good karma. Chen Kuei remembered Xiaohua's life-saving grace and risked his life to warn Xiaohua a few decades later, although it didn't really have any effect. But if Qin Yi knew about this with Qin Yi's thoughts, how could Chen Kuei have a chance to survive? Qin Yuming only thought that Chen Kuei was really looking for Qiuzhan. Moreover, Chen Kuei's message did help him. Now that he didn't mention it in front of Qin Yi, it naturally helped Chen Kuei avoid a disaster. When I came over from the city lord's place, the city lord just happened to receive a message. He actually went out to receive it personally. It must be an important guest. Qin Yi said with a smile, we just need to know who came to Tongmu City. Won't we know what made the city lord change his mind? This. Qin Yuming was a little hesitant and said in a low voice, this is the city lord's business. It's not appropriate for us to inquire about it, right? The city lord's business is my business. Qin Yi was unhappy and said coldly, why can't I inquire about it? Hearing Qin Yi's words, Qin Yuming was shocked. He hurriedly looked around and said in a low voice, manor lord, you must remember your identity. You are still not the city lord's wife. Moreover, even if you are the city lord's wife, you must not interfere with the city lord's business. Although this subordinate is biased towards the manor lord in Tongmu City, this subordinate is still the city lord's subordinate. Sigh, Qin Yi sighed bitterly and looked at the entrance of the main hall. For the city lord? I don't know how much I have sacrificed. But now, this subordinate can't just walk into the city lord's mansion openly. Who said so? The city lord is well aware of what the manor lord has done for the city lord. I am also well aware of what the manor lord has done for my Dao sect. If manor lord Qin is unable to enter the city lord mansion of Tongmu City, I will be the first to not let the city lord off. A refined voice was suddenly emitted from outside the hall. Oh. Qin Yi and Qin Yuming were shocked. No one was allowed to enter the city lord's mansion. The city guards and female servants did not dare to wait outside the hall for too long. Therefore the two of them were a little careless. Although the two of them did not say anything against the city lord's mansion, how could they not be shocked when someone suddenly overheard them? Hee, of course it's I. The voice sounded as the hall door slowly opened. A refined cultivator at the middle stage of Foundation establishment walked in slowly. The atmosphere in the Jingtai pavilion was completely different from before. Previously, Qin Yuming was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. His identity was only the deacon of the meeting hall. Li Zongbao and the others did not feel any pressure when facing him. After all, although Li Zongbao was only at the late stage of Foundation establishment, he could step into the Golden Core stage at any time. Moreover, after this battle, Li Zongbao's status in the Utopia faction would increase greatly. Compared to Li Zongbao, Qin Yuming was nothing. Li Zongbao could talk to Qin Yuming casually with a little bit of respect. However, in front of Qing Liuzi, Li Zongbao and the others did not even dare to sit. This was a cultivator at the middle stage of original infant stage. He was a grandmaster who could kill them with a raise of his hand. Even Xiaohua, facing the pressure that Qing Liuzi was vaguely releasing, felt a chill in his heart. He stood there respectfully. The thought of mocking Qing Liuzi's character had long disappeared. My little friends, you don't have to be so cautious. Qing Liuzi sat down with a smile and waved his hand. Sit down. We don't dare. Li Zongbao and the others did not dare to sit down. They said respectfully, Senior Original Infant Stage, where did we find seats for us? Senior, if you have any instructions, please instruct us. Qing Liuzi was very satisfied with Li Zongbao's respect and said with a smile, You are the heroes of this great Dao Sword War. Just now, Deacon Chen also brought you to see my Tongmu City's conference hall. Your reputation in my Tongmu City is almost on par with mine. We don't dare. Li Zongbao smiled apologetically and said, We said clearly in the conference hall just now that we are only Foundation Establishment disciples. All of our merits were obtained by standing on the shoulders of Senior. Furthermore, all of these contributions have been exchanged with your blood, Senior. We've received them for free and we're already feeling very guilty. If the other fellow Taoists were to exaggerate these contributions and exaggerate them, then it would be even more of a sin on our part. At this point, Li Zongbao's heart thumped again. He realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. Of course, Tongmu City set up a conference hall here to promote the righteousness of our Dao sect and to boost the morale of our Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the dozens of big cities in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid that not many city lords have such a view. Ha ha ha. Qing Liuzi laughed and pointed his finger at Li Zongbao. People say that Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the first person below the Golden Core stage. You are the role model for all the low-level cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. With you, Li Zongbao, the Utopia faction is really prosperous. I don't deserve such excessive praise. Li Zongbao said neither arrogantly nor humbly, I'm just walking my own path and doing my own things. Moreover, there are many handsome people in this world who are much better than me in terms of aptitude and strength. It's just that they don't show off and others can't see them. I'm just a figurehead. Compared to them, I'm nothing but mud. Li Zongbao's words came from the bottom of his heart. The gap between him and Xiaohua was indeed like that. However, Xiaohua stood beside Li Zongbao's right hand with his head lowered and was unusually respectful. How could he see the slightest clue? Aptitude is one thing, but the way you conduct yourself is another. Qing Liuzi nodded and said, Moreover, the road of cultivation is not a smooth one. All kinds of spirit stones, cultivation methods, and opportunities are indispensable. From my point of view, the latter seems to be more important than the former. Once there was an opportunity, one had to grasp it. In a cultivator's life, they would have 3 opportunities. The first time was because they were inexperienced and didn't realize it. When they thought about it in the future, they would definitely regret it. The second opportunity is a good opportunity for a cultivator to rise. However, similarly, there are many cultivators who are not prepared or avoid it and lose the opportunity to advance to the high level. As for the third time, that is the mercy of the heavenly Tao. At the end of one's life, it will give you the last opportunity. If a cultivator who has lost the first 2 opportunities can seize this last opportunity, it may not be impossible for him to turn the tables and rewrite his cultivation path. Yes, what you said is very right. Li Zongbao was a little confused. He didn't understand why Qing Liuzi, who was at the middle stage of the original infant stage, welcomed him personally. He also didn't understand why he said such words. Chapter 2979. As for the four of you, I'm sure you've already grasped the first opportunity on the path of cultivation. Now you've all reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, you've also shown your talents in this Taoist sword battle. In the future, you'll definitely have a smooth journey in your respective sections. You'll have a bright future ahead of you. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. However, in my opinion, this is not enough. You still need more help. The cultivation of a high-level cultivator was not guaranteed to be successful by just relying on a single sect. Only by gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought could he succeed. Now, because of your outstanding performance in the Taoist sword battle, the second opportunity on the path of cultivation has automatically been delivered to you. Qing Liuzi finally revealed his true purpose. For a cultivator in the intermediate stage of the original infant stage, it was indeed difficult to beat around the bush. Ah! Li Zongbao was stunned. He really didn't understand. After listening to Qing Liuzi's words, it seemed that he wanted to invite them to join Tongmu City. However, how could Tongmu City compare to the Utopia faction? Even the Imperial Thunder sect couldn't compare to it. However, looking at Qing Liuzi's serious look and the way he spoke just now, it didn't seem like he was joking. Cough, cough, senior. Li Zongbao didn't dare to let Qing Liuzi finish his words. He hurriedly smiled and said, I'm a disciple of the Utopia faction. Junior brother Xiao Maoxiao is a disciple of the Xuanyan school. Junior sister Kai Yuxia is a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Junior brother Xiao Hua is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Haha, Zongbao. Qing Liuzi naturally understood Li Zongbao's thoughts. He raised his hand and said, I understand what you mean. I've been in charge of Tongmu City for many years. Naturally, I also hope that the city can produce disciples with outstanding achievements, profound cultivation, and boundless prospects like the four of you. Moreover, I'm afraid that Yu Ming has already conveyed my intentions. I'm already very happy that you can come to my Tongmu City often. How could this old man possibly covet it? If that's the case, not to mention that the leaders of the four sects won't agree, even the other cultivation sects will come knocking on our door. Yes, Li Zongbao was even more confused. He did not understand what was going on. Actually, he didn't really want the city lord token of Tongmu City that Chen Yuming had taken out. After all, that person's hands were short and he had a soft mouth. Qing Liuzi's methods of currying favor were too powerful. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Tongmu City. Unfortunately, the city lord medallion was Qing Liuzi's face. You didn't give a nascent soul cultivator any face before leaving Tongmu City. Do you think you can leave Tongmu City calmly? That was why Li Zongbao had hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to accept it. But now, trouble had indeed arrived. Senior, please speak clearly. We truly do not understand. Li Zongbao did not look at Xiao Hua, knowing that this fellow would not speak. Instead, he looked at Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia. As expected, the two of them also had a baffled look on their faces. And this old man is about to give the four of you the answer. However, before I speak, the four of you have to swear a blood oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Qing Liuzi nodded slightly and said calmly. Huh? Li Zongbao turned pale with fright. Even Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia's faces turned pale as they panicked. Senior, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had to speak. He raised his head and said, I wonder if what Senior is talking about involves our sect? Involves the interests of our sect? He of course not. This old man is also from the Dao sect. How could I do such a thing? Qing Liuzi's tone was still calm. However, this matter is a secret and cannot be known by others. Otherwise, why would this old man come personally? All right. I swear a blood oath. When Xiao Hua heard this, he knew that the four of them were just fish on the chopping block. What choice did he have? Since it wouldn't endanger the interests of the sect and the Dao sect, what was there to be afraid of? Seeing Xiao Hua calmly swear a blood oath, Li Zongbao and the rest had no choice but to do so. Then, Qing Liuzi said, Have the four of you heard of the Immortal Alliance? Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was the first to lose his voice in shock. The city lord is from the Immortal Alliance? That's right. This old man was lucky enough to gain the favor of the Immortal Alliance's leader. He invited this old man to join the Immortal Alliance and take charge of Tongmu City at the border of Country Shi to resist the attack of the sword cultivators of Country Huan. Qing Liuzi not only did not hide it, he also said it with extreme pride. This junior has indeed heard of the Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was a little absent-minded as he said softly, The Immortal Alliance is an alliance formed by many nascent soul elders and above. It is the alliance that commands our Dao sect to resist the attack of the devil cultivators in the demon-resisting valley. Not only Li Zongbao, even Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at Qing Liuzi in shock. It was as if this kind of opportunity could not appear at this time and place. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was a little confused. Like Xiao Hua, his face was filled with confusion. Hee. Qing Liuzi laughed. Since Zongbao knows, that's for the best. This old man said that this is the greatest opportunity for our Dao sect cultivators. If we can join the Immortal Alliance, our status will be much higher. Furthermore, there are many cultivation techniques in the Immortal Alliance and they are always shared. What your sect doesn't have, the Immortal Alliance can provide. Where can you find such a good opportunity? This old man made you take the blood oath for your own good. But, faced with such temptation, Li Zongbao could not help but hesitate again. He asked, "This kind of great opportunity, this junior is naturally fearful. You can say that I dare not believe it. I only know that the people in the Immortal Alliance are all cultivators above the nascent soul stage. We have not even cultivated to the golden core stage." "You are right." Qing Liuzi nodded. The people that the Immortal Alliance recruits are all elites of the three kingdoms of cultivation. They are only nascent soul cultivators. However, the Immortal Alliance can also make an exception for the disciples with exceptional aptitudes in the three kingdoms of cultivation. The four of you are the most outstanding disciples in the Great War of Dao Sword. Your future is limitless. Especially. At this point, Qing Liuzi said earnestly, if the four of you join the Immortal Alliance, you can borrow the strength of the Immortal Alliance. It is equivalent to adding wings to a tiger. When the envoy of the Immortal Alliance came to me, I didn't believe it at all, just like you. However, it turns out that I made the right choice. I can't say too much about the benefits of joining the Immortal Alliance. After you agree, you will naturally understand. Joining the Immortal Alliance. Is there anything else we need to do? Xiao Mao was a little tempted and asked in a low voice. There is nothing to do. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. In addition to swearing allegiance to the Immortal Alliance, maybe you have to fight on behalf of the Immortal Alliance in the 1,000-year battle of the Imperial Demon Valley. I think with the cultivation of the four of you, the Immortal Alliance will definitely not send you to the Imperial Demon Valley. You can rest assured. Are there really only such conditions? Xiao Mao was almost overjoyed. He was different from the other three. Xiao Hua was already in the nascent soul stage. He could never reach the level of Xiao Hua. Hongxia Fairy had obtained the inheritance of Holy Mother Peacock and was favored by the sect leader of the Huanhua sect. As for Li Zongbao, he was one of the best in the Utopia faction. Now that he had the immortal slaying whip, his cultivation in the future was immeasurable. Only Xiao Mao himself, although he had obtained the bloodline power of God Shibai in the millions of Meng Mountains, he had to face the soul cultivators of Shibai village and his enemy in the nascent soul stage. With his background in the Xuanyan school, although he had obtained military exploits because of Xiao Hua, he could also imagine that, in the years to come, these military exploits would fade with the passage of time, and there would be people who would constantly forget his glory. In particular, if the enemy of the nascent soul stage really came to the Xuanyan school might not be a solid backing for him. The Immortal Alliance seemed to be the best choice for Xiao Mao. Whether it was for Xiao Mao's cultivation or for his revenge. Xiao Hua frowned. He had always believed that there was no such thing as a free elixir in this world, and there would never be a rejuvenation elixir falling from the sky to the head of a female cultivator. It was true that the four of them had outstanding military exploits, but compared to other people, their cultivation bases might not be much higher. What caused him to be even more unwilling was that no matter if it was cultivation techniques, spirit stones, spirit pills, or the like, Xiao Hua was self-sufficient now. The existence of the thunder-controlling sect had already caused him to be slightly uncomfortable, so wouldn't the Immortal Alliance be even more uncomfortable for him? Xiao Hua's current thoughts were to hurry back to the Imperial Thunder sect and hide in the Heavenly Thunder Valley to cultivate. If he didn't cultivate for 8 to 10 years, he definitely wouldn't come out. But if Xiao Mao agreed, should he also agree? And if there really was a problem with the Immortal Alliance, Xiao Mao was all alone, and he was also a Middle Foundation establishment disciple. What power could he have to resist? Cough cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly quivered. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Vice Alliance leader Luo. That's right, It was the Changbai sect disciple who had already died in Xiaohua's hands, Huguan and I. Xiaohua had obtained a keepsake from his storage pouch. Wasn't there a word fall with a powerful aura inside? Wasn't it the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo? When he thought of this, Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. Since Huguan and I was a member of the Immortal Alliance, then Daoist Jingxi was naturally also a member of the Immortal Alliance. Wouldn't he be tired of living if he threw himself into the hands of his enemy for no reason? Xiaohua could absolutely imagine that in front of the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo, if Daoist Jingxi wanted to take his life, Vice Alliance leader Luo wouldn't possibly stop it. Huh? Xiaohua, do you have anything to say? Qing Liuzi asked curiously. This old man knows that you were born as a loose cultivator, and it wasn't easy for you to become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, in the myriad Thunder Valley of the Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Palace, you don't seem to be welcomed. For others, this opportunity might not be much. But for you it's still precious. This old man doesn't want you to miss such a good opportunity. Chapter 2980. Senior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. We're merely Foundation establishment cultivators. You've suddenly sent such a colossus like the Immortal Alliance to us. We really feel that it's too sudden. I won't hide it from you. The cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance today are at least in the early Golden Core stage. Moreover, their aptitudes are especially outstanding. Qing Liuzi seemed to have heard the evasiveness in Xiaohua's tone and said coldly, the four of you are the first Foundation establishment cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance. Especially Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, who are only in the middle Foundation establishment stage. Just you wait, you can laugh to yourselves. Do you know why I've only come now? Why didn't you show up just now? Although you've contributed greatly to the great war of Dao and Sword, you're still far from being worthy of my personal reception. I didn't intend to meet you. However, just a moment ago, a messenger from the Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance passed by my Tongmu city. When this old man received him, he mentioned the four of you. The Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance likes talented and capable people the most. When the messenger heard about the four of you, he immediately decided to invite the four of you to join the Immortal Alliance. I was stunned for a long time at that time. If it weren't for the Immortal Alliance envoy's sincerity, I wouldn't have bothered to come here. Hearing Qing Liuzi mention the envoy of the Immortal Alliance, Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror. He wanted to ask if the envoy of the Immortal Alliance was the envoy of the Immortal Alliance vice leader Luo. However, he also knew that as long as he said that, he would definitely reveal a flaw. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out of this Jingtai pavilion today. Senior. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Junior's cultivation is the lowest among the four of us. These merit points were naturally given to me by Senior Marshal Brotherly. I don't have the aptitude that Senior mentioned, so I still want to return to the Imperial Thunder sect and improve my cultivation. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll be bold enough to meet the city lord and recommend myself to him. Even though Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia did not know the exact reason behind Xiaohua's rejection, they still bowed respectfully and said with a flattering smile, we have just returned from our training outside and do not know the current situation in the cultivation world. If Senior is willing to allow us to return to the sect and have a good rest, after some time we will give Senior an answer. How about that? As for Xiao Mao, he bit his lips and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He believed in Xiaohua's choice, but he couldn't bear to give up the strong support of the Celestial Alliance. He didn't know what to do. You don't know what's good for you. I gave you face but you don't want it. Qing Liuzi's expression changed instantly. Immediately the entire Jingtai pavilion flashed with light. A strong hurricane was generated from Qing Liuzi's body. Like a huge palm, it tore the Paulownia flowers under everyone as if they were thin paper. Xiaohua and the others couldn't stand still. They flew up and tried to balance themselves in the strong wind. Then they fell to the ground. Buzz, there was another buzzing sound as if Qing Liuzi was angry. A strong pressure came from the sky and pressed down on the four of them. With several boom 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 sounds, the four of them fell to the ground awkwardly and couldn't move at all. Damn it, as expected, even after meeting his own father, he is still a stranger. Xiaohua saw Qing Liuzi's face change like flipping a book and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How can an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator casually attack a Foundation establishment junior like this? It seems that, my words are not words? Qing Liuzi's figure stood like a pillar in the wild wind. His gloomy voice reverberated in the Jingtai pavilion. Alas, what should I do? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and didn't know what to do. He knew that he couldn't fight with Qing Liuzi in Tongmu City, because even if he used all his skills, he couldn't win against a nascent soul stage cultivator. Maybe. I can only do it temporarily. I have to pass this test first. Just as Xiaohua thought of this, Xiao Mao next to him shouted, Senior Junior is willing to join? Haha, City Lord. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about how to open his mouth, a hoarse voice came from the door of the hall. Don't be angry. These disciples are only children. They don't understand the dangers of the three kingdoms, and they don't know the benefits of the Immortal Alliance. Won't you scare them by making such a big fuss? Even if they reluctantly agree, won't they blame the Alliance Master in their hearts? Then a cultivator in camouflage walked in. When Qing Liuzi saw someone come in, his face was a little embarrassed. After all, he had already promised in front of the emissary, but he didn't expect Xiaohua and the others to be so ignorant of the situation, which made him lose face. Although Xiao Mao spoke in the end, he still couldn't keep his face. However, he still had a cold face and said indifferently, This is what I did. It has nothing to do with the Immortal Alliance. It has nothing to do with the Alliance Master. Ah, City Lord, please calm down. The messenger waved his hand and his laughter was a bit strange. My Immortal Alliance is an open and above-board place. If we want to recruit disciples, then we have to let these disciples join us willingly. If they have a trace of dissatisfaction, wouldn't it go against the original intention of the Alliance Master to establish the Immortal Alliance? Haha, the Alliance Master is a magnanimous person. I can't compare to him. Qing Liuzi waved his sleeve and the wind in the entire Jingtai pavilion was extinguished. Qing Liuzi himself also landed on the ground. Xiaohua and the others stood up from the ground in a sorry state and bowed to the envoy, greeting him. Forget it. The emissary flicked his sleeves and said, What the City Lord said just now was what I told him. Our Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master intended to do. You are all elites of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Although you are only at the Foundation Establishment realm, you are barely qualified to join our Immortal Alliance. If you are willing, I can recruit you on behalf of our Alliance Master. If you are not willing, I won't force you. You can leave immediately. Of course, you have already made a blood oath. Don't mention today's matter to others. Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at the mystery he couldn't see through and said in disbelief, May I ask the envoy, if I don't agree to join the Immortal Alliance, can I leave now? Also, if I think it through and want to join in the future. Yes, this old man's words are naturally true. The City Lord was just disappointed that you didn't live up to his expectations. He was afraid that you would lose this second chance in your life. That's why he was so angry. If you don't want to join, you can leave now. No one will stop you. The envoy said in a hoarse voice, Of course, you are the rare elites of the three kingdoms. Our Immortal Alliance is the best place for you to return. However, you can easily join the Immortal Alliance today. If you regret it in the future, haha, it won't be easy to join again. You must pass the 10 great trials of our Immortal Alliance. 10 great trials? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. Do you think that our Immortal Alliance can be joined so casually? Qing Liuzi said coldly, I really don't know what to say to you little dolls. City Lord, you don't have to say any more. The envoy said indifferently, This is their own choice. The Alliance Master has given them a chance. Everything depends on them. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, Junior, please forgive me, Lord City Lord and Lord Envoy. Junior still has to consider carefully, and when I understand, I'll come and take the 10 tests of the Immortal Alliance. As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and the others. He walked a few steps and stopped near the door. I will also consider it. Since Xiaohua moved, how could Fairy Hongxia not move? As she spoke, she also walked to Xiaohua's side. I'm also the same. Li Zongbao was a moment late and followed behind Fairy Hongxia. Qing Liuzi's face flashed with a green brilliance. Obviously he was angry. Ha! City Lord, it seems that you have lost. When the emissary saw this, he rolled his eyes and laughed heartily. I knew it. They definitely wouldn't join the Celestial Alliance so easily. People like them, if they did not go through the real trials and let others see their real strength, they would not give in so easily. Let's go, you have to be prepared for the sure Shuechuan that you lost to me. However, Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and looked at the envoy in confusion. Through the fog, he could not see the subtle expression on the envoy's face. However, he did not know why the envoy was so protective of Li Zongbao and the others. At this moment, a whistling sound came from afar. A jade slip that looked like a leaf rushed to Qing Liuzi's eyes. Behind the jade slip was an ordinary message talisman. Oh! Even Qing Liuzi was taken aback. His slightly narrowed eyes, which were already filled with anger, opened, and with a grabbing motion, the two jade slips landed in his hand. Warning Song Tao command? The envoy asked curiously, City Lord, could it be that something big has happened? Ah. Qing Liuzi checked the Song Tao command with his divine sense and the expression on his face immediately melted. It was even faster than snow under the sun. City Lord? The envoy was surprised to see that the news had greatly reduced Qing Liuzi's anger. Sky Patrol City has fallen. Shuiyu Immortal has fallen. All the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect in Mozong Mountain have been captured. Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. It was as if the captured and fallen ones were the sword cultivators of Huan country. Huh? Oh. The envoy's shocked tone could be heard clearly by Xiao Hua and the others even though it was changed by the fog. Xiao Hua's expression also changed greatly. He had a premonition that Sky Patrol City had fallen, but he did not expect that Shuiyu Immortal, the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, had fallen. This was the first nascent soul stage cultivator to fall in the Great War of Dao Sword. What he found most inconceivable was that the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect. Why were they in Sky Patrol City? And all the disciples had been captured. Chapter 2981. Xiao Hua looked at Qing Liuzi in disbelief, then at Li Zongbao and the rest. The other three were also puzzled. Suddenly Xiao Hua had a bad feeling. If not for Jiuxia's message talisman. Xiao Hua immediately connected the capture of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples with his message. Hiss, the messenger who came to his senses took a deep breath and said in disbelief, the sword cultivator actually killed the Shuiyu perfected person, how ruthless. It seems that this matter is out of the Alliance Master's expectations. And he captured two disciples at once, this battle? The Taoist sect will definitely lose this battle. Qing Liuzi looked at another message talisman as he spoke. After concluding the battle, he said to Xiao Mao and the rest, Xuanyan School has issued a sect order for all disciples to return to the Golden Goose Ridge as soon as possible. Then Qing Liuzi flew up and the ecstasy on his face disappeared. He sighed softly and said, Alas, let's not talk about these things. Messenger Zhang, let's go. I haven't lost a bet for many years. Today I really lost to these little kids. Then Qing Liuzi turned into a breeze and flew toward the door of the Jingtai Pavilion. The messenger also flew out with Qing Liuzi. Only Xiao Mao, who opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, and the three people who looked a little panicked and confused were left behind. Damn it. Xiao Hua watched the two people disappear. He really didn't know what was going on. Although he couldn't see through the fog and wasn't sure if this messenger was the one he met before the sword tomb, even if this messenger wasn't the one he met before, how could he and the others be so easily let go of by Qing Liuzi? Could it be that Qing Liuzi could earn a lot of spirit stones from the bet in Tongmu City because of the fall of the Sky Patrol City? Big brother. Xiao Mao walked over and said shamefully, Haha, you don't have to say anything. This is everyone's own choice. The most important thing now is to leave quickly. Moreover, the fall of the Sky Patrol City means that the situation in the three kingdoms of cultivation has changed. Let's hurry back to our respective sects. Xiao Hua waved his hand and didn't let him say another word. Go outside the door and take a look. Yes, I'll go now. Xiao Mao's face was full of shame and unbearable. He couldn't resist the temptation and agreed, but the messenger of the Human Immortal Alliance didn't care about him. Qing Liuzi still valued Li Zongbao and the others. If he had known this would happen, he would have endured for a while longer. If it wasn't for the shocking news of Sky Patrol City's fall and Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples being captured, he simply wouldn't know how to talk to Xiao Hua and the others. When Xiao Mao pushed open the door to take a look, he turned around and said, Big brother, there are a few servant girls here. Ask them if they can bring us to the teleportation array, Li Zongbao instructed. He said Zhao's words as they were insects, they are. Someone will take a look Zhao's chins. He's really letting us go? Fairy Hong Xia found this unbelievable as well. In fact, she was completely bewildered. Who cares? Xiao Hua waved his hand. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. It's better to leave Tongmu City as soon as possible. After a while, a few city guards came over. Li Zongbao showed the city lord's order, and the guards were terrified. They flew out of the city lord's sect with the 4 of them and went to the teleportation array. In a palace not far from the Jingtai Pavilion, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment, dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe, was accompanying Qing Liuzi. In front of them there was a 1-foot mirror that showed the image of Li Zongbao and the others. Messenger Zhang. Qing Liuzi was still puzzled. These 4 people don't know what's good for them. I personally told them that the alliance leader loves talents, but they ignored me. Besides, they are just foundation establishment disciples. What's the benefit of recruiting them? This emissary was none other than Zhang Zhihao. Haha, City Lord, you must know that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is changing. A great change is brewing in the Xiaoyu continent. Our immortal alliance has to adjust our strategy to conform to the trend of this era and change the conditions for joining the immortal alliance. Although the cultivation of these 4 people is low, they have made outstanding contributions in the Taoist sword war and have great appeal. If they can join our immortal allies, it will definitely improve our reputation and we will be able to recruit disciples with great potential. Zhang Zhihao said with a smile. Does our immortal alliance need to improve our reputation? Qing Liuzi said coldly, as far as I know, many gold core stage cultivators are trying their best to find a chance to join immortal allies. As long as you open your mouth, I can also find 40 or 400 gold core stage cultivators for you, not to mention 4. Are 400 gold core cultivators as famous as the first team in the conference hall? Are 400 gold core cultivators as terrifying as the terrifying phoenix? Are 400 gold core cultivators as mysterious as John Doe? Zhang Zhihao asked lightly. Qing Liuzi shook his head. Although Xiaohua is mysterious, but I have just tested him. He is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. He is definitely not a gold core cultivator. How can he be John Doe? Of course, this is just a rough guess. Zhang Zhihao shrugged and said with a smile, if the city lord can't see it, then I can't see it either. This is just a speculation of the Alliance Master. It is also because of the Alliance Master's love for talent. Otherwise, why would I immediately ask the city lord to take action when I heard that Xiaohua came to Tongmu City? Humph, this is also because the Alliance Master is benevolent. Qing Liuzi said coldly, if this Xiaohua had appeared in Inkshade Black Forest that day and knew about Chen Yi Zhu Qinghe and the others, how could this old man have let him walk out of Tongmu City alive? It has been decades since the incident in Ink Cloud Black Forest. Even if Xiaohua said it again, not to mention that no one would believe him, it would be useless. Besides, Xiaohua would not be stupid enough to say it. If he wanted to say it, why didn't he say it in these decades? He is also a smart person. Zhang Zhihao shook his head. Qing Liuzi was still angry. But Xiaohua obviously benefited from Ink Cloud Black Forest. Otherwise, his cultivation would not be so powerful. Besides, he took my Tongmu City's youth retaining grass. Xiaohua was able to escape from Ink Cloud Black Forest. Naturally, he has his own luck. Zhang Zhihao said faintly, as for the youth retaining grass, didn't the Alliance Master already replenish it? If the City Lord mentions this again, if the Alliance Master knows? I am just saying. Qing Liuzi said with a smile, how can I lower myself to the same level as a little kid? Well, that's the best. Zhang Zhihao nodded and said, City Lord, please find me a quiet room. I want to rest a little. Envoy this way, please. Qing Liuzi was not surprised. He knew that Zhang Zhihao was going to report to the Alliance Master. Perhaps the Alliance Master had already expected the fall of Sky Patrol City. However, the capture of the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect in Mozong Mountain was a big matter. It was enough to affect the situation of the entire Dao Sword War. Therefore, Qing Liuzi brought Zhang Zhihao to a quiet room and quietly left. Xiaohua and the others arrived at the teleportation array under the guidance of the city guard of Tongmu City. It was very easy for them to use the teleportation array of Tongmu City to leave Tongmu City. After leaving the teleportation array, they went through several short-distance teleportations and arrived in the wilderness. There were no more city guards of Tongmu City. Xiaohua really believed that Qing Liuzi, who was notoriously difficult to deal with, had really let them go. Damn it, this guy. Xiaohua retracted his divine sense and could not help but curse. I think I am a miser. However, compared to him, I am really insignificant. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and said, fortunately, Senior Brother Li revealed the matter of Sky Patrol City as soon as he arrived in Tongmu City yesterday. That guy got a lot of benefits. Otherwise, I am afraid it would have been difficult for us to get out of Tongmu City. That is one thing. Li Zongbao said faintly. That Immortal Alliance's envoy looks very good. Jackals of the same tribe. Xiaohua naturally could not say it out loud. He could only vaguely comment. Actually, I am also extremely puzzled. Fairy Hongxia said with a bitter smile. This Immortal Alliance is really the best place for every nascent soul cultivator. When I was young, I would occasionally hear the clan leader talk about some secrets. In my heart, I also yearned for this Immortal Alliance. But today I suddenly had such an opportunity. I feel like I am in a dream. I can't believe it. Then she looked at Xiao Mao and said, not to mention Xiao Mao, if Xiao Lang did not reject, I would have agreed without hesitation. But Xiao Lang, why did you not agree? Fairy Hongxia was very puzzled. This may be inconceivable to others, but for you, it is absolutely suitable. Yes, whether it was Xiaohua's cultivation or Xiaohua's desire to find himself, relying on the Immortal Alliance would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It was definitely like what Qing Liuzi said. It was definitely 100 times better than Xiaohua's situation in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. If Qing Liuzi said this after knowing that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect had fallen into the Sky Patrol City, I would naturally agree. But at that time I did not know that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were in the Sky Patrol City. Now, it is too late for me to regret it. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Fairy Hongxia was also enlightened. She almost covered her mouth with her hand and said in surprise, Xiao Lang's messaging charm. That's right. Li Zongbao said lightly, I am afraid that what junior sister Hongxia said is true. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect staying in the Sky Patrol City may be closely related to junior brother Zhao's messaging charm. Big brother? Xiao Mao, who was next to him, said anxiously, actually the messenger of the Alliance leader also said that just now. If we regret it, we can go back at any time. Xiaohua said with a smile, if we regret it just now and go back now, how embarrassing would it be for you? If they sincerely invite us, it will be normal in a few years. Now that the Swordsmanship war, the situation is unknown, it is not good to make early plans. Chapter 2982. But isn't it because of this confusing situation that the Immortal Alliance came to us? Xiao Mao was unconvinced. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao and said, I'm afraid the defeat of the Dao sect is a foregone conclusion. Although I don't know how the Sword Cultivators can defend Sky Patrol City. But the Sword Cultivators killed the Sky Patrol City governor, they must have a way to defend Sky Patrol City. It's a good thing for us to join the Immortal Alliance, but our cultivation is weak. We can only be juniors in the Immortal Alliance. Rather than that, we might as well stay in our own sects and join the Immortal Alliance when we have some achievements. Passing the 10 tests of the Immortal Alliance is very important for cultivators. Only then can we be recognized by the other cultivators in the Immortal Alliance. You don't want to be looked down upon by others when you join the Immortal Alliance, do you? Junior brother Xiao, Fairy Hongxia laughed and said, the Immortal Alliance is where the nascent soul grandmasters gather. If we go, we can only carry their shoes. What's the point of going? Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao knew he could not win against them, so he nodded. How far is it from here to the next teleportation portal? Xiaohua asked Fairy Hongxia as they flew. We still have 5 days. Fairy Hongxia looked into the distance and thought for a while before replying. Fairy Hongxia frowned and said, however, that teleportation portal doesn't lead to Xuanyan sect. From what I know, the teleportation portal to Xuanyan sect should be somewhere else. Does junior brother Xiao know? Of course I know. Xiao Mao nodded. I'll follow big brother and senior sister to Luyang. There's also a teleportation portal to Golden Goose Ridge. There's no need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Xuanyan sect has already issued a gathering order. As a disciple of Xuanyan sect, you should hurry back to Golden Goose Ridge. Imperial Thunder sect, Huanhua sect and Utopia sect will also issue a gathering order soon. We don't dare to delay. Once we reach Luyang, we'll have to return to our respective sections. If that's the case. Xiao Mao hesitated and said, then I'll return to Golden Goose Ridge now? To be honest, Xiao Mao liked the feeling of harmony when he followed Xiaohua and the rest to train in Huan Country and Million Mountains. He was reluctant to leave. Go. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out a jade slip before he said, This contains some secret techniques for cultivation and some of Big Brother's comprehensions towards the broken golden arrow. I was too busy earlier and didn't have the time to give it to you. Now I'll give it to you. All right. Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua weren't polite at all. They reached out to catch it and nodded. Little brother will return to the Gold Goose Mountain range. After the battle, little brother will go to the Imperial Thunder sect to pay a visit to Big Brother. And with eldest senior brother Li's token, it will be easy for us to meet. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but eldest senior brother Li is still far away. With the teleportation formation it's not that far. Li Zongbao also gave Xiao Mao a rare look and exhorted, junior brother Zhao's cultivation level is the lowest, so you still have to cultivate more. Although the power of the bloodline is good, it is still far inferior to our Dao sect's cultivation path. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao bit his lips. His eyes were a little moist. He bowed and said, I hope that senior brother Li's wishes will come true. I'm leaving now. And let's go. Not to mention Xiao Hua, who had the deepest feelings for Xiao Mao, even Fairy Hongxia was a little reluctant to part with him. However, everyone waved their hands. They knew that it was only a matter of time before they parted ways with Xiao Mao. After Xiao Mao flew away, Xiao Hua didn't say much. He lowered his head and flew straight ahead with Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. After flying for half a day, Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Xiao Hua, do you think Xiao Mao will return to Tongmu City to look for the Immortal Alliance's envoy? Xiao Hua had something on his mind and didn't pay attention to how Fairy Hongxia addressed him. When he raised his head and saw Fairy Hongxia's curious expression, he shook his head and said, So what if he goes? So what if he doesn't go? I just want to ask. Fairy Hongxia said, I feel that he is very interested in joining the Immortal Alliance. Of course everyone knows this. Xiao Hua said indifferently, in Jingtai Pavilion, he already promised Qing Liuzi. You female cultivators are just curious. Xiao Mao is also a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Whether he joins the Immortal Alliance or not is his own business. Although we can care about him, we can't control him. Meh. Female cultivators? Fairy Hongxia's mouth curled up as if she was mocking him. How many good junior sisters do you actually have? Sigh. Xiao Hua heard this and couldn't help but feel irritated. However, looking at Fairy Hongxia's expression, he suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and explained, My wife, that Huang Mingxiang was indeed only at Tianmen Mountain. After that, he only helped them to repair the array. You know, the Huang family is really pitiful. Oh? He actually helped them to repair the array? Was he together with Huang Mingxiang? Fairy Hongxia frowned and asked again. This is bad. Xiao Hua complained bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he was talking to Fairy Hongxia, he did not mention anything about repairing the array. But now he had no choice but to answer honestly, yes, but that was the Huang family's own array jade slip, and they even took the jade essence and the simple method of making jade talismans as a reward. That's when your husband learned how to make jade talismans. They actually gave him the array jade slip and the method of making jade talismans. Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with mockery. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain treats you as one of their own, right? Not really, it's just a transaction. Xiao Hua explained. You really have nothing to do with this Huang Mingxiang? Fairy Hongxia asked. Xiao Hua was helpless. Shui was also at Tianmen Mountain that day. We were training together. What can I have to do with Huang Mingxiang? Oh, so there's a younger sister Shui. Fairy Hongxia sneered. This time there's no younger sister Shui in Million Mountain. There's only I. Perhaps when you explain Ziming and Jiuxia to younger sister Shui, you'll also explain it this way, right? Xiao Hua was speechless. He really didn't expect female cultivators to be so troublesome and picky. He clearly had nothing to do with Ziming and Huang Mingxiang, but in Fairy Hongxia's eyes, it became a problem. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but when the words reached his mouth, he really didn't know how to refute. It seemed that he had some inexplicable entanglements with these female cultivators. Although he didn't have such intimate contact with Fairy Hongxia, their relationship was far beyond that of ordinary female cultivators, and even beyond the boundary of ordinary fellow Taoists. Especially Jiuxia. Her incomparable appearance didn't fade because of time, and even became clearer. What made Xiao Hua a little scared was that he actually missed Jiuxia a little. Sai, if you're serious with female cultivators, then you'll really be the first to fail. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked at Li Zongbao, who was silently flying forward with his head lowered. He thought of a sentence that cultivators often said, and he muttered in his heart. He secretly envied Li Zongbao because he didn't have Kai Zhuoxia's nagging and nitpicking. Oh, how can I think like that? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was immediately alarmed. Li Zongbao has wasted his youth because of Kai Zhuoxia's life and death. I'm guarding a living wife, what else am I thinking? No, I have to quickly divert my wife's attention. Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his head and looked in a different direction from where the three of them were flying. He said curiously, this is... Without waiting for Fairy Hongxia to say anything, he hurriedly said to Li Zongbao, Senior Brother Li, bring Fairy Hongxia to the teleportation array first. What's wrong? Fairy Hongxia seemed to have seen through Xiaohua's trick and said sarcastically, Could it be that there's another good junior sister like you? Good junior sister? Li Zongbao naturally didn't hear their voice transmission and asked curiously. At the same time, his divine sense swept towards the direction Xiaohua was looking at. There's a fight over there. That fellow Taoist seems to be very familiar with it. Xiaohua hurriedly flew into the air and left his voice to Li Zongbao. The situation is critical, I have to go. Xiaohua, come back. Fairy Hongxia shouted angrily, I'll go with you too. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure had already turned into the wind and flew away quickly. Fairy Hongxia's divine sense locked onto Xiaohua, but in just a moment, Xiaohua's figure disappeared. She couldn't find any trace of him. Fairy Hongxia then fiercely looked in that direction and released her divine sense to the limit. Unfortunately, it was as she thought. She didn't see anything. Fairy Hongxia stomped her feet in the air, fuming. Li Zongbao released his divine sense for a few miles. Seeing this, he understood that even if he expanded his divine sense by 10 times, he still wouldn't be able to find the fight that Xiaohua was talking about. Hence, he tactfully retracted his divine sense and looked at Fairy Hongxia. He said in a deep voice, Junior sister, Xiaohua is a good person. He has a good heart and a high cultivation. Don't force him too close. You female cultivators don't understand the heart of a male cultivator. A male cultivator doesn't need to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but a little flirtatious relationship. Not everyone can reject it. I remember Zi Ming once said in the Back Earth Stronghold that if a needle is pointed at an awl, there will always be someone who gets hurt. If you take a step back, you'll be able to see the world. I'm worried that Xiaohua won't be able to find the teleportation array's location. Fairy Hongxia's face turned red as she stomped her feet. She knew that Li Zongbao was a man of few words. If it wasn't for the conflict between him and Xiaohua, he definitely wouldn't have said so much. But after a while, Fairy Hongxia asked curiously, Senior brother, then what about you? Do you also have so many good junior sisters? Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. The white hair on his head fluttered in the wind. I can have many good junior sisters, but there's only one true love in my heart. As expected, a 3-legged toad is easy to find, but a male cultivator without a good junior sister is hard to find. Fairy Hongxia pouted and looked in the direction that Xiaohua flew in with disdain. She shook her head slightly. Chapter 2983. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia flew towards the transmission array. Behind them, Xiao Mao, who had been flying for a long time with his head lowered, finally stopped in midair. He seemed to have made a decision. Looking in the direction of Li Zongbao and the others, he clenched his teeth and turned to fly away. As for Xiaohua, in order to get rid of Fairy Hongxia's divine sense, he actually used the devil sex concealment technique to fly 100 miles away. Only then did he reveal himself in midair. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Damn it, what the hell is this? Xiaohua muttered to himself, the dual cultivation ceremony hasn't even been held yet, and you're already watching me so closely. If we really dual cultivate in the future, wouldn't you be nagging me every day? Thinking of a fly? This Xiao wants to be with you all the time, accompanying you as you wander about the Dawn Rain continent, but this Xiao doesn't want this kind of suspicious life. I haven't even said a word to the female cultivator, and you can already imagine the consequences of this sentence, as well as the possible situation between me and this female cultivator. This kind of extraordinary imagination really makes me convinced. It's fine if you think about it, but you can't blame this Xiao for something that hasn't happened yet. I'm so outstanding. If I don't have a few good junior sisters, if I don't have a few female cultivators, can I still be considered a male cultivator? Xiaohua was somewhat disdainful, Qian Diheng once said that the dual cultivation ceremony is the tomb of sweet feelings. It seems like he was right. Damn it, luckily I didn't mention Sun Shu's matter, otherwise I don't know how my wife would slander me. Thinking about this, Xiaohua looked left and right at this unfamiliar place. He released his divine sense and easily found Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia's figures. He also activated his flying technique and slowly followed beside them. His mind entered the space again. Everything in the space was normal. His primordial spirit was improving rapidly and could now refine low-level pills. As for Little Black, who Xiaohua was concerned about, it was still lying on the ground, sleeping like Little Yellow. Xiaohua had already looked at Little Black several times. Sometimes he almost suspected that this was done by the Huda village's elder Wu on purpose. Did he not want him to know the secret of the Huda village? What a gluttonous and sleepy couple. Xiaohua looked at Little Yellow and Little Black, and he couldn't help but feel a kind of affection in his heart, as if he had already felt it before. Looking at Jianghu again, she was still the same. Her eyes were still slowly moving, but she had not woken up. It's not appropriate to place the three-legged golden crow's soul here. Xiaohua inadvertently saw the soul essence of the three-legged golden crow. When Little Yellow and Little Black wake up, they might just swallow it in one bite. But where should I put it? Xiaohua had no idea what to do. What is the use of the three-legged golden crow's soul essence? Xiaohua hadn't thought about this problem for a long time. Now he was taking advantage of his rare leisure time to think about it. Unfortunately, Xiaohua couldn't think of anything even after thinking for half a day. It seemed that he wasn't particularly proficient in crafting soul armaments. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua sighed as he recalled the pressure he felt when facing Qing Liuzi, a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. If he hadn't been practicing the soul technique given to him by the Huda Stockade's elder Wu, he would have been forced to reveal his gold core stage cultivation. Facing a middle-stage nascent soul stage expert, there aren't many methods that I can use. Spiritual fire is one, and so is the soul execution light. I just don't know, how can I refine the soul execution light again? Xiaohua casually flew as he thought, last time when I used the soul execution light, it was blocked by the 5-star planet disk. I couldn't use it. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a big laugh, this young master is somewhat conforming to the rules. The soul execution light can be refined according to the method given by second senior brother, and it can be completed step by step. But right now, I don't have any suitable materials in my hands. Why can't I refine a heaven-leveling staff like how other soul cultivators refine the heaven-raising staff? Haha, that day when the three-legged golden crow's soul essence appeared, it immediately froze my primordial spirit. Why can't I refine the three-legged golden crow's soul essence into the soul execution light? Since it's an object of 10,000 spirits, it naturally has a primordial spirit. The three-legged golden crow's soul essence can capture primordial spirits and imprison primordial spirits. Wouldn't it combine with the killing intent of the soul execution light? Now that he had an idea, Xiaohua couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. Not only was he thinking about how to refine the executioner's primal light, but he also took out the bone and jade slip to study how to refine the executioner's primal light in hopes of finding a way to refine it. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. Just as Xiaohua was slowly flying over, his Buddhist sense swept out from time to time, paying attention to the distance between him and Fairy Hongxia and the others. Just as Xiaohua was flying over a barren forest, he suddenly came to a halt and looked in a direction to his right with great astonishment. Damn it, when did I have the ability to make prophecies come true? Just now I was just trying to trick my wife. Who knew that there would really be people fighting here? Good heavens, and one of them is a golden core. Xiaohua looked in the direction of Fairy Hongxia and the others, then swept out with his Buddhist sense again. He was a little hesitant, but just as he was hesitating, Xiaohua's face changed and he coldly said, "Humph, this cultivator in the mystic cloak is too sinister. He actually set up a formation here. Oh, that's not right. This mystic cloak cultivator should be a golden core middle stage cultivator. He hid his cultivation level because he wanted to kill this golden core early stage female cultivator without leaving any traces. This kind of bullying of the weak by the strong, there must be something fishy about it. How can I not care?" After saying that, Xiaohua's figure turned into a gust of wind again and flew quickly. In the direction that Xiaohua was flying about 100 kilometers away, there was a female cultivator wearing a pure white robe. Her body was flickering with a faint brilliance. She was curled up on a rock. On her wrinkled face, there was a centipede-like scar that ran from the left side of her face to the right side. It looked very terrifying. At this time, the face of this old golden core early-stage female cultivator was abnormally pale. There was a pool of blood on her chest that dyed her Taoist robe red. There was also a large bloodstain below her waist. Although the bleeding had stopped, the blood still slowly dripped onto the gray ground. The female cultivator's eyes were filled with hatred. She stared straight at the cultivator holding a light green box in his hand and said angrily, "Bitch, is it you? I didn't think you would actually use his jade slip to deceive me. You really want to take my life? Ehe, now that things have come to this, can't you see? Didn't I want your life?" The voice of the Miao cultivator was distorted. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Bitch, since you have already decided to kill me, why don't you dare to show your true face to me?" The female cultivator said angrily, "Or do you not dare to face me? Do you not dare to face the kindness of my Sun family?" "Sun Qian." The voice said coldly, "Everything in the past is already in the past. I have already repaid the kindness of your Sun family. I don't want to face you now because I don't want you to be sad before you die." "When did you repay my Sun family's kindness to you? Can you repay it?" Sun Qian was lying on the ground. Her injuries were so serious that she could hardly get up. However, she still roared like a lioness. "For that magic treasure, Lu Mingxing of the Dragon Gate Mountain killed 460 members of your Sun family. Who took revenge for this? Didn't I ask the city lord of Tongmu City to kill the late Golden Core stage Lu Mingxing? If not for me, when would your Sun family be able to take revenge?" The Miao cultivator said flatly. "Is this what you mean by repaying the kindness of my Sun family?" Sun Qian was angry again. "Who saved you from the world of ice and snow? Who raised you since you were young? Is this kindness something you can easily repay? That person originally had feelings for me, but you just had to snatch it from me. Father grounded me for 10 years because of this. Is this something you can easily repay? You found your own backer and immediately broke away from my Sun family. You never returned to my Sun family. Father and mother even often asked me to inquire about you. Is this kind of old debt something you can easily repay? When I came to Tongmu City to inquire about you, in order to prevent that person from taking a fancy to me, you actually ruthlessly disfigured my face, making me too ashamed to see that person again. Is this kind of old debt something you can easily repay? Since you have already given yourself to the city lord of Tongmu City, why are you still thinking about that person in your heart? Today you actually used that person's jade slip to deceive me. Is this kind of new debt something you can easily repay?" Seeing Sun Qian hysterically shouting, the Miao cultivator quietly listened. When Sun Qian finished speaking, the cultivator pointed his finger at the green box. A ball of emerald green light flew out from the box like the rising sun. Strands of green vines grew from the brilliance and swayed in the air. The cultivator said indifferently, "Sun Qian, there is nothing in this world that cannot be repaid. Whether it is new hatred or old hatred, as long as I drop this magic treasure, all the grievances you have in this life will turn into nothing. What's the use of saying so much?" Sigh, seeing the powerful might of the green light, Sun Qian knew that even if she was not injured, she would definitely not be this person's opponent. Not to mention this person was vicious and merciless. He had already set up a magic array and pretended to fight to the death with her while luring her into an ambush. "Little sister since things have come to this, big sister will not say anything more." Sun Qian sighed and said, "Big sister just wants to ask you, is he well?" "He is very well. You don't have to worry about him." The cultivator said indifferently, "Didn't you see that jade slip? If he didn't give it to me that day, how could I have broken through to the gold core realm so easily? Now you can give up. There is only me in his heart, never you." Even when he knew that I was in a situation, he still gave me the enlightenment of the gold core. It can be seen that he is dead set on me. You have already been defeated by me. Chapter 2984. He has always been noble and his heart is higher than the heavens. How could he be interested in a withered flower like you? Alas, it seems that I was also blind. The scar on my face is not undeserved at all. Although the cultivator heard Sun Qian calling her a withered flower, she was still not angry. She looked at the ball of light in the air and said, "Sister, you should go. Your character is really not suitable for this Dawn Rain continent. You trust others too easily. You are not Chini. Chen Yi has never called me sister since she was young. Sun Qian suddenly shouted with a look of unwillingness. What's the difference between being and not being? The cultivator pointed her finger and the green ball of light turned into a stream of light and was about to smash towards Sun Qian. It's really lively, ah. I really don't know who this Chen Yi is if she is not Chen Yi. A slightly excited voice suddenly sounded in the air. Xiaohua didn't even bother to conceal himself as he appeared in the air. Ah? The cultivator was very surprised to see Xiaohua appear. Sun Qian looked up and saw Xiaohua's face and hurriedly shouted, Xiaohua, quickly run. You are not her opponent. Quickly return to Imperial Thunder Sect and tell him what you saw. Let Zhen Qing take revenge for me. Who are you? How do you know my name is Xiaohua? You and Martial Uncle Zhen Qing are old friends? Xiaohua was in a hurry and obviously did not hear what Sun Qian said earlier. Idiot. Why are you asking so much? Quickly run. Sun Qian did not answer a single question and only supported half of her body and angrily cursed. Go die. The cultivator did not care about Sun Qian anymore. She pointed her finger at the green ball of light. The ball of light turned and rushed towards Xiaohua. Moreover, hundreds of green threads came out of the ball of light. Once these threads came out, they immediately absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi and turned into the size of a thumb. From all directions they moved towards Xiaohua with a sharp whistling sound. Xiaohua sneered. He slapped his hand and several thumb-sized jade pieces flew out. At the same time, his figure retreated like the wind. Rumble, just as the green thread expanded again and was about to pierce through the jade pieces and pierce towards Xiaohua, the jade pieces suddenly transformed into a huge fireball and exploded. The powerful impact and the fierce fire immediately pounced on the green light and green net. What kind of fireball charm is this? The cultivator was shocked, but the fire was very fierce. In just a moment the green light was completely swallowed up. I didn't expect you to have some skills. I underestimated you. While speaking, the Mi-Wei cultivator once again made a grabbing motion with his hand. That green box suddenly exploded, and completely green light rushed out like fireflies, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Xiaohua. In the blink of an eye, all the green lights expanded, and each green light grew huge tentacles just like the previous green light. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was dyed green. Rumble, sure enough, another wave of fireballs was born. Unfortunately, no matter how many fireballs there were, they could not compare to the green light. All the outer layers of the fireballs were covered by the green light. Very quickly the fireballs also disappeared. I want to see how many of these top-quality fireball charms you have? And the cultivator sneered, but suddenly found that Xiaohua had disappeared from the green light. I naturally don't have too many fireball charms, but those are enough. Just as the cultivator released his divine sense to investigate, Xiaohua's figure rushed out from the place where Sun Qian was lying down. Oh, the 5 elements escape technique? You are actually still in contact with Sun Qian? The cultivator was slightly surprised. He pointed his finger again and thousands of green shadows rushed towards Xiaohua. However, this time the green shadows also covered Sun Qian. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and the sword gourd flew out of the space. He pointed his finger, and with 2 whooshing sounds 2 green and red spirit execution light flew out of the sword gourd towards the neck of the cultivator who was hiding in the Mi-Wei. Ouch! The golden core cultivator was extremely sensitive to the extraordinariness of the spirit execution light. He hurriedly grabbed with his hand, and the green box suddenly flew into his hand. A cluster of green light rushed out like a fountain, and blocked the spirit execution light. Kacha, with a crisp sound, not only was the green light broken by the spirit execution light, but the green box was also shattered by the spirit execution light. Oh no! The Mi-Wei cultivator was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly moved his body, and a string of afterimages flashed in midair. Unfortunately, no matter how the cultivator escaped, the spirit execution light still went straight for his neck, and now it was only a few feet. Rise, the cultivator hurriedly slapped his forehead again, and a green light was spat out from his mouth. At the same time, a pressure close to that of a golden core late-stage soared into the sky, and rolled towards Xiaohua. That oppressive might far surpassed the misty green brilliance, and instantly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered and also slapped his head. The pressure close to that of a nascent soul early stage swept out like a waterfall, and immediately blocked the pressure of the Mi-Wei cultivator. An indescribable impact force rushed out from the point of contact between the two pressures, and suddenly a powerful hurricane was formed. You are really nameless? The Mi-Wei cultivator almost turned pale with fright, and cried out involuntarily. Oh, who are you? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, and understood that he must be familiar with this Mi-Wei cultivator. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's pressure was only formed by the sun-shrouding art. It was already good that he could resist the pressure of a golden core late-stage cultivator. If he wanted to attack, he couldn't counter this Mi-Wei cultivator. Therefore, he could only watch as the green light rushed out of the sky, and turned into an oval mirror. The pillar-like green light shot out from the mirror, and directly rushed towards the spirit execution light. Clear. Clear sky mirror? Seeing the mirror fly out of the Mi-Wei cultivator's confusion, and the green light immediately stopped the spirit execution light, Xiao Hua couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The mysterious Mi-Wei cultivator also felt relieved when he saw that the clear sky mirror could stop the spirit execution light. He glanced at Sun Qian, who was also shocked, and sensed Xiao Hua's nascent soul stage pressure. After a little calculation, his body moved quickly and he was about to fly away. You think you can escape with the clear sky mirror? Xiao Hua was shocked and he opened his mouth. Buzz. A huge roar sounded, and the seal of turning the sea, which he hadn't used for a long time, rushed out. At this time the seal of turning the sea was more freely in Xiao Hua's hand, and in a moment, it became several tens of feet large and like a small mountain, it smashed towards the Mi-Wei cultivator. The seal of turning the sea, whether it was the power or the weight, was really huge. The Mi-Wei cultivator's fleeing figure was already under the control of the seal of turning the sea, and the huge force pressed down on the cultivator, causing his body to distort. Go! The cultivator had no choice but to point his finger, and a huge pillar of green light rushed out from the clear sky mirror, directly blocking the seal of turning the sea. Buzz! Buzz! The seal of turning the sea made a noise, and the light pillar was greatly suppressed, causing the entire clear sky mirror to shake slightly. A mouthful of blood essence was spat out from the cultivator's mouth, and it landed on the clear sky mirror. The clear sky mirror let out a sorrowful cry, and its brilliance increased greatly, instantly covering the seal of turning the sea. Buzz! Buzz! The seal of turning the sea shook violently, and it actually started to shrink as if it was going to fall into the clear sky mirror. Damn it, Xiao Hua muttered and his eyes turned. At this time, the Mi-Wei cultivator screamed, and his hands involuntarily covered his head. It was Xiao Hua's soul thorn technique. Taking advantage of this moment, the seal of turning the sea expanded again, and it pressed down on the clear sky mirror by a few feet. Roar! The Mi-Wei cultivator roared, and he forcefully endured the severe pain in his divine sense. He really wanted to spit out his essence again, but at this time the green and red spirit-slaying vital light flashed at him at the same time, and it landed on his neck. The cultivator was immediately scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly activated the protective golden light around his body, trying to pull himself up and make a last-ditch struggle. Unfortunately, just as the golden light flashed, it was immediately cut apart by the spirit-slaying vital light like silk. Puff! The Mi-Wei cultivator was torn apart, and his head flew out, and blood spurted high into the sky. Qin Yuming, seeing the head in the air, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. This Mi-Wei cultivator, this middle gold core cultivator who was chasing after Sun Qian, was actually Qin Yuming, the deacon of Twilight Tong City's conference hall. Damn it, I've completely offended that bastard Qing Liuzi. Xiao Hua looked at the mess on the ground and smiled bitterly. He had been thinking for a long time, but he couldn't imagine that this person was actually Qing Liuzi's confidant. But soon after, Xiao Hua also sneered. The number of nascent soul cultivators I've offended seems to be increasing. This one won't make a difference. Besides, who would know that I killed Qin Yuming? Thinking, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a wisp of Samadhi true fire appeared, and in a moment, Qin Yuming's corpse was burned into nothingness. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and Qin Yuming's storage pouch, the formation disc and other items that were used to set up the formation, the fragments of the green box, and the clear sky mirror all fell into his hands. Xiao Hua didn't even look at them before putting them into the space, and then his gaze fell on Sun Qian. When Sun Qian saw that Xiao Hua actually killed Qin Yuming so quickly and inconceivably, she was already shocked to death. But when Xiao Hua destroyed the corpse, she patted her hand and took out a jade bottle from her storage pouch, poured out 2 scarlet spirit pills and slowly swallowed them. In a moment, a trace of red appeared on Sun Qian's face. Senior, are you Sun Qian? Xiaohua looked at this female cultivator and said somewhat cautiously, "Senior, are you acquainted with Chen Yi and my thunder-controlling sex martial uncle Zhen Qing? Also, the flower burial manor's beauty-retaining grass was done by you?" Xiaohua had long heard Chen Yi mention Sun Qian in the flower burial manor. He thought that Sun Qian was a young and beautiful cultivator like Chen Yi, but he didn't expect that she was actually an old woman with a scar on her face. But when Sun Qian mentioned Zhen Qing, Xiaohua had no choice but to treat her with respect. As for why he didn't ask who the Mi Wei cultivator was and wanted to kill him, naturally it was the same. Chapter 2985. Sun Qian was even more surprised to see Xiaohua being so respectful and calling her senior. After all, Xiaohua's cultivation was much higher than hers. Of course, she quickly understood in her heart that the root cause of this was Zhen Qing. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me fellow Taoist." Sun Qian struggled to get up. "Although Zhen Qing and I are old friends, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it." Then Sun Qian looked around and said, "The grudge between Chen Yi and I is also from a long time ago. Fellow Taoist, you don't need to know about it. As for what happened in Burial Flower Manor, it was naturally my doing. I wished I could pull out her tendons and skin her alive. Destroying a few youth-retaining herbs is nothing. That day when you entered Burial Flower Manor, I was waiting for an opportunity and went in with you. Therefore, I knew you were Xiaohua. Well, I thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving my life. It's a pity that I can't repay you. Moreover, I have other things to do. Goodbye." After saying that, Sun Qian bowed and was about to leave with her flying technique. "Ach, senior, don't worry." Seeing Sun Qian leaving in such a hurry, Xiaohua was anxious and shouted, "If you leave, what will I do?" What will you do?" Sun Qian was also surprised. "I'm leaving by myself." "What does that have to do with you?" Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "Senior, your injuries don't seem to be so simple. I have some healing pills here. Moreover, with Senior's injuries, if he were to encounter Chen Yi, who has a heart as vicious as a scorpion, if he were to leave by himself, I'm afraid he would only die. Since she was able to send Chen Yuming over, who knows if she has other backup plans. Why don't you follow me and wait until your injuries are healed? You can go to the Imperial Thunder Sect or anywhere else. Won't I be relieved? Won't I be able to answer to Martial Uncle Zhen Qing?" Zhen Qing was very good to Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua let go of such an opportunity to repay Zhen Qing? Sun Qian hesitated slightly and nodded. "I can go with you, but don't tell Zhen Qing about me." "Ah? What?" Xiaohua was surprised. Sun Qian stubbornly raised her head and said indifferently, "If fellow cultivator Xiao doesn't agree, I will leave immediately." "All right." Although Xiaohua didn't understand the relationship between Zhen Qing, Chen Yi, and Sun Qian, Xiaohua understood a lot from Sun Qian's stubbornness, Chen Yi's viciousness, and the indecisiveness in Zhen Qing's flute. However, when Xiaohua released his Buddhist consciousness again, where was Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask awkwardly, "Senior, do you know where the nearest transmission array is?" Sun Qian didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't give her the pills and instead asked about the teleportation formation. She looked around and casually pointed to 3 places, saying, "One of them leads to Twilight Tong City. I don't think fellow Taoist Xiao will walk right into a trap, right? Which of the 2 directions do you want to go, fellow Taoist?" Seeing that one of the directions Sun Qian was pointing at was similar to the direction of Fairy Hongxia, Xiaohua happily scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "It's there." Then he grabbed Sun Qian out of thin air and flew towards that direction. Although Sun Qian was injured, she was still a Jindan stage cultivator after all. Xiaohua's grab made her look like a child, and Sun Qian didn't seem to have any strength to resist. This caused Sun Qian to be shocked again. However, Sun Qian immediately felt relieved. With the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator and the strength to easily kill a golden core cultivator, if Xiaohua wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, who else could he be? However, while Sun Qian was relieved, she was puzzled again. After all, when Xiaohua rushed into the Burial Flower Manor, Sun Qian was secretly watching from the side. Xiaohua really had the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. How long had it been? Could it be that Xiaohua had already concealed his cultivation? Sun Qian naturally had this thought. However, the moment this thought appeared, Sun Qian immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're flying towards this direction." Xiaohua was extremely embarrassed as he replied, "Thank you, senior." The Xiao Oh, I see it, it's here. Xiao Hua's flying speed increased. It was exactly where Sun Qian was pointing. Sun Qian naturally released her divine sense. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. Oh, by the way, Senior, please help me conceal my cultivation. Before nameless identity is exposed, don't tell others. Xiao Hua seemed to be indifferent, but there was an unquestionable meaning in his tone. I understand. Although Sun Qian was stubborn, she still understood this kind of thing and agreed without hesitation. From afar, Xiao Hua began to use his divine sense to harass Fairy Hongxia. You seem to be in the right. Fairy Hongxia seemed to be in a fit of pique and did not release her divine sense. Only when they were close enough did Xiao Hua helplessly shout, Senior brotherly junior sister Hongxia, quickly come over and take out your pills. This senior son is injured. Ah, there's really a fight? Fairy Hongxia was also surprised. She released her divine sense and saw that beside Xiao Hua was a female cultivator. Her expression changed instantly. Of course, after a moment she saw Sun Qian's appearance again. Fairy Hongxia's face was slightly hot. She quickly went forward and took out the medicine that Xiao Hua gave her. Senior, it's not that I don't want to give you elixirs. It's that I don't have any in my storage bag. Xiao Hua only had eyes for others. His excellent character was immediately exposed. Thank you, junior niece. Facing Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao, Sun Qian's tense heart finally relaxed. She nodded with a smile and took the elixirs without hesitation. Then Sun Qian changed into a Taoist robe with Fairy Hongxia and followed Xiao Hua and the rest. Although Xiao Hua's elixirs were miraculous, Qin Yuming wanted Sun Qian's life after all. If Sun Qian wanted to recover, it would take a period of time. With Xiao Hua and the rest accompanying her, Sun Qian didn't have to worry. Although Fairy Hongxia didn't ask much, Xiao Hua couldn't not report. He explained the cause of the matter in detail. Of course, Sun Qian also listened at the side. Xiao Hua thought that Sun Qian would definitely say something. She might even reveal the grudge between the three of them. Now that Qin Yi's viciousness had been exposed, Zhen Qing's choice would naturally be biased towards Sun Qian. If he could accomplish this, he would be repaying Zhen Qing, who knew that Sun Qian didn't say a word. No matter how Xiao Hua tried to beat around the bush, Fairy Hongxia would agree. Helpless, Xiao Hua could only shut his mouth and extinguish this thought. After a few days, Xiao Hua's elixirs were effective. Sun Qian's injuries had healed and the teleportation array was in sight. Sun Qian immediately stopped flying and bowed. Fellow cultivator Xiao, thank you for saving my life. Now, I have to go somewhere and can't travel with the three of you. Goodbye. That. Xiao Hua wanted to say something but hesitated. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, please be careful. That's right. Senior, there are some elixirs. Take them, they will be useful in the future. Fairy Hongxia was careful. Without waiting for Sun Qian to fly away, she immediately took out a jade bottle and handed it to Sun Qian. Sun Qian didn't want to accept it, but the effect of the elixir was really good. It was indeed very useful to her. Thus, Sun Qian hesitated. Senior, Martial Uncle Zhen Qing has helped me before. This is Junior's filial piety. Please accept it. Xiao Hua was afraid that Sun Qian wouldn't accept it. Who knew that once Zhen Qing was mentioned, Sun Qian's expression changed. She said indifferently, I don't have any entanglements with Zhen Qing. Fellow cultivator Xiao, you misunderstood. After saying that, she flew away without looking back, leaving a lonely figure in everyone's eyes. You talk too much. Fairy Hongxia glared at Xiao Hua and hurriedly flew over. Unfortunately, she was only a foundation establishment cultivator. How could she catch up with Sun Qian? Luckily, everyone was heading towards the teleportation formation. There was no need to worry about any mishaps. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He knew that he had underestimated Sun Qian's stubbornness. He looked at Li Zongbao and didn't say anything. The two of them slowly flew behind. After half a day they saw a beautiful town. Fairy Hongxia was standing in the air outside the town. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia's unhappy face and knew that the result was not good. He asked softly. I did catch up with her. I caught up with her when Senior Sun stepped into the teleportation formation. Fairy Hongxia sighed and said, It's a pity that Senior Sun didn't even talk to me. It was as if she didn't know me. She didn't even accept the elixir. This old lady is too. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Humph, that's called unforgettable love. Fairy Hongxia snorted and said, Unlike some people who have who knows how many good junior sisters. Bad girl, Xiao Hua complained in his heart. He rolled his eyes and pretended to be mysterious. I'm afraid that's not all. I didn't dare to tell you guys earlier. I reckon that senior son, that Chen-Yi, and martial uncle Jen-Qing have a story. Who is Chen-Yi? Fairy Hongxia immediately became spirited. What story do the three of them have? The senior son. Although she has a scar on her face, she looks elegant. She must have been a beauty when she was young. Chen-Yi. Xiaohua was a little troubled. He didn't know how to explain it. After thinking for a while, he gave a rough explanation. Although Xiaohua's oral ability was not as good as Li Zongbao's, his story was more bizarre. It even involved the story of the youthful grass and Sun Qian and Chen-Yi. Fairy Hongxia was fascinated by it. Li Zongbao also finally knew the origin of Xiaohua's revitalizing elixir. At the same time, he naturally understood how dangerous the four of them had been in Tongmu City. But it was also because of this that Li Zongbao was even more puzzled. If Chen-Yi was in Tongmu City, there was no reason for her to let Xiaohua go. Even if Xiaohua was the hero of the battle. But if Chen-Yi wasn't in Tongmu City, why would Chen Yiming ambush Sun Qian? However, at this time, they were only a short distance away from the Kai family of Luyang. How could Li Zongbao's heart contain anything else? He was just thinking about it in his heart. No matter how dangerous it was all Xiaohua's fault. Li Zongbao was a disciple of the Utopia faction. Even if Qing Liuzi was given a lot of courage, he would never dare to touch Li Zongbao at this time. Chapter 2986. However, Fairy Hongxia was not Li Zongbao. She still wanted to ask about Chen-Yi and Sun Qian as well as Jen-Qing. However, Xiaohua really did not know. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Actually, there's no need to ask about the truth of the story. Chen-Yi won't mention it and Sun Qian won't talk about it either. The only one who can talk about it is martial uncle Jen-Qing. Will he talk about it? It's useless to pursue this now. Look at Chen-Yi's viciousness and scheming, as well as senior son's stubbornness. Sigh, any male cultivator would not have a good ending. If there's a chance, we can ask martial uncle Jen-Qing's opinion. It's best if we can play matchmaker. Xiaohua's words sounded simple, but this was a dispute between Golden Core cultivators. What could a few Foundation Establishment cultivators do? Actually, I think the biggest reason is senior son's face. Fairy Hongxia said worriedly. No one is willing to show their ugliest part to the person they love the most. Chen-Yi is in charge of Burial Flower Manor. She has some elders who know poison. Senior son's face must be related to Chen-Yi. Xiaohua nodded. If we don't heal the scar on his face, it won't be appropriate to give senior son the rejuvenation pill. We'll have to rely on you. Fairy Hongxia glared at Xiaohua. Didn't you say you can do anything except give birth? Yes, junior sister, I'll do whatever you ask. Xiaohua sighed. His efforts were not in vain. However, he felt that his words were wrong. He had no reason to ask for a junior sister. Fortunately, Fairy Hongxia rolled her eyes and did not argue with him. The three of them descended from the sky and entered the teleportation array. After exiting Rain Town's teleportation array, they were supposed to fly southwest. Xiaohua was no longer an Qi refinement disciple. It would only take a few days for him to accompany Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao to Yang Cauldron Mountain. However, the closer they got to Luyang, the more anxious Fairy Hongxia became. Even Li Zongbao, who was usually calm and steady, had a slight blush on his face. Let's take the flying boat. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao. The flying boat was in Li Zongbao's storage bag. Take us and fly back. Unexpectedly, Fairy Hongxia said resolutely, although the flowing cloud flying ship is fast, it can't compare to your lightning evasion. Alright. Xiaohua didn't dare to decline and he said in a low voice, Senior apprentice brother Li, don't use the slightest bit of magic power. Little brother will carry you and fly. Yes. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaohua reached out with his left hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's wrist out of thin air, while his right hand gently wrapped around Fairy Hongxia's slender waist. With a rumbling sound of thunder, the three of them instantly turned into streaks of lightning and shot up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In less than 2 days he saw a towering mountain in the distant forest. There was a huge cauldron at the top of the mountain. It was the Yang Cauldron Mountain that Xiaohua had seen when he first came to Luyang. A slightly complicated expression appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. Yes, it had only been a few decades. The little itinerant cultivator from back then had now become a golden core cultivator. The feeling of uneasiness and the inability to see the future had now been replaced by complacency. Back then he didn't know what the outcome would be when he entered Luyang, but when he entered, he had a beauty in his arms. However, looking at the Yang Cauldron Mountain, it was still the same. At the foot of the mountain, the river that wasn't considered wide still flowed slowly, like a never-ending melody. What had changed were people, things, experiences, and attitudes. Are the fake mountains and stone sculptures in the small town still the same? Xiaohua's figure swept across the river and he couldn't help but think, is that blind old man still well? At that moment Xiaohua suddenly turned around. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia said anxiously, the Kai family is on the other side of the river, not in town. I know. Xiaohua said indifferently, however, I think there's something more important that needs to be done. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She really didn't know what was more important than Kai Zhuoxia's life at that moment. When Xiaohua flew to a corner of the small town, he released Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao, and landed in the middle of the pile of stone sculptures. After a few decades, the group of stone sculptures had been damaged. The previously lifelike child had long lost his limbs, and the old cow that had lowered its head to plow the fields was gone. Only a large portion of its body remained, and there was a lot of bird droppings on it. Although Fairy Hongxia was born and grew up in Luyang, she didn't know anything about the stone sculptures. The first time I came to Luyang town, I saw a blind old man here. Xiaohua calmly recounted the situation that day. He was just a mortal and he was blind. Yet he was able to focus on carving for 20 years. He used the unique scenery to decorate Luyang, and used the beautiful scenery to repay the people who helped him. 20 years, almost 30% of his life, he had been doing this seemingly boring thing. He didn't know how great the effects of his carving would be, nor did he know how long his works would last. Yet he did it. Only when he did it, would his legacy remain in this world, and only then would others be able to see his existence. Now the stone sculptures are already damaged. Perhaps it won't be long before they are cleaned up. Now, not many people will remember the old man who lowered his head to chisel the stones decades ago. When the stone sculptures are gone, even fewer people will know. But this person, he really did exist. This matter, he really did try his best in the past. The beauty of Luyang, it really did exist. The life and death of a person are coincidental, but also inevitable. Even if a mortal only lives for 50 to 60 years, even if a Mahayana cultivator lives for tens of thousands of years, as long as they live, they work hard, they do something, they will leave a deep mark in this world. Humans may not remember, but heaven and earth will remember, and so will the heavenly Tao. Sometimes life and death aren't scary. What's scary is being mediocre. Xiaohua looked at the traces left behind by the vicissitudes of time on this stone sculpture and spoke with deep emotions. When Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia heard this, their hearts were moved. For Xiaohua to be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage in such a heaven-defying manner, there was indeed something special about him. The two of them were completely convinced. Junior brother's words are extremely true. I am indeed somewhat superficial. Li Zongbao took a deep breath. Zhuoxia's life and death isn't important. What's important is the unforgettable memory of her. Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua was relieved. After all, Li Zongbao had placed too much hope in Kai Zhuoxia's life. He really didn't dare to guarantee that his strange willow branch would be able to keep Kai Zhuoxia alive. If he wasn't facing a living Kai Zhuoxia but a skeleton, Xiaohua didn't know if Li Zongbao, who cultivated the parting emotions treasure mirror and whose mind was injured by the immortal slaying whip, could remain calm. Phew, Fairy Hongxia also let out a long breath and nodded. Darling Xiao, I was too anxious. Then let's go now. Xiaohua glanced at the broken stone sculptures again. With a flick of his sleeves, his body floated up again. A chant similar to Sanskrit came from Xiaohua's mouth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, all living things must return to their origin. This stone sculpture has already completed its mission. If it's still here, it will become a tragic scene. Why don't you go too? As Xiaohua's voice fell, all the stone sculptures slowly stirred up fine dust in the wind. Not long after, they completely disappeared between heaven and earth. The people were gone, the objects were gone too. Their memories would naturally be gone too. Fairy Hongxia adjusted her mood and didn't even release her divine sense. She brought Xiaohua and slowly flew to the other side of the river. Just like before, many of the secular people in Luyang town stopped in their tracks and respectfully bowed to the three of them. Some of the elders who knew Fairy Hongxia even knelt on the ground. One could see the prestige of the Kai family in Luoyang. In just a moment they had crossed the river. Xiaohua looked at the continuous manor in the distance, and the majestic archway and vermilion door. It was obviously more imposing than before. He couldn't help but smile. The Kai family of Luoyang is no longer what it used to be. Fairy Hongxia's face also revealed a faint smile. She said cheerfully, "Darling Xiao, you must be joking. I haven't been back for a long time." Darling Xiao has contributed greatly to the Kai family's current development. Immediately after, Fairy Hongxia tidied her Taoist robe and said politely, "Senior brother, this way please." "All right." Li Zongbao nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia was performing the etiquette of a host. "I remember that the doors of your Kai family have always been tightly shut. It seems that only the doors of nobility and the doors of life and death can open. Why are they open today?" Just as Fairy Hongxia was being polite to Li Zongbao, Xiaohua's sharp eyes saw the vermilion door slowly opening. "Don't listen to that Kai Mingsong's nonsense." Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, "Our Kai family of Luoyang is just a cultivation family. Why do we have so many rules? When I left Luoyang to join the Huanhua sect, I had already asked my father to abolish this rule. The Kai family of Qingyang really can't control our Kai family of Luoyang." Immediately after, Fairy Hongxia looked at the people who were walking out of the door. She smiled and said, "Perhaps there are some important guests who are here today? It doesn't matter who comes as long as it's not a matter of life and death." Xiaohua smiled. "Don't jinx it." Fairy Hongxia glared at him. "Don't blame me for not letting you enter the manor if you continue." I wouldn't dare." Xiaohua shrunk his neck and stole a glance at Li Zongbao. It was a pity that Xiaohua's advice was wasted. Li Zongbao was in the middle of the situation. Although he knew that he shouldn't be so worried and that he would get the results in a moment, his eyes were still looking into the distance, somewhat absent-minded. Forget it, humans aren't saints. If all the male cultivators in the world were as infatuated as Li Zongbao, the female cultivators wouldn't be sad. Xiaohua sighed and didn't say anything more. Since Xiaohua and the rest had already seen the Kai family's door open, the people walking out of the door naturally saw the three people in midair. A few not-so-strong foundation establishment divine senses swept over. Chapter 2987. Naturally, those divine thoughts only scanned Xiaohua and Li Zongbao for a moment before landing on Fairy Hongxia. In a moment, 3 to 5 cultivators hurriedly flew out from the gate and rushed towards the three of them. Xiaohua could see clearly that the person in front of him was Kai Haisong. Although they hadn't seen each other for decades, Kai Haisong's hair had turned white and he was covered in wrinkles. However, his tall, thin figure, square face and bright eyes were exactly the same as when Xiaohua first met him. In fact, his tightly shut lips were even more majestic than before. However, at this moment, Kai Haisong's tightly shut lips were trembling. His bright eyes were flashing with surprise and love. The several people near him were also in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Although they were also old, Xiaohua could still recognize them. They were none other than Kai Haisong's several clan brothers, Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong and Kai Hisong. When Fairy Hongxia saw that her father was coming, she was overjoyed. She ignored Xiaohua and hurriedly flew down. Unfortunately, before Fairy Hongxia could call out father, Kai Haisong suddenly stood in midair. Kai Shansong and the rest also stood respectfully. The four of them bowed together and said, "Master of the Kai family of Luoyang Kai Haisong, and his clan relatives Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hisong, greet Fairy Hongxia of the Huanhua sect." Fairy Hongxia was stunned. Then her face showed bitterness. She hurriedly stopped. This was the etiquette of the Huanhua sect. It was the face of the Huanhua sect. She didn't dare to avoid it and accepted the bow firmly. Then she returned the bow and said, "Master of the Kai family, please rise." Then Fairy Hongxia pointed at Li Zongbao and Xiaohua who were flying over and said calmly, "This is Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect and Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, Master of the Kai family of Luoyang Kai Haisong, and his clan relatives Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hisong, greet Senior Brother Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect and Senior Brother Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect." Kai Haisong and the rest did not dare to tarry as they hurriedly bowed again. Furthermore, unlike the way they treated Fairy Hongxia, they even added the words, "Senior Brother." As a disciple of the Huanhua sect, Fairy Hongxia was naturally afraid that there would be a difference in etiquette when she returned to the Kai family sect in Luoyang. However, Li Zongbao and Xiaohua were a little different. When the two of them heard Kai Haisong address him as senior brother, their faces were already filled with fear. They looked at each other and hurriedly extended their hands, saying anxiously, "Senior Kai, please don't stand on ceremony." As they spoke, the two of them were about to activate their Fa Li. However, as soon as they released their Fa Li, they immediately felt that it was inappropriate and simultaneously withdrew their Fa Li. However, the two of them immediately returned the greeting, not daring to accept it like Fairy Hongxia. Senior Kai Haisong and the others were bewildered. They looked at Li Zongbao, then at Xiaohua, and finally at Fairy Hongxia. At this moment, Xiaohua looked like he was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. However, he had previously visited the Kai family sect in Luoyang when he was around Qi refining stage level 4. He could be considered an old acquaintance of the Kai family. It was barely acceptable for him to call him senior. However, Li Zongbao was now in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, Li Zongbao's name was like the sun in the sky in the 3 cultivation countries. Everyone knew that he was the strongest person below the golden core stage. How could he call him senior? However, when Kai Haisong saw the slight blush on Fairy Hongxia's face, he could not help but laugh. He looked left and right at the few disciples of the sect. His eyes were filled with realization. Head of the Kai family, let us descend and speak. Fairy Hongxia was naturally a little shy. However, she still spoke in a proper manner. Yes, please. A smile appeared on Kai Haisong's wrinkled face as he respectfully stepped aside. Fairy Hongxia's face was also formal as she raised her hand and said, "Senior brother Li, junior brother Xiao, please." All right. Xiaohua was clearly impatient with this kind of etiquette. He glanced at Li Zongbao and descended from the sky. Li Zongbao did not mind and also landed on the ground. On the other hand, Kai Haisong and the rest were a little surprised. Fairy Hongxia could be considered as half a host. Naturally, she would invite Li Zongbao and Xiaohua to go first. However, Li Zongbao's cultivation level was higher than Xiaohua's, so Li Zongbao should be the one to land first. Furthermore, Li Zongbao was the leader of the first group in the conference hall. If he did not go first, who would? However, Kai Haisong immediately understood. When Xiaohua came to the Kai family sect decades ago, he was originally a rogue cultivator. He probably did not know about this kind of etiquette. Looking at Li Zongbao's magnanimous appearance, Kai Haisong's eyes almost narrowed. When the group of people landed, the Kai family disciples standing by the vermilion door bowed and greeted them respectfully. However, there were 2 early foundation establishment disciples in front of the group. They looked to be middle-aged, but their facial features were very similar to Kai Haisong and the rest. Xiaohua looked at the disciples in front of him who were around the 10th level of Qi refining and sighed in his heart. A few decades ago when he first came to the Kai family sect, most of the disciples he received were at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refining. In just a few decades, the Kai family's cultivation level had increased by more than a level. In fact, other than the family head and the rest who had already built their foundation, even the second-generation disciples had built their foundation. Yingjun Hongsheng, the two of you have cultivated well. Fairy Hongxia looked at the 2 disciples who were much older than her and said with a smile, "Many thanks for elder sister's praise." The 2 disciples respectfully replied, "Our Kai family is proud of elder sister. We follow elder sister's example and cultivate diligently. Our cultivation level is nothing in front of elder sister. And it has been hard on you." Fairy Hongxia felt a little bitter in her heart. She knew that the 2 of them were able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in the Kai family sect. If they were in a cultivation sect, their future would be bright. However, the 2 of them stayed in Luoyang for the sake of the Kai family sect's future. These 2 would definitely be the candidates for the position of family head in the future. Elder sister and the rest have worked harder than us. The 2 of them smiled and said, "Our Kai family sect still needs the support of elder sister and the rest. And elder sister understands." Fairy Hongxia nodded. Then Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and said, "You all can rise. The matter between the Huanhua sect and the Kai family sect is over. Now it's time to pay respects." "Hongxia, you can't." Kai Haisong hurriedly stopped her. "Did you get the Huanhua sect's permission to return to the Kai family sect? You have to show us the Huanhua sect's token first." At this point, Fairy Hongxia couldn't care less. Looking at Kai Haisong's bitter face for the sake of the Kai family sect's prosperity, she knelt on the ground and said sadly, "Father, this boy is unfilial. He hasn't returned for so many years. You've worked hard." Hongxia, Kai Haisong couldn't help but feel sad. Tears flowed down his face as he went forward to support his daughter. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia was also crying, he used his rough hand to wipe away the tears on her delicate face and said, "Hurry and get up. You're already so old. You'll be a joke to outsiders." "It's all right, father. We're not outsiders," Fairy Hongxia whispered shyly. "And father knows." Kai Haisong looked at Li Zongbao with great satisfaction and said, "You're not young anymore. Furthermore, you're not a disciple of our Kai family sect. These matters aren't something that father can handle. Everything depends on your sect. However, father is very satisfied. After the great battle of Dao Sword, father has been inquiring about the battle. Yuan. Fellow Taoist Li and fellow Taoist Zhao's deeds, we've heard it word by word. We've heard it more than once. You've really given the Kai family sect face." Kai Haisong then turned to Li Zongbao and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, in the future, father?" Fairy Hongxia's face turned red as she said shyly, "It's not senior brother Li, ah?" Kai Haisong and the others were stunned and immediately felt slightly disappointed in their hearts. However, after a moment, Kai Haisong smiled again and looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'll leave the future matters to you." How could Xiao Hua not see Kai Haisong's disappointment? However, if he asked himself honestly, Xiao Hua's current performance was indeed far inferior to Li Zongbao, whether it was in terms of cultivation or so-called family power. However, Xiao Hua could see the sincerity in Kai Haisong's smile. It came from the bottom of his heart. Although Kai Haisong's last words weren't many, they were heavy. They were the expectations of a loving father for his daughter's future happiness. "This junior will." Xiao Hua bowed respectfully. Although this wasn't considered a dual cultivation ceremony, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. "Get up." Kai Haisong smiled through his tears and extended his right hand to lift Xiao Hua up. However, he was satisfied. Kai Shansong and the rest, as well as Kai Yingjun and the other juniors, weren't too happy. The difference between Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua was obvious. Moreover, Li Zongbao's name was too famous now. Although Fairy Hongxia, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua followed closely behind, they were still far away. These people were complaining that Fairy Hongxia didn't look for Li Zongbao, but went to look for Xiao Hua instead. In fact, when Kai Haisong lifted Xiao Hua up with his right hand, he looked at Li Zongbao with some regret. He was still a little puzzled as to why Li Zongbao addressed him as senior. Xiao Hua stood up respectfully, but Fairy Hongxia didn't. Instead, she clapped her hands and took out a jade box from her storage bag. She raised it above her head and said, "Father, this is your daughter's gift to you. Please accept it." Looking at Fairy Hongxia's respect and the jade box, Kai Haisong's heart was already full. He said lovingly, "You child, you've left enough things for the Kai family of Luyang. These things are all for cultivation. You can use them as much as you want. Father doesn't lack anything. Father, this thing has nothing to do with cultivation. It's your daughter's filial piety. Take a look first." Fairy Hongxia said coquettishly. Although Fairy Hongxia wasn't young anymore, her appearance was still the same. Looking at her, Kai Haisong felt that she was still the child he used to love. He couldn't help but smile and said, "I know. Father, take a look." When Kai Haisong opened it, he was stunned. It was just an ugly elixir. He really couldn't tell what kind of elixir it was. However, he still happily said, "Good child, father will accept this item. Get up." Chapter 2988. Hee daddy, you don't even know what this is. At this moment, Fairy Hongxia stood up and laughed. "As long as it's from you, father will like it no matter what it is." Kai Haisong seemed to be afraid that Fairy Hongxia would be sad and hurriedly kept it. "This is a rejuvenation pill." Fairy Hongxia's expression was indifferent. She looked at Kai Shansong and company and said, "Father, you have given your all for the Kai family of Luyang and have worked hard for your entire life. Your daughter would like to thank you for everything you have done for the Kai family of Luyang. Also, I've only received one rejuvenation pill this time. However, I promise uncles that I'll send the other rejuvenation pills to Luyang in half a year's time." Rejuvenation pill. After the Great War of the Sword Path, the name of Sky Patrol City became famous again in the three kingdoms of cultivation. The rejuvenation pill's name was more suitable than the ageless pill, making it one of the most coveted pills for female cultivators. Although Kai Hai Song and the rest were not very interested in restoring their youth, they knew the name of this pill. Not only was Kai Hai Song shocked, but all the disciples of the Kai family were shocked. They might not know the effects of the rejuvenation pill, but they knew the price of the rejuvenation pill. It was definitely not something the Kai family of Luoyang could afford. Hearing that it was such a precious elixir, Kai Hai Song did not hesitate. He quickly reached into his clothes and took out the jade box. He handed it to Fairy Hongxia and said, "Father, why are you taking this elixir? Or are you?" However, when Kai Hai Song's gaze fell on Fairy Hongxia's youthful face, he immediately came to a realization. He shook his head with a smile and turned to pass it to Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's face was even younger than Fairy Hongxia's, Shansong. Finally, Kai Hai Song looked at Kai Shansong behind him and handed the jade box over. He said, "Big brother is old, so it's useless to take this. You've contributed a lot to the Kai family, so I'll give this to you." A look of surprise flashed across Kai Shansong's face, but he shook his head and said, "Big brother, this rejuvenation pill is a gift from Fairy Hongxia. It has nothing to do with us. If I want it, it must be given to me by Jun." "That's right, big brother." Kai Fengsong smiled and said, "Fairy Hongxia said that we'll have it within half a year's time. You should take it first. Let us see the effects of this legendary rejuvenation pill." "Yes, father. You don't have to be so polite. Boy here guarantees to uncle as well as Jun and Hongxing that after half a year, there will definitely be a rejuvenation pill for them." Fairy Hongxia said word by word, glancing at Xiaohua beside her. "That's right, Senior Kai. Since Senior Sister has already said so, you can rest assured." Xiaohua hurriedly moved forward and said, "If Senior Sister doesn't have the time to come back, it's the same for Junior to make a trip." "All right." Kai Hai Song thought for a moment and smiled. "Then this old man will also keep it and consume it together after half a year." Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia and Xiaohua's hearts thumped at the same time. Almost at the same time they said, "Don't." Hongxia Fairy looked at Xiaohua and said, "Father, you should take it when we are at home. Let your daughter see what you were like when you were young." "Alas, it's a pity that your mother died early." Kai Hai Song sighed. "Oh yes." Hongxia Fairy was stunned. She looked at her uncles and said, "Auntie and the others will also get it. Niece, let's think of a way together." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wanted to send a voice transmission, but he didn't dare to disturb Hongxia Fairy's mood. This rejuvenation pill was indeed excellent, but if there were really too many of them, wouldn't Luoyang's Kai family become the target of public criticism? How could a small cultivation family withstand the covetous eyes of a golden core female cultivator? Fortunately, Kai Fengsong said in time, "Hongxia, although you have military merits and the Huanhua sect will reward you with these, you don't have to be too embarrassed. Uncle and the others don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly stretched out his hand and took out a storage pouch from his bosom. He respectfully handed it to Kai Hai Song and said, "Senior Kai, this is a small token of appreciation from Junior and Senior Li Zongbao. Please accept it." These things were already prepared by Xiaohua on the way here. It was just that he didn't tell Fairy Hongxia about it. When Fairy Hongxia saw that Xiaohua was being polite, she was also very happy in her heart. Her previous grudge had dissipated by quite a bit. "Hee Xiaohua, the last time you came to my Kai family you brought a lot of good things. My Kai family benefited a lot because of this. I've always wanted to thank you. Now that I'm here again, there's no need to be so courteous." Kai Hai Song said and looked at Li Zongbao. "Fellow cultivator Li is an outstanding disciple of the Utopia faction. It's good that you're here in Luoyang. There's no need to be courteous." Li Zongbao knew that these were Xiaohua's things. However, he wouldn't be courteous to Xiaohua. His face was a little red as he bowed. "It's my duty, it's my duty." Li Zongbao didn't know how to speak before Hongxia Fairy explained his situation to Kai Hai Song. Moreover, he was a man of few words. "Father?" Hongxia Fairy knew that this matter needed to be reported to Kai Hai Song alone. She whispered, "Boy, there's something." Kai Hai Song handed the storage bag to Kai Shansong and said, "Wait a moment. You came back at the wrong time, ah?" At this moment, Kai Shansong exclaimed from the side. Not only did it cause Kai Hai Song to frown, but everyone's gaze also fell on him before he could finish his sentence. However, Kai Shansong didn't care about the gazes of others. He handed the storage bag to Kai Haisong and stuttered, "Big brother, you take a look." Hong Xia Fairy didn't think it was strange. She looked at Xiaohua. Her reproachful eyes clearly said, "At least you know your place." Hee hee. Xiaohua was about to smile in return when Hong Xia Fairy glared at him and looked at the storage bag in Kai Haisong's hand. Ah. Sure enough, even though Kai Haisong was mentally prepared, he could see the items in the storage bag. There were a lot of spirit stones, flying swords, magical weapons, and especially many jade slips. Although Kai Haisong didn't look at the jade slips, he knew that they must be secret skills. Nephew Xiao. This is too precious. Kai Haisong wanted to return the storage bag to Xiaohua, but he was reluctant. The items in the storage bag were not comparable to the rejuvenation elixir. They were exactly what the Kai family needed to carry forward their development. As a cultivation clan, Luyang's Kai family cannot compare to Qingyang's Kai family. Not only are their descendants' bloodlines not pure, they are also lacking in cultivation methods and secret techniques. If they are compared to cultivation sects, they are also lacking in magic tools and spirit stones. Although Xiaohua's storage pouch cannot instantly raise Luyang's Kai family to the level of a cultivation sect, it will not be difficult for it to surpass Qingyang's Kai family. It's okay, Senior Kai. The items in the storage bag belong to me and Senior Li. They have nothing to do with the Utopia faction or the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua smiled. And these items? I'm just replicating them. You don't have to take it to heart. Even if they're replicating, this gift is too much. Kai Haisong sighed and bowed again to thank Li Zongbao. Thank you for your generous gift. Kai Haisong naturally gave most of the storage bag to Li Zongbao. It's my duty, it's my duty. Li Zongbao returned the bow awkwardly. At this moment, two divine thoughts swept over from afar. They scanned the crowd unscrupulously. Then, one divine thought locked onto Li Zongbao while the other stayed on Xiaohua. Fairy Hong Xia frowned slightly. Kai Haisong smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Hong Xia, today is the day that the head of the Kai family of Qingyang Kai Yang and the great elder Kai Hongfeng are coming to Luyang. They just sent a message amulet. Father brought the disciples out to welcome them. Who knew that they would bump into you on your way home? You're no longer a disciple of the Kai family of Luyang. You just have to watch from the side." "Yes, I understand." Fairy Hong Xia looked at Kai Haisong and knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. However, since Kai Haisong did not want to talk about it and time was of the essence, Fairy Hong Xia did not ask too much. "Disciples, get ready to welcome the head of the Kai family of Qingyang." Kai Haisong carefully kept the storage bag and waved his hand as he said loudly, "Yes, we understand." The disciples' morale was high and their voices soared into the sky. The Kai family of Qingyang has always sent housekeepers and even deacons to Luyang. The most solemn one was when the great elder brought Kai Yuxia to seek revenge for Kai Zhuoxia. This time, even the head of the family came personally. It seems like this is not a small matter. Fairy Hong Xia looked at the two figures that gradually appeared and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Not long after, two sage-like cultivators appeared in front of everyone. The one in front of them had a rectangular face, a pair of slender eyes, and two white eyebrows that slanted deep into his temples. Although there were many wrinkles on his face, they were not too dense, and his ruddy face carried an arrogant expression. This person's appearance was somewhat similar. He was the head of the Kai family of Qingyang Kai Yang, a cultivator who had just stepped into the late foundation establishment stage. Only the cultivator behind Kai Yang was clearly recognized by Xiaohua. It was the great elder of the Kai family of Qingyang Kai Hongfeng, who had hunted him down here decades ago. The divine sense that had locked onto him was also his. However, at this time, Kai Hongfeng was no longer the early foundation establishment stage cultivator of the past. His cultivation had also reached the middle foundation establishment stage. Moreover, when he saw Kai Hongfeng's mouth moving slightly and the way Kai Yang looked at him was different. There was some hatred in his eyes. Xiaohua understood that he had been remembered by the head of the Kai family of Qingyang. Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng descended from the sky. Kai Haisong led a group of Luyang's Kai family disciples to greet them. Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng calmly accepted everyone's greetings, then raised their hands and said, "All of you rise." Then Kai Yang ignored Kai Haisong and the others and turned to salute Li Zongbao. The head of the Kai family of Qingyang Kai Yang greets fellow Taoist Li Zongbao. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Li for leading the first team of the Tao sect's meeting hall to obtain outstanding military merits in the Great Tao Sword Battle. Chapter 2989. Yes. Li Zongbao was respectful to Kai Hai Song, but not to Kai Yang. He returned the greeting casually. The war is over. My achievements are history. There's no need to mention it again. I admire fellow Cultivator Li for treating fame and fortune as fleeting clouds. Possible. I wonder if I could invite fellow Cultivator Li to the Qin Kai family as a guest? The thousands of disciples of the Qin Kai family admire fellow Cultivator Li very much. Kai Yang didn't seem to find Li Zongbao's attitude inappropriate and asked politely. I came here with junior sister Hongxiao for some business. I'll return to the Utopia faction when I'm done. Li Zongbao was a little impatient, but he didn't want to cause trouble for Kai Hai Song. He said evasively, if there's an opportunity in the future, it won't be too late for me to go. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't refuse immediately, which was different from the rumors, Kai Yang was very happy. He hurriedly took out a message charm and handed it to Li Zongbao. He smiled and said, if fellow Cultivator Li comes to visit, please send a message to me as soon as possible. The disciples of the Qin Kai family welcome you. Yes. Li Zongbao's face was calm. Although there was anxiety in his eyes, he still reached out to take it. Fellow Cultivator Xiao, Kai Hongfeng said coldly without waiting for Kai Yang to speak. This is the second time we've met. Yes. Xiao Hua looked up and down at Kai Hongfeng. He didn't seem to have any intention of fighting, so he nodded calmly. I didn't expect that a little level 4 Qi refining cultivator would become a foundation establishment cultivator who dominated the Taoist sword war. Kai Hongfeng continued, however, how are you going to explain the fact that fellow Taoist Xiao killed Kai Yingxia, a disciple of my Kai family? How will I explain it? Xiao Hua smiled, I've already told you about this matter several decades ago. Could it be that great elder Kai has already forgotten? Haha, of course I remember it. Kai Hongfeng laughed. But this is the life of a direct disciple of the Kai family. I don't know if fellow cultivator Xiao will give us an explanation now? Hongfeng, Kai Yang scolded him as expected. Why do you keep harping on what happened in the past and refuse to let go? Who was fellow cultivator Xiao before? Who is fellow Taoist Xiao now? In the past, fellow Taoist Xiao was just a rogue cultivator. But now, fellow Taoist Xiao is not only an elite disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but also a member of the first team in the Tao sect's discussion hall. He is a person with outstanding military exploits and is not far from being able to command the entire Shi country. How could he not give the Kai family an explanation? Even if he doesn't give us an explanation, won't the Imperial Thunder sect give us an explanation? Won't the leader of the first squad give us an explanation? Li Zongbao stared blankly. He didn't know that Xiao Hua actually had a grudge with Qin Yang's Kai family. However, he looked at Xiao Hua and then at Kai Yang. He said indifferently, this is junior brother Zhao's own matter. It has nothing to do with my discussion hall's first team. If you have anything to say, just tell him directly. I won't interfere. Hearing this, Kai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as if he didn't quite understand. He was obviously giving Li Zongbao face. Li Zongbao only needed to say one word, no, just half a word, and he would definitely accept it. But he didn't think. Haha. Xiao Hua also chuckled. Kai family head, I'm sure you've heard the great elder's report on what happened that day. The truth of the matter is right there, but this Xiao is not willing to talk about it. If Kai family head wants to seek justice for Kai Yingxia, then I will accept it. At this time, not only does it have nothing to do with the discussion hall's first team, it also has nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder sect. There, Kai Yang laughed. He could only reply, no matter what the matter is and no matter how great the impact fellow Taoist Xiao has caused, fellow Taoist Xiao is after all a great hero of the Shi country. How can this old man make a move? Today, in front of fellow Taoist Li of the Utopia sect, this old man will make a decision. The previous matter will be overturned. If fellow Taoist Xiao accompanies fellow Taoist Li to my Qin Yang's Kai family, my Kai family will still treat you as a distinguished guest. Thank you so much, Kai family head. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, he didn't want to be at odds with the Qin Yang's Kai family and make things difficult for Kai Hai Song, so he bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Kai Yang didn't return the bow, but accepted it directly. He really regarded Xiao Hua as a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Then he turned to Fairy Hongxia with a solemn face and raised his hand. This old man greets Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly bowed and returned the bow. She smiled and said, "Family head, you don't have to be so polite. The fairy's order was just a joke. Family head is a senior, how can you address me in such a manner? If you were still a disciple of the Kai family, this old man would definitely call you Fairy Hongxia, and definitely not say a word more," Kai Yang said lightly. "However, you are now a disciple of the Huanhua sect, and also a member of the discussion hall's first team in the Great Battle of Dao Sword. Your name is now known all over the world. As the family head of the Kai family, this old man has to address you as Fairy Hongxia. Senior, you think too highly of this junior." Fairy Hongxia frowned slightly but still nodded. "Fairy Hongxia is from the Kai family. Now that you are a disciple of the Huanhua sect, you have achieved great military exploits. While the Huanhua sect is proud of you, you have also brought glory to the Kai family. You have set an excellent example for the disciples of the Kai family. It is enough for the cultivators of the three kingdoms to see the prestige of the Kai family. This is excellent. Even if this old man, even the previous generations of family heads of the Kai family, would not be able to achieve such a feat. Not only the Kai family of Luyang, but also the Kai family of Qingyang. All the disciples of the Kai family will be proud of you. This junior wouldn't dare," Fairy Hongxia said softly. However, as expected, Kai Yang changed the topic and said, "You are now a disciple of the Huanhua sect. You must remember your status. Although you have military exploits, but you must not be arrogant and cannot be complacent. Fellow Taoist Li said it very well just now. Military exploits represent the past, and have become fleeting clouds. You must not sleep on your military exploits." Yes, this junior understands. Fairy Hongxia's frown deepened, but she still replied. "However, the war is not over yet. Why did you suddenly return to Luyang? Did you come back on the orders of the Huanhua sect to visit your family?" As he spoke, Kai Yang's gaze swept to his left, but he did not see the token of the Huanhua sect. Now is the time of war. Would the Huanhua sect allow you to return to Luyang? This junior was out training and happened to pass by Luyang. I thought that I had not seen my family for a long time, so I came back to take a look. Fairy Hongxia bit her lip, her voice even softer. You are filial. To think of the Kai family, this old man has to say that you are not bad." Kai Yang nodded. "However, you do not have the token of the Huanhua sect. It is not proper for you to return to Luyang, so you should hurry back. This old man will pretend that I did not see you." "Fellow Taoist Kai," Li Zongbao spoke up, "I have been rushing about and am indeed tired. I need to rest for a while, before I can move." "All right." Kai Yang nodded. Fellow Taoist Li's words make sense. The first team of the meeting hall can rest anywhere. Naturally, Luyang can too. However, Kai Hongfeng said, "Since you are part of the first team of the meeting hall, you are a disciple of a cultivation sect. You cannot interfere with the family affairs of the cultivation aristocratic families." Li Zongbao frowned and nodded. Indeed. Aristocratic family affairs are handled by the aristocratic families themselves. The various sects and clans will not interfere. Kai Yang continued. "Since fellow Taoist Li has said so, I can rest assured. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia from the Huanhua sect is here today. This saves me the trouble of explaining things to her alone in the future." When Fairy Hongxia heard Kai Yang first accuse her of being a disciple of the Huanhua sect, then confirmed Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua's identities as part of the first team of the meeting hall, and then brought up the aristocratic family affairs, she felt that something was amiss. She was surprised and quickly looked up at Kai Haisong. As expected, Kai Haisong had a complicated expression on his face. Clearly he understood Kai Yang's arrival and his intentions very well. Fairy Hongxia felt a pang in her heart. She knew that her father would rather take on this responsibility himself. He would rather put himself in a difficult position than let her know. After Kai Yang finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Fairy Hongxia and the rest. He turned to Kai Haisong and said lightly, "Haisong, what I told you a few days ago, have you thought it through?" Reporting to family head, "I have thought it through." Kai Haisong did not dare to delay and quickly replied. What do you mean?" A smile appeared on Kai Yang's face. "Do you think this old man's suggestion is good?" Kai Haisong took a deep breath and shook his head. Reporting to family head, although the Kai family of Luyang is a branch of the Kai family of Qingyang for thousands of years, we have been living in a remote corner. In Luyang, in Yang Cauldron Mountain, we have been deeply rooted in Luyang. There is no reason for us to move to Qingyang and become one with the Kai family of Qingyang. Then, you are against it? Kai Yang's face was obviously stunned as he asked coldly. That's right, I am against family head's suggestion. Kai Haisong nodded. Is it your idea or everyone's idea? Kai Yang glanced at Kai Shansong and the rest and asked again. Kai Haisong hurriedly said, I am the family head of the Kai family of Luyang. I am the only one who can make this decision. I don't need their opinions. Haisong, oh Haisong, I have overestimated you. Kai Yang shook his head vigorously with a pained expression. He seemed to be extremely disappointed. I thought that you would place the interests of the Kai family above everything else. But now you have really disappointed me. You are so short-sighted. You only see your own power and forgot about the development of the Kai family. This really hurts me. Kai Haisong, Kai Hongfeng, who was beside him, also mocked him. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Xiaoyu continent has changed greatly, all kinds of cultivation techniques and secret techniques are gradually losing their effectiveness. The future of the disciples of the cultivation sects is bleak. As for the disciples of the cultivation sects, because of their bloodline, they are like fish in water in the mutated spiritual energy. Many of them have awakened their true spirit bloodline and obtained true spirit celestial bodies. As a result, the strength of those sects is rapidly expanding, and the speed of their development is much faster than before. Our Kai family is the descendant of the Ice Phoenix. Our true spirit bloodline is famous in Xiaoyu continent. We should be standing at the forefront during this turbulent time. How can you be so short-sighted? Chapter 2990. Due to various historical reasons, our Kai family has split up quite a bit. Kai Yang also tried to persuade him. And your Kai family of Luyang is one of the bigger branches. If you all move back to Qingyang, our Kai family's power will definitely increase by a lot. In particular, our Kai family of Qingyang will also be open to the Kai family of Luyang. This is killing two birds with one stone. It's also something that I've discussed with the elders for a long time. You can't do this for your own selfish reasons. Patriarch Qingyang. Without waiting for Kai Yang to finish, Kai Shansong immediately said, You may mean well, but our Kai family of Luyang has lived here for thousands of years and is already used to the scenery here. Before the Kai family of Qingyang, our Kai family of Luyang developed extremely well. In the future, all the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang also feel that we can live better with our own strength. So, at this point, Kai Shansong dragged his voice and said, All the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang have unanimously agreed to stay in Luyang. This is not the decision of the patriarch of the Kai family of Luyang alone. How dare you? Kai Hongfeng scolded. Kai Shansong, what right do you have to speak here? Kai Shansong gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly, suppressing his rebuttal. Haisong, the benefits of having all the disciples of the Kai family in one place far outweigh the disadvantages. I've already explained the details in the jade slip I gave you earlier. If the Kai family of Qingyang and the Kai family of Luyang work together, it'll be 2 wins and 2 losses. You must consider this carefully. Kai Yang looked at Kai Haisong, Kai Shansong, and the others and continued to persuade earnestly. Patriarch Qingyang, please understand. Kai Haisong bit his lip and continued to shake his head. The Kai family of Luyang has been separated from the Kai family of Qingyuan for too long. How can we move just like that? This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Kai Haisong. Kai Hongfeng's face paled again. He said coldly, This matter has already been unanimously approved by the elders of the Kai family. If your Kai family of Luyang is still a branch of the Kai family of Qingyuan, you must listen to the arrangements of the Kai family of Qingyuan. Patriarch. This matter is too complicated. It needs to be considered in the long run. Kai Haisong hurriedly cried out. Haisong, you've really disappointed me. This last chance has slipped away from your hands. Don't blame me for punishing you. Kai Yang let out a long sigh. He looked at Fairy Hongxia, whose expression was not good, and said, Now, in front of the disciples of the Kai family of the Huanhua sect, I will let her know that some of my decisions are not made without thinking. They are not made on a whim. As he spoke, Kai Yang clapped his hands and took out a token similar to the Phoenix token. He raised it high above his head and shouted, Liang's Kai family's Kai Haisong refuses to accept the decision of the Kai family's elder council. He doesn't place the Kai family's future in his eyes and only considers his own personal interests. He is no longer able to convince the masses and is no longer qualified to lead the Kai family of Liang. Now, I request the Kai family's Phoenix token to remove Kai Haisong from the position of Liang's Kai family's patriarch and hand it over to Liang's Kai family's Kai Shansong. All Kai family disciples listen up. Phoenix token? When Xiaohua saw the Phoenix token in Kai Yang's hand, he couldn't help but look at Fairy Hongxia. However, Fairy Hongxia was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She still didn't take out the Phoenix token that she had inherited from the Phoenix inheritance. Not only that, the Phoenix mark between her eyebrows had been hidden by her at some point. Patriarch. Just as Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia, Kai Shansong shouted, Big Brother is the true patriarch of the Kai family. This junior's talent is shallow and cannot be compared to Big Brother. This junior cannot take over the position of patriarch of the Kai family. How can the position of patriarch of the Kai family of Liang be decided by the likes of you? Our Kai family's elder council has already made a decision and there is no reason to change it. Kai Shansong, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. As Kai Yang spoke, he looked around and saw that the disciples of the Kai family of Liang were all indignant. He raised the Phoenix token in his hand and said, This is our Kai family's Phoenix token. As a disciple of the Kai family and a descendant of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, seeing this token is like seeing our ancestors. Who is dissatisfied? Kneel. Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry sounded from the Phoenix token. Immediately, a phoenix celestial body flew out from Kai Yang's body. A powerful aura was emitted from the Phoenix token as Kai Yang let out a thunderous roar. Plop plop. Several disciples in the 7th stage of Qi refining could not resist the power of the Phoenix token and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Which Kai family disciple dares to disobey the Phoenix token? All of you kneel. Kai Hongfeng shouted. However, following Kai Hongfeng's voice, an even more furious and shrill voice came from Fairy Hongxia's mouth. Xiaohua, do you still want to enter my Kai family? Xiaohua was taken aback. He had originally thought that Fairy Hongxia would release her own Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but he hadn't expected that Fairy Hongxia would be so meticulous. She didn't give Qingyang Kai family any leverage at all, and actually let him take action. Since his wife had spoken, what else did Xiaohua have to worry about? Xiaohua let out a hee-hee, and smacked his forehead with his hand. A huge gust of wind whistled out from Xiaohua's body, and a wave of pressure several times stronger than the Phoenix token was emitted at the same time. Moreover, as Xiaohua brushed his hand away from his forehead, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered, and a huge palm was born in midair. With a thunderous momentum, it grabbed at the 30-meter-tall Phoenix Dharma body. This is probably the nascent soul stage. Xiaohua's pressure swept across the area. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng, immediately froze. They could not even move their little fingers. In particular, a kind of fear came from the bottom of their hearts. It was almost an instinctive feeling. They all let out the same groan from the bottom of their hearts. When Xiaohua's nascent soul hand appeared, a power that could control heaven and earth was released from the nascent soul hand. It firmly grasped Kai Yang's Phoenix celestial body and Kai Hongfeng's physical body. A kind of incomparable shock emerged from the Kai family's hearts. They almost could not believe that Xiaohua, who was only at the middle foundation establishment stage, suddenly became a nascent soul stage Xiaohua. Wu Ming. Kai Yang suddenly woke up and his face changed dramatically. Gotcha. Kai Yang's Phoenix celestial body, which was not very clear to begin with, was quickly destroyed. Pieces of it cracked and slowly sank into Kai Yang's physical body. Do you want to live or die? Xiaohua laughed sinisterly. The nascent soul hand fell and grabbed the two arrogant foundation establishment stage cultivators in his hand. It was as if he was holding two little chicks. Fairy Hongxia sneered. She did not answer. Instead she said, This is what fellow Taoist Xiao did. It has nothing to do with the Kai family of Liang. Their life and death is up to fellow Taoist Xiao. Senior Xiao. Kai Haisong hurriedly called out from the side. Family head Kai Yang was thinking of the Kai family bloodline. Although this action was a bit reckless, but his intention was not wrong. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hurt the family head of Kai family. Umph. Xiaohua snorted coldly and scolded, Kai Yang, did you hear that clearly? If the family head of Kai family of Luyang did not plead for you, I would definitely take your life. Today's matter is my doing. If you want to find trouble with me, you can come to the Imperial Thunder Sect. I will welcome you at any time. Moreover, you must keep today's matter a secret. If I find out that my secret was discovered, I will definitely kill my way to the Kai family of Luyang. Scram. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua waved his sleeve and threw out his nascent soul hand. He didn't wait for Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng to speak and threw them into the air. In a moment they disappeared without a trace. The phoenix token that fell into the air turned into a shooting star and chased after them. Xiaohua looked at the phoenix token that he did not know if was real or fake. He did not stop them and waved his sleeves again. The nascent soul's hand disappeared and he slowly descended from the air. Silence, silence, incomparable silence. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Haisong, did not dare to breathe loudly as they looked at Xiaohua carefully. Whether it was Nameless or a nascent soul grandmaster, they were all characters that the Kai family disciples did not dare to imagine. None of them could wake up from this contrast. That's right. Just now, an hour ago, other than Kai Haisong, everyone was secretly complaining that Fairy Hongxia did not capture Li Zongbao. But after an hour, Xiaohua revealed his strength and easily captured Kai Yang, who was in the late Foundation establishment stage, and Kai Hongfeng, who was in the middle Foundation establishment stage. Who would dare to look down on Fairy Hongxia? Who would dare to look down on Xiaohua, a small rogue cultivator who came to Luyang's Kai family several decades ago? Only 40 years? Or 50 years? Kai Haisong was shocked, but he slowly came to his senses. An incomparable feeling welled up in his heart. I've only cultivated from the 10th layer of Qi refining to the early stage of Foundation establishment, and yet I feel so proud and self-satisfied. After all, it's been a long time since a Foundation establishment patriarch has appeared in the Kai clan. But compared to this Xiaohua, I's days have been lived like a dog's body. That day he was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. Today he is actually a nascent soul grandmaster. All the cultivators below the golden core stage in the 3 cultivation countries have lived like a dog's body. The first stage of the Great War of Sword Dao is based on the golden core stage. Xiaohua is a nascent soul stage cultivator. In the Great War of Sword Dao, who would be his opponent? This Li Zongbao, who is known as the number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage, would probably follow Xiaohua's lead. With him, the discussion hall's first team would naturally be able to achieve outstanding merits. That Qin Jian, who is at the 3rd level of the sword transformation stage, would naturally be killed by him. All the merits of the discussion hall's first team were obtained by Xiaohua alone. Everyone in the Dao sect guessed that the answer to the mystery lies with Xiaohua alone. Li Zongbao, who is the center of attention, is only a puppet, a shield in front of Xiaohua. All the unimaginable merits of the discussion hall's first team. There is only one truth. Chapter 2991. Senior Xiao. Kai Haisong stuttered, not knowing how to address him. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Earlier we were too slow. At the same time, all the Kai family disciples regained their senses and bowed, all of them wanting to address Xiaohua as senior. Xiaohua's methods towards others were like thunderbolts, but towards Fairy Hongxia's family, how could he dare to show the slightest bit of negligence? He hurriedly flicked his sleeves and a powerful force was generated, holding everyone back. He rushed towards Kai Haisong and said anxiously, Senior Kai, will you still allow me to enter the Kai family in the future? Fairy Hongxia, who was standing at the side, immediately laughed out loud. She was also filled with hatred just now, but she could not directly contend with the Kai family head, so she asked Xiaohua to help. She was supposed to transmit her voice, but in her extreme anger she forgot to do so. Hearing Xiaohua's aggrieved cry, her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with pride. Yes, Kai Haisong was also bursting with joy. With such a nascent soul stage son-in-law in Luyang's Kai family, let alone the Qingyang Kai family in the entire country of Shi, no, in the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, who would dare to challenge Luyang's Kai family? Father, don't bow to him. Fairy Hongxia curled her lips and said, His nascent soul stage cultivation is just a bluff. It's just a golden core stage cultivation. But when he brings out his nascent soul stage spiritual sense, it can scare others. He really is a nascent soul stage cultivator. Everyone suddenly understood. Fairy Hongxia's words were a little too obvious. How could others believe it? They only thought that she was being modest. Even if he's a golden core stage cultivator, this old man can't compare to him. Kai Haisong said with a smile, "Come Xiao, calling me Xiaohua is enough." Xiaohua smiled tactfully. "And Xiaohua, this isn't the first time you've come to my Kai family. Last time this old man already treated you rudely. Today I won't dare to do it again." Kai Haisong really wanted to praise Li Zongbao, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he felt that they wouldn't be appropriate, so he could only force himself to swallow them back. After a few simple words he turned to Li Zongbao and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, this is your first time visiting our Kai family. Although we didn't open our doors to welcome fellow Taoist Li, by a freak combination of factors, we did so to welcome fellow Taoist Li to our Kai family. Fellow Taoist Li, please?" "Senior Kai, you're too courteous." Li Zongbao's words stunned Kai Haisong, but what happened next confused Kai Haisong even more. Because Xiaohua had already revealed his cultivation base, in accordance with the etiquette of the three kingdoms of cultivation, Xiaohua should have walked in front of Li Zongbao. Although Li Zongbao had received Kai Haisong's invitation, this invitation came after Xiaohua's, so he naturally didn't move. Instead he waited for Xiaohua to walk first. However, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brother Li, now that we're home, if we're talking about etiquette, senior brother should still go first." This. Li Zongbao's tense face revealed a trace of unnaturalness, but he didn't refute. He walked in front of Xiaohua while Xiaohua followed behind him. "We're home? Talking about etiquette?" Kai Haisong really couldn't make sense of it, but he suddenly remembered what Fairy Hongxia wanted to say to him before Kai Yang arrived. He turned to look at Fairy Hongxia. "Let's talk inside." When Fairy Hongxia saw the rare joy in the Kai family, or rather the jubilant atmosphere, she felt a little miserable in her heart. It was as if there was one less person to stick a dogwood in all the places. And Kai Haisong nodded and invited Fairy Hongxia to lead the way. Then he led his clan brothers and followed behind. The Kai family's guest hall had been completely renovated and was much larger than before. Xiaohua and the others sat in the guest seats, accompanied by Kai Haisong and several other Kai Family Foundation establishment cultivators. There were also a dozen 11th layer Qi refinement disciples standing below them. It didn't seem crowded at all. It was obvious how fast the Kai family had developed over the past few decades. A few pretty Qi refinement cultivators deftly served spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. Every disciple stole glances at Xiaohua, then winked at Fairy Hongxia and left with a smile. Even the Qi refinement cultivators standing in wait stared at Xiaohua without blinking. Not every Kai family disciple had seen a nascent soul cultivator before. Xiaohua was the first nascent soul cultivator they had seen in their lives. What's more, this nascent soul cultivator was their future relative. "Fellow Taoist Li, please have some tea." "Xiaohua, please have some tea." Since Xiaohua allowed Li Zongbao to enter the Kai family first, Kai Haisong put Li Zongbao's name first even though he didn't understand why. Please, Li Zongbao knew this was a necessary etiquette. Although he was a little anxious, he had to wait. With Xiaohua, this so-called brother-in-law, he couldn't lose face in the eyes of the Kai family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kai Haisong knew Fairy Hongxia and the others didn't just return to Luoyang to visit, so he didn't say anything else. He didn't even mention the battle between Dao and Sword. He said, "Hongxia, what did you say just now?" "In June, let the Qi refinement cultivators leave. We have something important to discuss," Fairy Hongxia commanded without any trace of politeness. "Also, prepare a family banquet. Make it clear that no one is allowed to come within 100 feet of the guest hall." "Yes, little brother understands." Kai Yingjun didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got up and ordered the disciples to leave. Although the Qi refinement cultivators were a little reluctant, when they thought about how their master had something important to do and how they could get closer to a nascent soul cultivator during the family banquet later, they happily left. After the Qi refinement cultivators left, Kai Yingjun and Kai Hongxing whispered again, "Elder sister, do we need to leave? You're the candidates for the next patriarch of our Kai family. This is our family's housework, so you don't need to leave." Fairy Hongxia looked at Kai Hai Song and gave her instructions very naturally. In fact, she had already done this long before she left Luoyang and joined Huanhua sect. Today she returned to the Kai family with a cultivation base in the late stage of the foundation building realm, so no one felt that it was inappropriate. Yes, Kai Yingjun and Kai Hongxing sat down obediently. They lowered their heads and looked down, leaving only their ears exposed. Father, it's like this. Fairy Hongxia glanced at the curious gazes of Kai Hai Song and the others. She took a deep breath and told them about the matter between Kai Wuxia and Li Zongbao. She also told them about the result of using the Netherlink mirror during their trip to Mount Wan. Finally, she said to the stunned crowd who couldn't believe their ears, "So, I brought senior brother Li and Xiaohua back in a hurry, wanting to see elder sister's grave. How is this possible?" After a long while, Kai Hai Song rubbed his eyes and said with a hint of sadness, "Back then Zhuxia's corpse was sent by Xiaohua and we also examined it. Big brother," Kai Shansong said anxiously, "Hongxia and Zongbao have already gone to Mount Wan. Even the soul cultivators there said that Zhuxia isn't dead, so she's definitely not dead. What are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look." At this time, Kai Hai Song was startled and he jumped up from the jade chair with a bang. Today had given him a lot of stimulation. Not to mention that Xiaohua was Fairy Hongxia's lover, not to mention that Xiaohua had actually become a gold core cultivator, and not to mention that Li Zongbao had actually also become his son-in-law. Just the fact that Kai Wuxia was still alive was something that he had never dreamed of. He was really numb. He said, "That's right, Hongxia. We'll go to the grave now." The second one to jump up was naturally Li Zongbao. He had been waiting for a long time and had been enduring, challenging his limits. Now that he heard Kai Hai Song's order, he could no longer hold back. Kai Feng Song and the others looked at Li Zongbao curiously. They really wanted to know how this young and handsome man who was famous throughout the cultivation world knew Kai Wuxia, and how he had been thinking about the dead Kai Wuxia for so many years. This was absolutely unimaginable in the cultivation world. However, when they saw Li Zongbao get up, they hurriedly followed him. Even if he was the son-in-law of the Kai clan, he was still a late-stage foundation establishment, senior. The Kai family's burial mound was on the other side of Yang Cauldron Mountain. It was a place that was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Rows of willow trees grew luxuriantly, and thousands of willow branches swayed in the wind as they streaked across the sky. A tranquil and serene aura filled the entire valley. When they were less than a mile away from the green tiles and white walls, Kai Hai Song descended from the sky and said apologetically, "Zongbao, Xiaohua, my Kai clan has a rule. Everyone who is going to the grave can't fly directly to the entrance. They can only walk for this last mile." "Very good." Li Zongbao nodded and didn't say anything else. He just lowered his head and hurried on. Xiaohua echoed, "In addition, we can't even use divine sense." Xiaohua is right. However, my Kai clan didn't have many foundation establishment disciples before. We didn't even have a 12th layer Qi refinement cultivator. How could we have thought of using divine sense? Kai Hai Song replied awkwardly. Indeed. Xiaohua scratched his head. He was very embarrassed that his words had embarrassed the Kai clan head. When they were about 100 feet away from the grave's white walls and black doors, two Kai clan disciples around the 3rd layer of Qi refinement hurriedly walked out from a side door. Both of them looked to be in their 30s. One of them was a male cultivator who looked rather spirited. The other was a female cultivator. Her appearance was still charming and her figure could be considered enchanting. However, her waist was already a little too fat. The two of them should be the disciples guarding the grave. They had just received the news and came to serve them. However, the two of them stood respectfully. When Kai Hai Song and the others approached, the male cultivator respectfully saluted while the female cultivator stood there in a daze. She stared straight at the approaching Xiaohua and even forgot to salute. The male cultivator was greatly alarmed. He hastily pulled the female cultivator's clothes and indicated for her to salute. Only then did the female cultivator grit her teeth and lower her head. Xiaohua naturally sensed that he was being stared at. However, he frowned and looked at the female cultivator. Her appearance was unfamiliar. He didn't seem to recognize her. Chapter 2992. Xiaohua thought about how he had visited the Kai family before. Perhaps he had seen them before, so he didn't mind. However, when the two greeted Kai Hai Song, he suddenly realized. Because the female cultivator called herself Kai Mei, if he wasn't mistaken, she was the little girl who had brought him to the Kai family at that time. Kai Haisong didn't care about this. After the two greeted each other, he ordered the door to the spirit tomb to open. Xiaohua asked, "Are you that mayor? Big brother immortal?" Kai Mei was pleasantly surprised. She bowed again. "I didn't expect that big brother would still remember Mei. Alas." Xiaohua sighed. He looked at the somewhat plump woman in front of him. If she hadn't cultivated to the third layer of qi refining, and if she hadn't been born into a cultivation family, she would have already become one of the most plump people in the secular world. That childish, crisp voice, that little girl who had walked out from behind the stone sculpture in the distance, that thin and weak figure, and that pair of big black eyes, they had all been eaten by dogs. Although those big eyes still had some shadows of the past when he looked at them carefully, it was just that those originally clear and pure eyes had now been polluted by the secular world. They were full of flattery and expectation, making Xiaohua feel inexplicably disappointed. "Your grandfather?" Although Xiaohua knew the ending, he still couldn't help but want to ask the unworldly expert who wasn't an unworldly expert. "Thank you, Big Brother Immortal, for still remembering grandfather." Kai Mei's face was mournful. Although grandfather took Big Brother's elixir, his body was already empty. He passed away 20 years ago. And everyone has to die in this life. Your grandfather was able to do so much for Lu Yang, so he can already rest in peace. Xiaohua nodded. Then, he saw that the male cultivator had already opened the black door and was about to leave. However, he still asked casually, are you doing well in the Kai family?" "Very well." Kai Mei was a bit hesitant. She timidly glanced at Kai Haisong and said, "But if Big Brother Immortal and the family head are old friends, can you let me change jobs with my husband?" Xiaohua was stunned, but he immediately smiled and said, "I will ask Senior Kai at this time." "Thank you, Big Brother Immortal. This concubine will lead the way for Gidge." Kai Mei smiled and hurriedly accompanied Xiaohua into the tomb. But Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "No need. Mayor, you and your husband wait outside the tomb." Yes, this concubine understands. Kai Mei was very clever. She lowered her head and stayed where she was. Seeing Xiaohua talking to Kai Mei, how could Kai Haisong ignore it? He had already asked Kai Haisong and the others who were in charge of the manor's affairs. After entering the tomb, Kai Haisong hurriedly told him about Kai Mei. After hearing Kai Haisong's detailed explanation, Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. There is immortal fate in this world, but not everyone who obtains immortal fate. Many can become immortals. Humans were humans and immortals were immortals. Why must they allow those who could not become immortals to become immortals? This is the Kai family's business. I have no right to interfere. It was no wonder that Xiaohua sighed. That day Xiaohua gave Mayor a few spiritual pills and entrusted her to the Kai family. The Kai family was also honest and didn't covet those spiritual pills. Moreover, they even took Mayor into the Kai family and changed her name to Kai Mei. However, although Kai Mei was handsome, her cultivation aptitude was really limited. After dozens of years, she only cultivated to the third layer of qi refining. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Kai Mei's character wasn't good. She was especially vain, or perhaps she didn't come from a good family. When she entered the Kai family, she felt an indescribable inferiority from the bottom of her heart. But what could a female cultivator do in front of these natural shortcomings? Her blind grandfather couldn't help her at all. After Kai Mei became an adult, she used her beauty to exchange for a position in the Kai family. The reason why Kai Mei and her husband were sent to guard the tomb was because they were jealous of each other's affection. Originally, they were going to be expelled from the Kai family, but this Kai Mei was also obedient. She hurriedly admitted her crime and chose to marry her current husband. This was the last chance to stay in the Kai family. This was what Xiaohua sighed about. Not every beautiful and cute little girl would grow up to be a pretty beauty. There was also a possibility that she would grow up to be a fat ant. And the possibility was very high. However, when everyone filed in and passed through the black door, they saw many neatly repaired small tombs. In front of each tomb, there were a few faint, extremely elegant Xiaohua flowers. Moreover, in front of each tomb, there was a willow branch as thick as a little finger placed on top of the tombs. Looking at the creases under the branches, it was obvious that they were recently broken. Good, Zongbao and Xiaohua understand. Kai Haisong had just stepped into the tomb when he glanced at the tombs and explained, "Our Kai family of Liang is only a cultivation family. We are inferior to ordinary cultivation families. Even though there is a public memorial hall for the ancestors, not all of the deceased can be preserved. Therefore, almost all of the deceased are buried in the ground just like the people of the secular world. Perhaps there is a hint of poverty." Xiaohua knew that Li Zongbao wouldn't answer, so he continued, "Earth to earth, dust to dust. Ordinary people talk about being buried in peace. This is the principle." The Kai family's actions are also normal. It can't be considered as poverty. After Kai Haisong finished his explanation, he looked at the tombs again. As far as his eyes could see, all of the tombs were as clean as before. He knew clearly that the communication talisman had just been sent out. It was impossible for Kai Mei and her husband to have made such preparations in advance. This could only mean that Kai Mei and her husband were usually very meticulous. Kai Haisong sighed. A pitiful person must have a detestable side. However, if a prodigal son returns to his old ways, I won't exchange him for a top-grade spirit stone. Senior's words are extremely true. Xiaohua nodded. The heavenly Tao is merciful. It will always leave a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. As long as you have the heart, you will always be able to find a way to survive. Yes. Kai Haisong was startled. Xiaohua's words were very grand. Moreover, he didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, this was the understanding of a golden core cultivator. However, if he was asked to think deeper, he couldn't. Just as Kai Haisong was frowning in thought, everyone had already arrived at a slightly remote corner under Kai Haisong's lead. A small drum that was no different from the one they had seen before appeared before everyone's eyes. Alas, no matter how much power and wealth one had when they were alive, when it comes to birth, old age, sickness and death, everything is just fleeting clouds. Life can't be brought, death can't be taken away. If you can't build a tomb in the hearts of others, then you can only build a tomb in the wilderness. In this vast world, I'm afraid that there is only a few feet of space that belongs to me. When Xiaohua saw this small tomb, he immediately thought of Kai Zhuoxia's voice and smile from before, as well as the various experiences of the two people. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Looking at Li Zongbao, he was also biting his lips. His body couldn't help but surge with mana. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and even his clenched hands were trembling. After thinking about it for decades, now that the mystery was about to be revealed, even someone as strong as Li Zongbao couldn't help but feel agitated in his heart. It's better to let Kai Quan do it. Kai Haisong looked at the clean tomb. The tombstone in front of the tomb was still engraved with the words, "The tomb of beloved daughter Wuxia." He couldn't help but feel a little sad. He knew that although he and the others were Foundation establishment cultivators, if they wanted to take out Kai Zhuoxia's bluestone coffin intact, they had to let Kai Quan and the others who were guarding the tomb do it. "No need, Junior will try." Xiaohua waved his hand, stopping Kai Haisong's transmission. Then, without waiting for Fairy Hongxia and the others to ask more, he made a gesture and his whole body flashed with a yellow brilliance and disappeared into the ground. 5 elements escape technique? When Xiaohua escaped from Kai Hongfeng's hands, he used the earth escape talisman in front of Kai Haisong. How could Kai Haisong not be familiar with it? However, the earth escape technique, which was a consummate skill for escaping before, was now nothing in the hands of Xiaohua. Just a thought flashed through Kai Haisong's mind, and he felt the ground under his feet suddenly shake. Then he saw the small tomb quickly split open, like a flower blooming. All the soil was cut off from the tomb, and a bluestone coffin covered with dark green soil slowly rose from the ground. When Xiaohua's figure appeared from under the bluestone coffin, Kai Haisong couldn't help but groan, "This guy's strength is too great." The bluestone coffin was not too heavy, but it couldn't be buried deep. Even if Kai Haisong used his mana, he wouldn't be able to take out the coffin so easily. Xiaohua flew to the side of the deep pit and carefully placed the bluestone coffin on the ground. However, on this bluestone coffin, the yellow talisman stuck to it had long decayed, leaving only a trace of yellow paper stuck to the black soil. When divine thought swept over it, there was no fluctuation of mana. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew in his heart that if the coffin was Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, it must be white bones now. Immediately, Xiaohua looked at it again, stretched out his hand, grabbed the fist-sized nail on the coffin and pulled it out easily. More than a foot long, 8 fist-sized nails were easily pulled out by him. Just when he reached out to open the coffin, Li Zongbao's voice came, "Junior brother Xiao, let me do it personally." Eh. Xiao Hua replied and immediately retracted his hand, standing at the side and looking at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took a deep breath, closed his eyes and seemed to be calming himself down. Then he took 2 steps forward, bent down and touched the bluestone coffin with both hands. The mana in his body surged slightly and 2 muffled sounds were heard. It was the sound of the coffin hitting each other, and the bluestone coffin was opened a crack. The mountain peak blew past and from the crack of the coffin there was no stench. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and like everyone else he was ecstatic. What is going on? However, when Li Zongbao opened the coffin lid and saw everything inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hearing Li Zongbao's shock, Fairy Hongxia and the others also took a step forward and took a look. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 2993. Although it was not a skeleton lying in the coffin, it was definitely not Kai Zhuoxia's remains. Instead, it was a male cultivator whose face could not be seen clearly. However, this male cultivator had an extremely long beard and looked like an old man. Ouch! Xiao Hua saw it clearly and immediately exclaimed, because he saw that this male cultivator was wearing a slightly rotten robe from the Imperial Thunder Sect. "Senior brother Li, please have mercy, this is Qian Qinghua. Qian Qinghua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Qian Qinghua? Li Zongbao's spiritual power surged. When he heard Fairy Hongxia and the others' surprise, he knew that this person was not a disciple of the Kai family. He was already angry and wanted to destroy this person. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he noticed that Qian Qinghua was wearing the Imperial Thunder Sect's robe. Then Li Zongbao snorted and shook his hand. When his spiritual power reached out, the bluestone lid immediately turned into powder and fell on Qian Qinghua's body layer by layer. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the token that Qian Qinghua gave him and shook his hand. Sure enough, the token hovered in the air a few times and suddenly fell into the coffin. Alas! Xiao Hua confirmed Qian Qinghua's identity and smiled bitterly. The Imperial Thunder Sect had spent a lot of effort and time to find Qian Qinghua, but no one expected that Qian Qinghua would run into Kai Zhuoxia's coffin. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked again. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and immediately pulled Qian Qinghua out of the coffin. Fortunately, there was only Qian Qinghua and no trace of Kai Zhuoxia. At this moment, Xiao Hua was relieved and thought to himself, fortunately, if this guy stayed in the coffin with Kai Zhuoxia for dozens of years, even if senior brother Li did not say anything, the Kai family would not let this guy go. This guy has some karma with me which makes things difficult for me. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, "Senior Kai, this guy is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I will take him away." Seeing that Xiao Hua recognized Qian Qinghua, Kai Haisong suddenly remembered that when Xiao Hua just left the Kai family, Shanghua Sect's disciples came to visit him. How could he not know the danger? He hurriedly nodded and said, "Nephew, everything is up to you. I don't know anything." Xiao Hua shook his hand and put the Qian green flame back into the soul nest. Then he looked at the ground that he had just dug up and complained in his heart. If Qian Qinghua was in Kai Zhuoxia's coffin, then where did Kai Zhuoxia go? Qian Qinghua would never move Kai Zhuoxia into another coffin. Then Kai Zhuoxia must be near the greenstone coffin. He only cared about taking out the coffin and didn't pay attention to the bones nearby. Even if Kai Zhuoxia's corpse was intact, his reckless action just now might have caused some damage to Kai Zhuoxia's corpse. Junior will go down and take a look. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked at Fairy Hongxia whose face was also not good and said to Kai Haisong. "And?" Kai Haisong reflexively nodded his head. Xiao Hua, this son-in-law, was really too capable. All he could do was nod his head. When Xiao Hua entered the ground, everyone's gaze was fixed on the ground, quietly waiting for the result. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua's figure escaped from the wall of the pit. However, when everyone saw Xiao Hua's empty hands, their hearts turned cold. Li Zongbao's heart was even more empty. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out and there was no trace of it. Junior found it. Xiao Hua's figure flew out and hurriedly shouted. Then he waved his hand and took out a crystal coffin and placed it in front of Li Zongbao. Then, under Li Zongbao's eyes, he carefully took out a corpse covered in mud from the soul nest. Although the corpse was covered in mud, the face had been simply wiped away, revealing a face that was similar to Fairy Hongxia's. The thin eyebrows and long eyelashes were still there. It looked like she was still in a deep sleep when she was just placed in the coffin. "Sister," Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but call out. Xiaohua awkwardly reached out his hand and took out a stick of mud. "This is Wuxia's right arm. Junior? Junior? Ah." Before Kai Haisong could say anything, Li Zongbao, who had been staring at Kai Wuxia's face, saw Kai Wuxia's severed arm and couldn't help but stretch his neck and howl. Not only was his howl filled with sorrow, it was also filled with surprise and even deep anticipation. Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia didn't feel anything, but Kai Haisong and the rest were pale. They hurriedly covered their ears and crouched down, as if they couldn't resist the power of Li Zongbao's howl. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Just as he was about to activate his magic power to protect everyone, Li Zongbao's body suddenly flashed with brilliance. His magic power rippled out like overflowing boiling water. At the same time, a strong pressure was generated from Li Zongbao's head and rushed straight to the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky changed rapidly and countless black clouds surged. Looking at the surroundings, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed over crazily. Bits of crystals appeared nearby. Li Zongbao has condensed his core. Xiaohua came to a realization. He knew that the reason why Li Zongbao couldn't condense his core was because of Kai Wuxia. Today, when he saw Kai Wuxia's corpse, although he didn't know if she was alive or dead, he was overjoyed after seeing her corpse. The damage to her corpse made him feel sad. In between joy and sadness, he suddenly realized something and achieved the opportunity to condense his golden core. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's neck amidst the heavenly pressure of condensing his core. Then, without caring about the taboo of the Kai family's burial mound, lightning flashed around him and he rushed up Yang Cauldron Mountain like a thunderbolt. Although Li Zongbao went, the pressure from Yang Cauldron Mountain enveloped Luyang's Kai family and a small part of Luyang for more than 20 days. Although it was only a few weeks, the entire Luyang town was in complete chaos. Not to mention the specks of crystals that were strangely suspended in midair and were more crystalline than common snowflakes, and not to mention the hurricane formed by the heaven and earth spiritual energy that blew everything away. Just the pressure of Li Zongbao's golden core was enough to throw the entire secular world into chaos. In a corner of Luyang near Yang Cauldron Mountain, within a range of about 3 to 5 miles, all animals, humans, and beasts were paralyzed on the ground. None of them could move. Within this range, everyone's hearts were more or less under an incomparable pressure. The feeling of being unable to control life and death filled their minds. Although it was only 2 days later, Xiaohua, who had come to his senses, hurriedly flew down from Yang Cauldron Mountain and quickly moved the secular people away from Li Zongbao's pressure. However, the impact was huge. Not to mention people who understood the true meaning of life in the midst of life and death, couples who had broken up with each other were reunited. Not to mention unfilial children who woke up to filial piety under the heavy burden and turned over a new leaf. Not to mention the rascals in Luyang who thought that the gods had descended and turned over a new leaf. Many young children were born with the Tao. It was also a huge change in their lives. Fortunately, the range of Li Zongbao's divine sense was only 20 to 30 miles and he was condensing his core on Yang Cauldron Mountain. His divine sense only covered a small corner of Luyang. If Xiaohua had condensed his core, the entire Luyang town would have been covered. The secular people would have nowhere to run even if they wanted to. After Xiaohua moved the secular people who were affected by the divine sense to a safe place, he sighed. Damn it, no wonder cultivators have to advance in places where there are few people. It's not only because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant there, but also because it doesn't affect others. Then Xiaohua hurried back to the Kai family. Although the secular people were affected by Li Zongbao's pressure, they did not need to cultivate after all. Their Tao hearts and Tao foundations would not be affected. However, most of the disciples of the Kai family were cultivators. It was inevitable that their cultivation would be damaged after being under the pressure of a golden core cultivator for a long time. Sure enough, when Xiaohua entered the Kai family, other than Fairy Hongxia, who was in a slightly better condition, Kai Haisong and the other foundation establishment cultivators were scattered in the spirit tomb. It was as if they had not moved at all after Xiaohua left with Li Zongbao. Xiaohua asked Fairy Hongxia briefly and immediately flew to the largest meeting hall in the Kai family. Not only did he activate the array formation of the meeting hall, he also set down the jade talismans of the capital star array. Kai Haisong and the rest, as well as the disciples of the Kai family who were paralyzed, were sent into the meeting hall. After doing all this, Xiaohua saw that there was nothing left behind. Then he returned to the Yang Cauldron Mountain to guard Li Zongbao's core condensation. On the 30th day, the oppressive pressure that made it hard for people to breathe slowly weakened. The crystal bead that had been floating dozens of miles away was thrown into the thick whirlpool under the black clouds above the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condense into a whirlpool above Li Zongbao's head, Xiaohua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Li Zongbao had no problems condensing his core condensation. However, he immediately had the urge to jump up and curse. Damn it, why is it so difficult for me to condense my core condensation? Not only do I need dozens of times more spiritual energy of heaven and earth than Li Zongbao, there's also a lightning tribulation. There are actually 3 lightning tribulations. How can I live like this? After cursing, Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception to see that Kai Jia and Lu Yang were gradually recovering. He immediately closed his eyes to meditate. After all, everyone's core condensation was different. The celestial phenomena were also different. The heavenly Tao revealed was also different. Xiaohua was fated to see Li Zongbao condense his core condensation, so he could see the wonders of the parting love treasure mirror and the ruthlessness of the heavenly Tao. After dozens of days, the dark clouds that had been pressing down on the Yang Cauldron Mountain slowly dissipated. A ray of sunlight that was like a sharp sword shot out from the clouds and shone on Li Zongbao's body. His snow-white hair refracted bits of golden light, and an indescribable power was emitted from his body. Li Zongbao slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely pale and there was no trace of black in them. A kind of coldness, mercilessness, and austere aura emerged from his pale eyes, causing one's heart to turn cold. In just a few breaths, a little blackness was born in this paleness. It was like the rare moonlight in the night sky, and it immediately dispelled the desolation. Gradually, the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy slowly appeared along with the appearance of the black pupils. Chapter 2994. Senior Brother Li? Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao the moment he opened his eyes. He could clearly see the ruthlessness in Li Zongbao's eyes. At this moment he slowly got up and walked over. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The first thing he said was, "Is Wuxia dead or alive? I'll let Senior Brother Li know." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Once you release your aura of condensing your core, other than me who else can move? I'm here to protect you. I really don't know if Kai Wuxia is dead or alive." Li Zongbao snorted and released his spiritual sense. Without calling Xiaohua, he flew down from the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Xiaohua smacked his lips and looked at the unfamiliar back of Li Zongbao. He shook his head and flew down as well. At this moment, the Kai family had already returned to its original order. However, every disciple who saw Li Zongbao had a face full of respect and fear. They all stood far away and avoided him. In the meeting hall, beside a crystal coffin stood Fairy Hongxia and the rest. "Is Wuxia dead or alive?" Li Zongbao entered the meeting hall and asked. "Senior Brother Li." Fairy Hongxia and the rest turned around and bowed. "Congratulations on condensing your core, Senior Brother." Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao did not answer. He walked towards the crystal coffin expressionlessly. Walking to the front of the transparent crystal coffin, Li Zongbao saw Kai Wuxia's beautiful sleeping face, as well as her long eyelashes and long hair that almost covered her entire body. Only then did a trace of a smile appear on Li Zongbao's face. Moreover, his eyes were filled with warmth as he muttered to himself, "Wuxia, you are actually so beautiful. But you're still modest in front of me. So I don't want cold beauty. I only want living ugliness." However, Li Zongbao pushed his hand and was about to lift the lid of the crystal coffin. But at this moment Xiaohua's slender hand reached out and pressed on the coffin. He said calmly, "Senior Brother Li, wait a moment. Let Hongxia explain." Li Zongbao did not stop. However, he did not lift the lid. Only then did he stop. He turned around and looked at Fairy Hongxia. "Senior Brother Li." Faced with Li Zongbao's cold gaze, Fairy Hongxia's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly said, "I've already checked. Elder sister hasn't been revived. Not only is there no heartbeat or breathing, even his body is cold." That is. A cold light flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. The people around him trembled. "No." Kai Haisong hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Li, although Wuxia did not come back to life, but She is not dead either. What? Li Zongbao stared straight at Kai Haisong, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Kai Haisong suppressed his shock and said, Wuxia's skin color is normal and her hair is still growing. If she's already dead, not to mention other things, her hair must have withered and her body must have perished. Then is she dead or alive? Li Zongbao asked coldly. No one dared to answer. As far as this Xiao knows. Xiao Hua indifferently said, Kai Wuxia is neither alive nor dead. He seems to be in a very strange state. So, congratulations, senior brother Li. At least Kai Wuxia is not dead. Her body is still here and her body is also intact. Even her soul is not in the netherworld. Her resurrection should be easier than Ziyi. Of course, Kai Wuxia's right arm is this Xiao's fault. This Xiao will return her an intact arm after she comes back to life. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua indifferently, then turned to look at the crystal coffin and asked in a low voice, What is going on with this crystal coffin? Senior brother Li, this crystal coffin originally belonged to Jin Quanshan Tu Hong. Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. Li Zongbao's eyebrows twitched as if he thought of something. Also, Senior Kai, bring everyone out for a moment. This Xiao wants to check on Kai Wuxia's situation again. Xiao Hua turned his head and ordered. Kai Haisong was slightly stunned, but Fairy Hong Xia was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Okay, we will leave now. Senior brother Li, you go out too. Xiao Hua said indifferently. The Xiao will not leave. Li Zongbao shook his head. From now on, this Xiao will not be separated from Wuxia. Xiao Hua urged his magic power to restrain Li Zongbao, but he immediately withdrew his magic power and said indifferently, If you want Kai Wuxia to come back to life, you should hurry up and leave. Li Zongbao suddenly raised his head and stared at Xiao Hua for a moment. Xiao Hua was not afraid and directly faced him. What a joke, not to mention that Li Zongbao had just condensed his core. Even if he was in the late stage of gold core in Xiao Hua's eyes, he was just a gold core. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not shrink back, Li Zongbao hesitated slightly and was the last to walk out of the meeting hall. Then Xiao Hua made a grabbing motion, and the capital star array of the meeting hall was activated. In the entire hall, only Xiao Hua and the crystal coffin were left. Sigh, fellow Kai. Years have passed since we parted, and now we are once again on different paths. Xiao Hua walked to the front of the crystal coffin and stared at Kai Wuxia's lifelike face. He whispered, This Xiao knows that you may still have a chance to live, but this Xiao really does not know where this chance comes from. However, since the one who tied the bell should untie it, then this Xiao can try his best. After saying that, Xiao Hua reached out and opened the crystal coffin. He stretched out his thumb and middle finger and placed it on Kai Wuxia's left wrist. He closed his eyes and after a moment he slightly frowned and released a strand of soul thread, which very cautiously landed between Kai Wuxia's eyebrows. See, when Xiao Hua's soul thread rushed into Kai Wuxia's soul, he saw the situation of the mysterious dark cloud and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that Kai Wuxia's mysterious dark cloud was already in pieces, as if she had died long ago. But the strange thing was that the mysterious dark cloud was now wrapped in a faint layer of water. This water was sparkling and translucent, flashing with a faint unknown brilliance. It flowed very slowly outside the mysterious dark cloud. The scattered and mysterious dark clouds seemed to be condensed by this water bloom. This water, is it the effect of that willow branch? Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. That strand of soul thread gradually approached the water. Boom, a loud sound rang out. That soul thread had just touched the water when it exploded in Xiao Hua's soul, and a kind of boundless and desolate feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's soul. A seemingly boundless netherworld sea appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. There were countless corpses in the sea, and waves of blood soared to the sky. From time to time, there were strange, huge and ugly netherworld beasts rushing out of the sea, swallowing hundreds and thousands of corpses in one gulp. Boundless, without end, without a boat, without a bridge, I cannot cross it. A kind of indescribable pain emerged from Xiao Hua's heart, and a kind of feeling of absolute powerlessness filled Xiao Hua's body at the same time. Suddenly, there seemed to be a kind of Sanskrit sound, and also seemed to be a kind of golden rune, and there was a slight feeling of armor inscriptions. A three-colored brilliance pierced through the sea of bitterness, rushing to the other side of the sea of bitterness. However, that three-colored bridge had just appeared when a wave of blood struck. Xiao Hua's soul thread was shattered, and all of his feelings disappeared in an instant. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and he didn't dare to extend that second strand of soul thread. Taking out the willow branch, Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist sense and even soul sense probed, but they were all empty. Even where the soul thread fell, it still couldn't wrap around. When Xiaohua opened his Dharma eyes, in those already somewhat transformed Dharma eyes, there was a three-colored rainbow bridge in Xiaohua's hand. Sure enough, it's this thing that's causing trouble. Xiaohua understood. Unfortunately, he still waved it several times on Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, but the willow branch didn't move at all. Of course, Kai Zhuoxia's corpse also didn't change. Xiaohua scratched his ears and cheeks. He clearly knew that this thing would work, but he just didn't know how to use it. Forget it, I'm afraid the opportunity hasn't come yet. Xiaohua was dejected. He was only a golden core cultivator, and his soul cultivation had just reached Mingruotian. He was still too far away from being able to see through life and death. Thinking about this, Xiaohua was about to put the willow branch into his space, but at this moment he hesitated. He thought of the previous water bloom, thought of the Sanskrit sound and the netherworld sea within the water bloom, and flipped his hand, sending the willow branch into the Buddha Sarira. It really did fall into the clear water bottle. Swish, a faint Buddhist light emerged from the Buddha Sarira, and the entire clear water bottle slightly swelled. The willow branch in the clear water bottle suddenly gained a layer of holiness. This willow branch is a Buddhist artifact? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Xiaohua opened the capital star formation, and Li Zongbao was guarding the entrance. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't look happy, he didn't ask anything and quickly rushed to the crystal coffin. How is it? Fairy Hongxia was the second to come over and asked in a low voice. Sai Zhuoxia really didn't die. But it's still very difficult to resurrect her. With my current cultivation I can't do anything. Xiaohua sighed, and with a grab he was about to take out the capital star formation's jade talisman. Humph, Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly, turned around and walked over. Xiaohua was stunned but soon understood. After thinking for a while, he took out a blank jade talisman and recorded the method to use the capital star formation. He quickly chased after her, and with a smile as if he was presenting a treasure, he said, Hongxia, why are you giving it to me? I don't want it. Fairy Hongxia glared at him unhappily. Hee, Xiaohua laughed, I've already given you what I gave you. This is what you gave me. Who are the two of us? Fairy Hongxia was originally worried about Kai Zhuoxia's life, but when she saw Xiaohua's expression, she knew that she would be fine. Only then did she glance at him and take the jade talisman. Kai Haisong naturally followed beside the two of them, but Kai Haisong's eyes were only looking ahead. It wasn't clear if he didn't see them, or if he was only concerned about Kai Zhuoxia. Xiaohua, what should we do now? Everyone walked in front of the crystal coffin and took a look. Kai Haisong turned around and asked Xiaohua. There's nothing else, we can only wait. Xiaohua pointed at Kai Zhuoxia and said, at this moment she's neither dead nor alive, and her lifespan is very long. I'm afraid that you and I can't compare to her. Once the opportunity comes she can be resurrected. The Kai family only needs to protect her body. Chapter 2995. How can I let the Kai family keep Zhuoxia's body? Without waiting for Kai Haisong to speak, Li Zongbao reached out his hand and lifted the crystal coffin. Unfortunately, just as his hand touched the coffin, Xiaohua also reached out his hand. The crystal coffin seemed to be cast from copper and iron and could no longer be lifted from the stone table. Senior brother Li, Xiaohua said indifferently, this matter still needs to be discussed with the head of the Kai family. Li Zongbao coldly glanced at Xiaohua's finger on the crystal coffin and actually raised his head to look at Xiaohua's face. His eyes were no longer like before, only cold and black. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Just like before, he faced the increasingly cold gaze. He knew that Li Zongbao's mind was already damaged. Now that he saw the half-dead Kai Zhuoxia, not only did the parting treasured mirror suffer a backlash, even the weapon spirit of the immortal slaughtering whip suffered a backlash. Especially now that Li Zongbao had just stepped into the core formation realm, his realm was not stable yet. The feeling of power in his palm had yet to fade from Li Zongbao's heart. He really might not be afraid to fight with him. Zongbao, Kai Haisong's mind raced. He turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, Kai Haisong and the rest. They exchanged glances and secretly nodded. He hurriedly shouted, Although Wuxia is my beloved daughter, she suffered grievances in my Kai family. Even after death, her corpse was humiliated by others. My Kai family feels that we are not worthy of keeping Wuxia's corpse. If Zongbao is willing, you can take it away. However, I ask Zongbao to be considerate. By any chance, please send Wuxia back to my Liang Kai family. Here, at the very least, she still has her ancestors and us to accompany her. And Li Zongbao responded indifferently, not even nodding his head. Hearing Kai Haisong's words, Xiaohua gently removed his 2 fingers from the crystal coffin. Li Zongbao reached out and took out a storage pouch, wanting to put it in. Unfortunately, although Kai Wuxia was half dead, her soul was strangely well. How could he put it in the storage pouch? Xiaohua sighed and took out a spirit storage pouch and handed it over. Li Zongbao did not raise his head. He kept the crystal coffin and thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and said to Xiaohua, "Give me the jade scroll that Jing Apple Village Elder Jilan gave you." Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "When did Jilan give me a jade scroll?" "It was used in the records of soul cultivators." Li Zongbao replied indifferently. "I've heard him say that it recorded the location where a Dao sect senior had fallen." "Oh, that's a soul cultivator's bone." Xiaohua suddenly understood that Elder Jilan had mentioned an extremely dangerous place. "What do you want that for? You don't cultivate your soul, so how can you understand?" "I don't understand, but you do." Li Zongbao said resolutely, "Even if I have to break through millions of Meng mountains, travel through the 3 kingdoms of immortal cultivators, chase up to the 9th heaven, and descend to the 9th hell, I will find a way to resurrect Wuxia. That dangerous place is indeed located in the depths of millions of Meng mountains. I'm determined to explore it." Ah! Xiaohua instantly felt that Li Zongbao's figure was incomparably tall. He understood that with the foundation of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao could cultivate to the nascent soul stage or even the separating spirit stage without any suspense. However, Li Zongbao also understood that relying on the inheritance of the Utopia faction alone was not enough to resurrect a dead person. He could only learn from others' strong points and search for thousands of families. That was why he decided to go to millions of Meng mountains. "Senior brother Li, the millions of Meng mountains that we went to was only a corner of the real Meng mountains. Moreover, we were protected by Ziming and Xiaomao, so we returned safely." What Elder Jilan said. "I'm afraid that the so-called depths of Wu Ming mountains are rarely entered by ordinary Dao sect cultivators. If you rashly go in, give it to me." Li Zongbao did not listen to his advice at all and said coldly. Xiaohua was not satisfied and insisted, "As for Kai Wuxia, I naturally don't have a way to resurrect her now, but I'm completely confident that I can resurrect her in the future. You don't need to find a way to resurrect her by yourselves." Fairy Hong Xia was still fine, but when Kai Haisong and the others heard this, they turned pale with fright. Controlling life and death, that was a great magical power that even immortals did not dare to boast about. Xiaohua was only a golden core cultivator now, but he dared to say such a big thing. Who would not be shocked after hearing this? "Give it to me," Li Zongbao said again. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and narrowed his eyes again, as if he was thinking about something. However, after a while he reached out his hand and took out the grayish bone. He used his soul consciousness to explore it, and then recorded the things inside in a jade slip and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took it and used his soul consciousness to take a look. Then he carefully put the jade slip away and activated his magic power, flying out of the meeting hall. "Senior brother Li, where are you going? The Utopia faction or the millions of Meng mountains?" Xiaohua hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Roar! A mournful howl suddenly sounded from the side of Yang Cauldron Mountain, and a heroic and sorrowful singing voice came from the sky. "My heart is in my chest, where is thy heart? Thy heart is not in heaven and earth, my heart is lonely, so what if it is in my chest? Thy heart is in the 9 heavens, my heart becomes an immortal, thy heart is in the 9 underworlds, my heart is in the devil. My heart wants to be one with thy heart, the ends of the world can't help, my heart wants to sleep with thy heart, gods and demons kill." As the voice faded away, Li Zongbao's lonely figure also gradually disappeared. Xiaohua could certainly catch up with Li Zongbao, but how could he catch up with Li Zongbao's infatuation? Although elder sister's life was short, she met such a lover. Even if elder sister is in the 9 underworlds, her heart will be at ease. She didn't live her life in vain. Fairy Hong Xia and the others chased after him and also looked at the sky, murmuring, "How many female cultivators in this world have such good fortune?" Hongxia, do you think senior brother Li will return to the Utopia faction or the millions of Meng Mountains? Xiaohua slightly bit his lips and whispered. Is this important? Fairy Hongxia asked. With elder sister's company, senior brother Li will no longer be lonely in this world. Sigh yes. Xiaohua sighs in his heart and reaches out to grab Fairy Hongxia's hand. Unfortunately he grabs nothing but air. Fairy Hongxia dodges Xiaohua and says to Kai Haisong, Father, you must keep elder sister's matter and Xiaohua's matter a secret. These are all important matters. If a trace of it is leaked, the Kai family of Liang will be in unprecedented danger. Then Fairy Hongxia passed the jade slip with the capital star array to Kai Haisong and said, Also the array outside the Kai family is too clumsy. Only the array in the meeting hall is the real defensive array. If you encounter any danger you can hide in it. This is the way to control it. Great. Kai Haisong was overjoyed. He knew the power of the capital star array very well. It was a divine array that could resist the power of the core formation stage. I don't dare to delay any longer. The war is about to end, I have to rush back to the Huanhua sect. Fairy Hongxia bowed, turned around and flew into the sky. It can't be? Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Fairy Hongxia would actually leave just like Li Zongbao. After a slight hesitation, he hurriedly bowed towards Kai Haisong and the rest, before his figure shot up into the air. However, after flying for several dozen feet, Xiaohua stopped again. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a storage pouch and tossed it to Kai Haisong. Senior Xiao, these are some rice seeds. You can distribute them or sell them to all parts of the country of Xi. However, if there is a barren place you still have to give them away. You can't accept spirit stones. In addition, the Kai family must compensate for the places in Luoyang that were damaged by senior brother Li. The required silver and other items can be deducted from the rice seeds. This. Kai Haisong saw the storage bag fall and was really puzzled. He didn't know how to deal with it. A cultivator who cared about the secular world. This was the first time he met someone like that. Even though Fairy Hongxia ran fast, could she hide from Xiaohua? Similarly, they were flying towards the teleportation array of Linyu town. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fairy Hongxia's graceful and seductive figure appeared in Xiaohua's vision. Looking at this familiar figure, Xiaohua's heart was burning with passion. Xiaohua's harvest from the millions of Meng Mountains was bountiful, far beyond his imagination. However, along the way with Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao accompanying him, the sweet journey in Xiaohua's heart was completely over. Now that he finally had a chance to be alone with Fairy Hongxia, and they weren't in Luoyang, how could Xiaohua not be distracted? Therefore, Xiaohua didn't fly too fast and just followed behind Fairy Hongxia. Seeing that the sky was dark and they were in the wilderness, Xiaohua activated the transcendence energy in his body and pounced towards Fairy Hongxia like a flying wolf. When Xiaohua hugged Fairy Hongxia, a kind of thirst arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua lowered his voice and growled, "Stop, you're a bandit." After saying that, Xiaohua carried Fairy Hongxia's body and flew towards the place he had set his sights on. If it was someone else, Fairy Hongxia would definitely struggle and even blame Xiaohua. But this time, no matter how Xiaohua's tongue licked the edge of Fairy Hongxia's earlobe, she didn't have any reaction. Sensing the abnormality of Fairy Hongxia, and feeling that although Fairy Hongxia's body was still warm in his embrace, it wasn't as hot as before. Xiaohua's heart turned cold and his body stiffened unconsciously. He asked in a low voice, "Wife? Since when have I been your wife?" Fairy Hongxia asked indifferently. "Wife, what do you mean?" Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. "Aren't you my wife? Why didn't you say this in front of Senior Marshal Brother Li and Junior Marshal Brother Xiao?" Fairy Hongxia didn't turn her head, she just looked at the darkness in the distance and asked faintly. Xiaohua gently turned Fairy Hongxia's body over. Looking at Fairy Hongxia's teary eyes, he said seriously, "It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that you and I haven't done the dual cultivation ceremony yet. If I call you that, won't it tarnish your reputation?" Hehe, calling me wifey would tarnish my reputation. Then wouldn't you tarnish my reputation even more by hugging me and doing something lewd with me? Fairy Hongxia sneered coldly. This. Xiaohua was speechless. The hand that was hugging Fairy Hongxia slipped unconsciously. Fairy Hongxia's heart seemed to have turned cold along with that hand. Chapter 2996. You only care about your momentary happiness. When have you ever thought about me? Fairy Hongxia continued, you have a junior sister, a close friend and a disciple. How are you going to treat me? My wife. Xiaohua was truly speechless. He did not expect that after so many days Fairy Hongxia's rebound would be so severe. Before the dual cultivation ceremony, it's better for you to call me junior sister Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia said indifferently, I know what you're thinking. Naturally I can do as you wish. However, today is the last day. I'm afraid we don't have any more chances. The past may have been sweet, today may be bitter, but all of this will slowly dissipate with the night. What do you mean? The fire in Xiaohua's heart was completely extinguished. Not much. Fairy Hongxia stroked her hair and said faintly, for my dead sister, senior brother Li did not get to know a single female cultivator for dozens of years. He is known as the #1 person below gold core. The number of female cultivators who want to dual cultivate with him is probably more than the number of junior sisters you know, right? However, he has never even looked at them properly. Today, for the sake of my sister's resurrection, he actually abandoned his sect and rushed to the Meng Mountains alone. Such a person with such deep affection is rarely seen in the world. Xiaohua, I will not ask you to be like senior brother Li, to not look at others for my sake. However, I beg you, please consider my feelings. Don't get to know more female cultivators. I really do not have the slightest bit of confidence or dignity under these meaningless challenges. As Fairy Hongxia spoke, her tears flowed down in droplets. Xiaohua did not expect that he would hurt Fairy Hongxia so much. For a moment he did not know what to say. Do you know junior sister Mingyue from my Huanhua sect? Mingyue? I don't know. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. No impression? What does she have to do with me? Junior sister Mingyue has deep feelings for Nameless. If she knows that you are Nameless, I'm afraid, she will become another good junior sister of yours. Fairy Hongxia said sadly, although I am open-minded, how can I allow a junior sister to be my junior sister? How can she watch her lover and her martial aunt dual cultivate together? See, Xiaohua finally understood. He finally understood why Fairy Hongxia was so conflicted about how many female cultivators she knew. Red Cloud, Xiaohua raised his hand and said, this Xiao hereby swears a blood oath. Apart from you and Xue Xue. No, Fairy Hongxia shook her head slightly and stopped Xiaohua. The so-called blood oath is nothing but a void. This concubine is not willing to use this blood oath to bind you. This concubine only wants your one and only love for this concubine, as long as your true heart. How can the blood oath related to cultivation see your true nature? Then, what do you think we should do? Xiaohua was completely out of ideas. Xiaolang. Fairy Hongxia opened her teary eyes and looked at Xiaohua. She said word by word, our relationship has progressed too quickly. Although we were in love with each other and fell in love at first sight, in reality the time we spent together was very short. Our relationship might not be solid, and it might even be maintained in the joy of dual cultivation. Therefore this concubine feels that you and I should separate for a period of time. Both of us should calm down and think about each other's thoughts. Of course, don't worry, Xiaolang. Even if you don't want this concubine will not look at anyone else in this lifetime. However, if this concubine can see clearly, then this concubine will definitely not stay by your side. This concubine has her own proud and aloof heart. Huff, Xiaohua let out a deep breath. He had finally encountered his first relationship problem in this lifetime. Based on what Fairy Hongxia said, if he couldn't solve it well, she wouldn't be with him in the future. Moreover, after the Great War of Sword and Tao, the 3 kingdoms of cultivators will be defeated. The cultivation sects of the 3 kingdoms will definitely be in chaos. The structure of each sect will have to be reorganized. One after another, handsome cultivators will spring up like bamboo shoots after the range. Xiaohua, although you are blessed by the heavens, there will always be someone better than you. There are many people who are more outstanding than you, who are more favored by the heavens than you. You should comprehend what you have learned from the millions of Ming Mountains and take a step further. You should step into the realm of nascent soul grandmaster as soon as possible. Fairy Hongxia continued, this concubine has also obtained the inheritance of the phoenix. The reason why this concubine didn't reveal it in front of the Qin Yang's Kai family head, nor did I tell father, was because I wanted to comprehend it quietly and fully accept the inheritance of the phoenix. When the storm suddenly rises in the future, this concubine will be able to stand on high and turn the tide. Perhaps, This is an opportunity for you and me to cultivate on our own. This concubine seems to remember that you once said, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. Perhaps only when we are far away from each other, can we see each other's needs, each other's love, and each other's sincerity. I understand. Xiaohua took a deep breath. He felt his nose turning sour. He reached out and hugged Fairy Hongxia again. He whispered, this Xiao will do as you say. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's heart for you. This Xiao will also let you know that this Xiao is the heavens beyond the heavens. This Xiao is an outsider. In this Xiaoyu continent, only Xiaohua is supreme. As he spoke, Xiaohua stretched out his lips and gently kissed Fairy Hongxia's forehead, eyes, ears, nose, cheeks and chin. Finally, he heavily kissed her sweet lips. When he deeply tasted the bitter tears on her lips, he decisively left. With a long roar, he rushed into the sky. Lightning flashed around his body. With a rumbling sound, he rushed towards the distant Linyu town. Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua turn into lightning and fly away, Fairy Hongxia's heart suddenly became empty. Empty like nothingness. Empty like there was no falling. Empty like the pitch-black night. Suddenly, a kind of sadness welled up in Fairy Hongxia's heart. Her tears involuntarily fell, drowning the entire night. Coming out from the last transfer array, Xiaohua's heart still felt like a huge rock was pressing down on it. Although he left Fairy Hongxia in a very carefree manner and said those bold words, and although he knew Fairy Hongxia's bitterness in his heart, he really did not understand Fairy Hongxia's thoughts. Yi Huang Mingxiang Zi Ming Jiuxia, and even himself did not know about Mingyu's matter. Why did he give Fairy Hongxia so much pressure? He also never thought of dual cultivation with these female cultivators. Saying a few words, walking a few steps with them, what's the point? Even if it's just holding hands, what's the point? Zi Ming might not even be able to see him in the future. Consoling him, what's the point? And all these Shui seems to have never said anything about it, right? Forget it. Xiaohua looked at the deathly pale clear sky. The wisps of faint clouds seemed to also carry a bitter expression. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, perhaps Red Cloud was right, only time and distance can test one's heart. After sorting out his emotions, Xiaohua was just about to fly up when a faintly discernible divine sense strangely swept over. Who is it? Xiaohua sneered. His soul pierced out following the divine sense. Ioyo. An extremely exaggerated cry came from the sky. At the same time a figure appeared. That figure was hugging his head with his hands, appearing to be in extreme pain. Second senior brother. You're really like a ghost that won't disperse. Wherever the Xiao goes you'll find me. Xiaohua glanced at him, seemingly unmoved, and said indifferently. That person was naturally the heavenly demon sex Zhang Qingxiao. When Zhang Qingxiao heard Xiaohua's words, he released his hands in astonishment and asked curiously, who provoked our imperial thunder sex nameless? Do you not want your head anymore? No one provoked me. Xiaohua also said indifferently, why are you looking for me? If no one provoked you, then you must have eaten a fireball talisman. Zhang Qingxiao pointed at him and said, look at your face. It's as if everyone in the country of Shi owes you 3 low-grade spirit stones. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Xiaohua urged his magic power as if he was really going to leave. Didn't someone say that he wanted a nascent soul cultivation method? I worked so hard and racked my brains to get it, but he doesn't want it. What a disappointment. Zhang Qingxiao didn't stop him. She only said one sentence and Xiaohua obediently stopped. Give it to me. Xiaohua still weakly stretched out his hand. Don't. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, first let me see Lu, we'll talk about the rest later. And Xiaohua knew that Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui were both concerned. He didn't dare to neglect and took Jiang Lu, out of the space. Seeing that Jiang Lu, still hadn't changed, Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little junior brother, didn't you promise to wake Lu up? How many years has it been? Why hasn't there been any news? It's not that I don't want to help. Xiaohua said helplessly, that expert doesn't have time now. We can only wait until after the Path Sword battle. Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked, oh right, did Sky Patrol City really fall into the hands of sword cultivators? What's the situation now? This has nothing to do with you. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and looked at Jiang Lu with pity. You'd better think of a way to wake Lu up. However, I reckon it'll be soon. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything, Xiaohua could only wave the spirit storage bag in his hand and put Jianghu into the space. Secondly, Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, "You have to tell me who provoked you. I'm very curious in this world who can make you so upset." "Oh." Xiaohua sighed deeply, looked around and said, "Let's go find a secluded place." Yes, it seemed that other than Zhang Qingxiao, Xiaohua could tell these things to others, right? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she unconsciously curled her lips and said coldly, "Little junior brother, I'm not talking about you, but you're giving too much face to Kai Hongxia. And this girl is too pretentious. There's a saying that if you don't court death you won't die, if you court death you'll die. Hee, letting go of a cultivator like you who has a promising future instead of pestering you, she actually let go. This kind of trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better is really too childish. Now, who knows how many female cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation are looking forward to dual cultivation with Nameless. When the names of Terrifying Phoenix and Nameless are revealed, you can sit in the myriad Thunder Valley and wait for others to propose marriage. Chapter 2997. Second senior brother, don't make sarcastic remarks. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, "I'm having a headache right now. I'm really not like what Hongxia said in her heart." Zhang Qingxiao laughed sinisterly and said, "In fact, it's simple. You only need to conquer her completely physically and suppress her psychologically. Then she won't even let out a fart. Look at my wife, that charming sword cultivator. Every time I make her want to die. Whatever I say she can only listen attentively. She dares to say half a no word?" Second senior brother? Xiaohua shouted, "Not every female cultivator is like this, right? What else can we do?" Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips, "Destroy the bright flower stone. Even if we close our eyes it's still the same." Xiaohua helplessly lowered his head. He really couldn't endure Zhang Qingxiao's vulgarity. "Little junior brother. Do you know what is called a man's true colors?" Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. "I know. Isn't a man's true colors the true colors of a hero?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Isn't it the spirit of not sweating, not afraid of hardship?" "That's right. No matter if it's a man or a hero, they are all lustful. When dual cultivating they're not afraid of sweating, not afraid of hardship." Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, "Saints have made such a judgment about us male cultivators. Can we be stronger than saints?" Xiaohua was speechless after hearing Zhang Qingxiao's fallacy. "Actually, every male cultivator is the same." Zhang Qingxiao said indifferently, "They all want to conquer female cultivators and take every female cultivator for themselves. Even if they can't succeed, they will imagine it in their hearts. Some ambiguity, some small actions, it's just to satisfy the instincts of male cultivators." "Is that so?" In this aspect, Xiaohua was far worse than Zhang Qingxiao. "Of course. You don't need to care about these ambiguities. They're just small things before the meal, they'll be forgotten after eating. Only your fairy Hongxia, your shui is the main dish, the main meal." Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, "After a meal, everyone will remember the main meal. Who still remembers those small things? Even if the small things are delicious and beautiful, they can't fill the stomach. Then, do you think Hongxia she?" Xiaohua asked for help again. "Dump her for 10 years. Zhang Qingxiao laughed. "Look at how lonely she is. She will definitely come back to beg you." "Really? Really? But what if he doesn't?" "Damn it, ask Zhang Yutong to find you a beautiful swordswoman." Zhang Qingxiao said nonchalantly, "Even if we can't defeat the sword cultivator in the Dao sword battle, we have to conquer the swordswoman in bed." "Forget it." Xiaohua was dejected again. He stretched out his hand and said, "What about the cultivation method? If that's the case, I might as well enter the nascent soul stage as soon as possible and win the Red Cloud fair and square. If you don't conquer her, just wait for her to unite with Shui and conquer you." Zhang Qingxiao pulled out a small storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Xiaohua. "Many thanks, second senior brother." Xiaohua took the storage bag without even looking at it and said weakly, "There are various nascent soul cultivation methods in this storage bag. There are even 2 complete spirit severing cultivation methods. I'm afraid it will be enough for you to use in a short time." Zhang Qingxiao said seriously, "As for the spells and secret techniques used by nascent soul cultivators, there are also many inside. You should also take a look." Hearing that there was actually a spirit-severing cultivation method inside, Xiaohua was stunned. His heart was filled with warmth. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao and bowed. Second senior brother has worked hard. Little brother will definitely not let second senior brother down. Hehe, it's nothing. On Xiaoyu continent there are not many people that I can help. You are lucky to be one of them. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand, but then she said with shifty eyes, "Oh right, do you have any more spiritual herbs?" Yes. If it was another day, Xiaohua would definitely hesitate. After all, he had not returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. If he took out a lot of spiritual herbs, it would definitely arouse Zhang Qingxiao's suspicion. But seeing that she even took out a spirit-severing cultivation method, why should he be stingy? Zhang Qingxiao rubbed her hands, very excited. Take out a storage bag? Xiaohua urged. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao took out 3 storage bags at once. Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out a soul nest from his arms and pretended to take out a lot of spiritual herbs from the space, filling the 3 storage bags to the brim. Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingxiao laughed. I knew it. You went to Mount Meng, how could you come back empty-handed? I'm afraid that you have plundered all the grassroots in Mount Meng, right? Hehe, not to that extent. Xiaohua smiled and did not refute. She asked again, by the way, how is the battle in Sky Patrol City? Tell me seriously. So I don't mention it. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said, even I underestimated the sword cultivators in this battle. I did not expect that the sword cultivators had already set up a powerful sword formation outside Sky Patrol City. They killed the city lord of Sky Patrol City, Immortal Shuiyu, in the sword formation. Not even a nascent soul cultivator could escape. Moreover, 4 nascent soul cultivators, Immortal Miyu and Immortal Quangtian from Imperial Thunder Sect, and Immortal Qingyan and Immortal Laoyun from Mo Sang Mountain, were captured by the sword formation at the same time. In my opinion, if they did not use the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain to threaten Dao Sect, the 4 of them would not have escaped from the sword formation. Hiss, Xiaohua gasped and said in disbelief, where did the sword cultivators get such a powerful sword formation? However, in an instant, Jiuxia's peerless smile appeared in Xiaohua's mind, and a sense of powerlessness appeared. Yes, in the hands of the omnipotent Jiuxia, what was a sword formation that could kill a nascent soul cultivator? Now, even if the True Path sect cultivators came to their senses and sent their army to surround Sky Patrol City, with the support of the sword formation, the True Path sect has attacked countless times and there seems to be no sign of them breaking through. Moreover, the most important thing is that the sword cultivators have not taken out the 4 nascent soul cultivators and the disciples of 2 sections. Therefore, Dao sect is bound to lose this time. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. Not necessarily. Xiaohua shook his head. The sword cultivators have an invulnerable sword formation. Why doesn't Dao sect have an invincible formation? Now, Dao sect is attacking while setting up the formation. When the formation is completed, it will be the time when Sky Patrol City sword formation is destroyed. What about the disciples of the 2 sects? Zhang Qingxiao smiled. You don't want the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect to return to Sky Thunder Peak. This is a difficult problem. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and scratched his head. In the end, the sword cultivators will definitely talk to the disciples of the 2 sects. Unless no one dares to ignore the safety of the disciples of the 2 sects. Zhang Qingxiao smiled, otherwise no sect will send disciples in the next sword battle. Fortunately, I have already escaped from the battle. Faced with such an unsolvable problem, Xiaohua could only be lucky that he had escaped from the battle earlier. Yes, you should go back quickly. Under normal circumstances, your contribution would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Imperial Thunder sect. But at this time, there will be enthusiasm, but there will definitely be no jubilation. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. Xiaohua sighed. Before the battle, I definitely didn't think about this. I just wanted to save my life and save Cui Hongshan's life. But who would have thought that the terrifying phoenix would come and so would John Doe? I want to see how you deal with them. Zhang Qingxiao gloated. Why don't you come to Heavenly Demon Sect to hide? Forget it, so what if it's John Doe? I don't believe that the Imperial Thunder Sect will be unhappy with a Golden Core cultivator with nascent soul cultivation. Xiaohua waved his hand. He had obtained the secret technique of Huda Village's Elder Wu, so he was confident that he could hide his secret, so he was less afraid. Good. Zhang Qingxiao clapped. If you say so, then so be it. If it doesn't work, I will use the power of Heavenly Demon Sect to save you. Thank you, second senior brother. Xiao Hua got up and prepared to leave. Take care. Little junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao laughed behind his back. Remember, a real man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. Oh, by the way, the dual cultivation secret technique of Devil Sect is in the storage bag, you should take a look at it. Xiao Hua's figure suddenly fell a few feet. Obviously, he was scared by Zhang Qingxiao's words, and then he rushed in the direction of Imperial Thunder Sect. Ha ha! Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly and disappeared from the secluded foothills. Not to mention Xiao Hua's return to Imperial Thunder Sect, the focus of the three cultivation countries' attention, the center of the Dao Sword War, the Heavenly Patrol City at the border of the country of Xi, was just as Zhang Qingxiao said. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of Dao Sect cultivators had surrounded the Heavenly Patrol City. Within a few hundred miles of the Heavenly Patrol City, the patrolling cultivators were like flies that filled the sky. They seemed to be flying in a disorderly manner, but they were also flying in a very orderly manner. A flying sword that seemed to be a messenger had just flown out of the Heavenly Patrol City and was about to rush toward a gradually widening gap. Although the flying sword was extremely fast, it only reached the edge of the gap. Immediately, several cultivators flew to the center of the gap and waved their magic treasures at the same time, easily capturing the flying sword. One of the cultivators took the flying sword and immediately flew away, while the other cultivators began to fly in a disorderly manner. It seemed that this kind of situation often happened, but they still ignored it. However, as the patrolling cultivators flew, their eyes were filled with vigilance and a trace of helplessness as they looked at the Heavenly Patrol City in the distance that they were no longer familiar with. At this time, the Heavenly Patrol City did not have the city outline of the earlier Heavenly Patrol City. Instead, it was wrapped in a layer of green sword light. From a distance, the sword light looked like a huge oval chicken egg, but upon closer inspection, it looked like layers of fine spider webs. Moreover, tens of thousands of small swords were cruising inside the spider web, more nimbly than tadpoles. These small swords were similar to the cultivators in midair. The trajectory of the flying swords was very mysterious. Every time a small sword streaked across the green light, a faint wisp of heaven and earth spirit chi was produced from the green light, and the heaven and earth spirit chi was instantly absorbed by the flying swords. The green light grew larger and more small swords were born from it. It seemed that these small swords were endless and the green light was also endless. He had also told fellow Taoists in the group that he would update during the final battle of the Dao Sword so that everyone could watch it in one go. Therefore it had been delayed until today. Fellow Taoists in the group can testify to this. Now, fellow Taoist Wandering Dragon Holiday has also rewarded him. He will update 5 times a day for the next 4 days. Then he will see how the plot progresses and decide whether to update more. Therefore there is no such thing as fellow Taoist Wandering Dragon Holiday, said. Fellow Taoists, you should still believe in the character of fellow Taoists. The 5 times should be 11 o'clock, 1300 hours, 1500 hours, 1700 hours, 1900 hours. Of course, I have to thank the other fellow Taoists for their support. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Chapter 2998. The green light condensed into a spider web, and the spider web produced green light. This was the Tianyi green light sword formation that sword cultivators were proud of. This Tianyi green light sword formation not only broke the snow and ice wave formation of the Sky Patrol City 100 days ago, but also successfully killed Shuiyu Jinren and captured all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in Emosang Mountain. Now, it firmly protected the Sky Patrol City that belonged to sword cultivators, resisting the waves of attacks of millions of Dao Sect cultivators. The attacks of the True Path Sect cultivators went from 3 times a day out of anger to once a day. 100 days later they had not launched any attacks for more than 10 days. After all, they had used all the means available to them. The sword formation of the Sky Patrol City was as solid as a tortoise's shell. All the magic formations of the True Path Sect could not do anything to it. They could only surround it and plan for the long term. However, after the Dao Sect cultivators patrolling the sky, there were even more cultivators holding different magic tools and materials as they flew around busily. It was obvious that they were setting up a magic array. This magic array covered an extremely wide area. The ones in charge of setting it up were actually 4 nascent soul cultivators. These 4 nascent soul cultivators were also a little strange. 2 of them were early nascent soul cultivators. They stood in the middle with arrogant expressions, but these 2 didn't speak. They just stood there with their hands folded in their sleeves as they stared at the other 2 nascent soul cultivators beside them. The 2 cultivators in the middle were none other than Jiang Mingzi from the Immortal Ascension sect and Taoist Master Blue Feather from the Immortal Music sect. Next to the 2 of them, one was early nascent soul spiritual master Pin Shen of the Black Sky sect and the other was middle nascent soul spiritual master Shen Jing of the Kunlun sect. The 2 of them each held a jade slip, looking at it while discussing in a low voice. From time to time they would issue orders. As for the people around them, they were Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect and the people of the Kunlun sect. Jiang Mingzi and Immortal Blue Feather's eyes were staring at the jade slip in the hands of Immortal Pin Shen and Shen Jing. Less than 100 li away from Jinren Pin Shen, Shen Jing and the others, on a not-so-tall snowy peak, there was a half-foot-tall lampstand. The bean-sized flame emitted an orange-red brilliance, covering the entire snowy peak. Although there were snowflakes floating down from time to time, and there was also a whistling cold wind, these were unable to break through the brilliance. Under the light, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. However, the atmosphere under the light and shadow was not really calm and tranquil. There were a dozen nascent soul cultivators on the snowy peak, with Sun Yunzi in the middle. In front of Sun Yunzi, who was frowning, sat Reverend Lu Hong with her legs crossed. These 2 late nascent soul cultivators with the highest cultivation base both had unsightly expressions on their faces. The rest of the nascent soul cultivators, regardless of whether they were middle nascent soul or early nascent soul, were scattered around them, either sitting cross-legged or standing casually. On the side of Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Hong stood Pan Dongmin, Gu Yun, Zhu Qinghe and Jiang Fian respectfully. These 4 think tanks of Dao sect had already lost the cold arrogance they had at the beginning of the battle. The cold arrogance that did not fade even when facing nascent soul cultivators had long faded away silently under the sword cultivators' tactics and heavy fatal blows. Their expressions were respectful, and the unwillingness in their eyes could not conceal the kind of dejection in their hearts. Sun Yunzi seemed to have stopped asking for the opinions of Zhu Qinghe and the others. He glanced at the silent crowd and said, "Is there anything else you want to say, my fellow Taoists?" The crowd was still silent. Although the nascent soul cultivators were in different positions, they all looked at each other and no one spoke. Looking at such an awkward silence, Reverend Lu Hong coughed and said with a smile, "We have besieged Sky Patrol City for 100 days. Earlier, everyone was talking at once and each idea was better than the other. Now that we have racked our brains for so many days, where can we find any good ideas? If you want to exchange your experience in cultivation, I'm afraid everyone will talk non-stop. But when it comes to attacking a city, we are not as good as these little kids." If it were any other day, Gu Yun and the others would definitely say a few humble words. But at this time, they were like clay statues, and did not dare to say a word as if they had not heard anything at all. "Humph," Sun Yunzi sneered, "the little kids are smart enough but unfortunately they are not cunning enough. For the past few years, they have been led by the nose by those old swordsmen and in the end, they realize that everything has returned to the beginning." "Fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi, you can't say that." In the distance, Reverend Yu Qing's face was gloomy as he retorted faintly, "After several years of war, our counterattack was also powerful. Otherwise, these sword cultivators would not have been forced to put all their forces into Sky Patrol City, forcing us to fight the final battle." "That's right." Reverend He Ping also nodded and said, "Although it was somewhat unexpected for the sword cultivators to attack Sky Patrol City, after all, the 4 little kids had made preparations before, and even made arrangements in and outside Sky Patrol City." But the sword cultivators were too determined, and their investment was also huge, so we were caught off guard. Then Reverend He Ping pointed at the almost invisible green light in the distance and said, "Even if we knew that the sword cultivators had set up such a big sword formation, I'm afraid it was not easy to resist." "They had made preparations?" Sun Yunzi snorted and did not say more. Instead he sighed and said, "Yes, fellow Taoist He Ping is right. What the hell is this sword formation of the sword cultivators? We have changed our tactics and attacked it for 100 days, but it seems to have no effect at all." "Nonsense. If it could be easily broken by us. Can this sword formation be the trump card of the sword cultivators?" Among the people present, only Reverend Liu and I could refute Sun Yunzi directly. When I think about how Reverend Shuiyu was killed by the sword formation with the defense formation of Sky Patrol City, my scalp tingles. Do you have anything to say? Sun Yunzi snorted and turned to Gu Yun and the others, saying, when we arrived at Sky Patrol City, I didn't hear any more suggestions from you. Alas, martial uncles, we have some expertise in planning, but we are not as comprehensive as the seniors in terms of battle and attack. Pan Dongmin sighed, bowed and answered, moreover, sword cultivators now have the initiative and even a great chance of victory. This is a naked slap to the faces of us juniors, letting us know that there is always someone better than us out there. Martial Uncle Sun Yunzi. Since Pan Dongmin had spoken, Jiang Fian naturally would not fall behind. She also bowed and said, I don't have any suggestions, but I have some small ideas. Haha, small ideas, well, go ahead. Sun Yunzi laughed as if Jiang Fian's words were very funny. Pan Dongmin glanced at Jiang Fian as if to stop her from speaking, but Jiang Fian was not moved and said, I think that the sword cultivators are actually in a very awkward situation, and are not much better than our Dao sect. After they captured Sky Patrol City, they did not take the initiative to attack, but instead wanted to hide like a turtle and defend. Doesn't this mean that they have no confidence? What's more, there were no cultivators of the Dao sect in the vicinity of the Sentry City when the Shuiyu sage was killed. Even the nascent soul masters that we arranged were far away. Who would have known that Senior Shuiyu was killed? Isn't the current situation of our Dao sect in the Three Kingdoms deliberately spread by the sword cultivators? Isn't it just to give us an invisible pressure? Do they want us to have a decisive battle with the sword cultivators? In fact, if Sky Patrol City had not fallen based on the various battles, the swordsmen and spirit stones of Huan country would be far inferior to our Dao sect in terms of swordsmen and spirit stones. The tug of war would only be a great victory for our Dao sect. The results of the previous battles have proven this point. It is also because of this that when we were planning, although we considered Sky Patrol City, we did not focus on it. After all, Sky Patrol City is just a point and the battle is a line, a plane. Also, the sword cultivators captured Sky Patrol City and killed Sage Shuiyu, but in the public announcement, they did not mention the 4 nascent soul seniors of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. A few days ago they even sent out the communication talismans of the seniors of the 2 sects. The martial uncles have read these 2 jade slips and are prepared to send them back to Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. But what does this mean? It means that the sword cultivators are not very confident in defending Sky Patrol City. They want to use the disciples of the 2 sects as blackmail. Upon hearing the mention of the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, Zhu Qinghe's expression changed slightly, and Sun Yunzi's expression changed even more. He said coldly, in your opinion we only need to besiege Sky Patrol City? Then will the sword cultivators lose without a fight? If there are no disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, it will be inevitable. Jiang Fian glanced at Pan Dongmin, gritted her teeth and bowed. But the disciples of the 2 sects rashly entered Sky Patrol City because of the sword cultivators' trick, and now they are hostages of the sword cultivators. This is enough to turn the situation around. Sigh yes. Sun Yunzi sighed. That day Xiaohua's communication talisman Qinghe and I already knew that it was the sword cultivators' trick. But Immortal Miyu of Imperial Thunder Sect and Crazy Heaven were greedy for credit and insisted that it was sent by their disciples. No matter how we persuaded them, they did not listen. Instead, they volunteered to assist in the defense of Sky Patrol City. Tell me, this old man can't refuse to give them such a meritorious service just because they are from the country of Shi. In the end. Sigh Taoist He Ping, don't you think so? Taoist He Ping hesitated slightly and nodded faintly without speaking. When Imperial Thunder Sect went to reinforce Sky Patrol City, he was also present. Sun Yunzi naturally had his own plans when he asked him. However, it seemed that Sun Yunzi was going to bring up a topic that was difficult for everyone to decide. Sure enough, seeing that Taoist He Ping did not say anything, Sun Yunzi said again, now not only did the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain not get credit, but they are trapped in a cage. I'm afraid they have become the most important trump card in the sword cultivators' hands. We have to think carefully. If the sword cultivators threaten us with this, and we have the confidence to kill the sword cultivators, how should we deal with it? Chapter 2999. Everyone had been discussing this topic ever since the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City spread. However, no one brought it up as they knew it was a hot potato. Sun Yunzi naturally would not make any decision and could only let everyone discuss it. Unfortunately, everyone wanted to avoid such a big matter, so who would speak up? Under the orange light there was dead silence. Seeing that no one spoke, Pan Dongmin sighed in his heart and bowed to break the deadlock. He said, "Uncles, you're right. Junior sister Jiang is also right. Although what Uncle Sun Yunzi said is important, it's not urgent. I think now that the sword tomb has disappeared, the natural barrier of Sky Patrol City is gone. If the swordsmen of Huan country come to help, although we're not afraid, we're under attack from both inside and outside. We're at a disadvantage, so we need to end the battle quickly. The longer we delay, the more variables there will be. Only by launching a thunderous attack on the swordsmen can we turn the situation around. Moreover, although Sky Patrol City is big, all the swordsmen may not be in it. I think they must be preparing for a bigger war and are about to attack the swordsmen of Huan country. The fall of Sky Patrol City is not the end, but the starting point of a new war. It's the beginning of a series of plans." Pan Dongmin had just finished speaking when Zhu Qinghe shook his head again. "I don't think so. The cultivators of the three countries are powerful and rich in resources, so we can support such a vast battle. However, Huan country is bitterly cold and has very few spiritual stone veins. What do they have to compete with us? Sky Patrol City is their last resort. They're waiting for the moment when they can't hold on anymore, which is the moment when they negotiate with our Taoist sect. Their persistence now is just for negotiation, a bargaining chip." "Ha ha," Immortal Lushi was amused and laughed. "There's a saying in the secular world, empty talk will harm the country. It means that you're not down to earth, you're just imagining things. You want to make the country prosper with your mouth, but in the end you'll only end up with your family ruined. Your analysis is correct and reasonable, but if you really want to fight with the swordsmen, I don't mean to say that you're still too inexperienced. We understand." Solitary Cloud had not spoken all this while. At that moment he bowed and said, "Junior's performance in this battle is truly shameful. Even I feel ashamed. We were too naive and did not understand the complicated situation of the battle clearly enough. We have caused our Dao sect to be in such a terrible state. This Junior apologizes on behalf of the four of us." When Zhu Qinghe and the others heard that, complicated expressions appeared on their faces. However, Solitary Cloud ignored them and did not look at them. He merely lowered his head. "Yes, martial uncles, please punish us." Zhu Qinghe sighed in his heart and also bowed. Pan Dongmin and Jiang Fian didn't dare to put up a strong front and bowed together to ask for forgiveness. Sun Yunzi glanced at the crowd, then at Reverend Liushi. After pondering for a while, he raised his hand and said, "You just wait and get up. The great battle of Dao and Sword is meant to train you all. There will naturally be victories and defeats, so there is no need to be too concerned about it. The outcome of this battle had yet to be decided, and it was hard to say who would win or lose. This old man feels that all of you should think more about what you've gained from this battle. If you can comprehend more, it will be the result of our battle. If you can play a role in the battle of demon-resisting Valley, that will be the greatest gain." "We understand." Solitary Cloud and the others replied in unison. Then Sun Yunzi no longer paid attention to them. He looked at Reverend Liushi and asked, "Junior brother Shenjing, how is the situation over there?" "There is no news yet." Reverend Liushi shook his head. However, Shenjing and Reverend Pin Xian are both masters of formations. Although the Heaven and Earth Demon Sealing formation is a great formation left by the immortal realm, in their hands, they will be able to set it up smoothly. This old man has long heard that this legendary immortal formation has fallen into the hands of Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School, but the two sects have always kept it a secret. If not for the crucial moment of today's battle, how could they be willing to take it out? Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "Look at how stingy Jiang Mingzi and Lan Yu are, just like their sect leader. They are afraid that Reverend Pin Xian will leave something behind, so they keep a close eye on it every day for fear of any negligence." Alas, this is naturally understandable. Yun Mingzi of Changbai sect said faintly, "That is a formation left by the immortal realm. Although it is somewhat incomplete, after all, it is very powerful. Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School have their own immortal fate, and each sect has half of it. Now, for the sake of the war, they have to bear the pain of taking it out. No matter what, they have to keep a close eye on it and not let it leak out." Hearing this, Sun Yunzi seemed to be able to feel the faint sour taste in Yun Mingzi's mouth, so he raised his head and looked at Reverend Yu Qing of Taiching sect, asking, "Fellow Taoist Yu Qing, your Taiching sect is a great inheritance sect, and is also famous for its formations. What do you think of this heaven and earth demon sealing formation?" Reverend Yu Qing hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi, my Taiching sect has never dared to claim to be a formation. Your words are somewhat wrong. This idea of heaven and earth demon sealing formation was put forward by you. Don't tell me you don't know its origin." Sun Yunzi laughed, "Don't tell me your Taiching sect has no inheritance. Fellow Taoist, you are still wrong." Reverend Yu Qing shook his head again. "I only said that day, since our various offensive formations are not effective, why can't we change the way we think? Why can't we use a defensive formation? I often hear people say that the strongest defense is offense, then why can't the strongest attack be defense?" Fellow Taoist Yu Qing's idea is really wonderful. Reverend Lu and I clapped his hands and said, "Others don't know, but when I heard that the strongest attack is defense, I also suddenly see the light. Since the sword cultivators hide in the heavenly patrol city and don't come out, why don't we use a sealing formation to seal them in? Can we force them to come out? As for the heaven and earth demon sealing formation, it seems that on that day we all talked at once and said the strongest defensive formation we know. Only then did we say it, right?" Reverend Yu Qing looked at Sun Yunzi with a smile. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "This matter concerns the victory or defeat of our Taoist sect, so no one can hide it. If not for everyone's enthusiasm, if not for someone's reminder, who would have thought that Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School have such a formation from the immortal world?" Actually, Reverend Yu Qing hesitated slightly and said, "Speaking of this, I still have to say a few more words. Although the heaven and earth demon sealing formation is a formation left behind by the immortal world, the formation method is from the immortal world, and the formation tools and other things needed are not provided by our Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, this formation has long been incomplete when it came to our Dawn Rain continent. After so many years of improvement by the two sects, although it can be used on the Dawn Rain continent, this formation has been patched up by two unrelated sects, so I'm afraid there must be a huge flaw in it. If this flaw is used on a small scale, well, for example, the experts of the two sects use this formation to seal the enemy. Although both of them are nascent soul cultivators, if the person they seal is not at the late stage of spirit severing stage or even the early stage of void refinement stage, it is impossible to open the formation. But now we are using this formation to fight. If hundreds of thousands or even millions of cultivators activate the formation together, won't the flaw be bigger? Fellow Taoist Yu Qing's worries are indeed reasonable. Reverend Zhuo Ming of the Blue Li sect said with a smile, "However, you have overestimated the strength of the Immortal Ascension School and Immortal Music sect. That is an immortal formation. Even if it is damaged, how much can they improve? At best, they can only improve it so that it can be used on our Dawn Rain continent. This formation is still the original immortal formation. I actually really want to see what this legendary immortal formation looks like." Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "My Shanghua sect has never had such an immortal fate." "This immortal fate is good?" Reverend Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. "If fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi is interested, you might as well look for it in your own Huayuan mountain range. Maybe you can find some broken immortal tools left behind by the immortal world in the Dawn Rain continent. Wouldn't that immortal tool be much better than an immortal formation that looks good but is useless?" "Aha, do you still need junior brother Lu Ming to say it? I have turned the Huayuan mountain range upside down long ago, but I have never seen such an immortal tool." Sun Yunzi laughed loudly and then he changed the topic. "After the war, if everyone is free, we can go to the danger zones of the various countries to take a look. Although those places are natural dangers, they might be caused by the fall of some immortal artifacts. Who knows who has immortal fate? Who knows where there is a great demon sealing formation? Yes, if we can get an immortal tool, not only will it be powerful and can protect us, but the refining method, runes and talismans inside will also be available for us to study. The journey of the great Tao will also be easier." Reverend Lu Ming said and glanced at Sun Yunzi intentionally or unintentionally. Sun Yunzi knew what Reverend Lu Ming was referring to and sighed, "Some sects are really blessed by nature and we can't compare with them. I'm afraid the thunder-controlling sect of your country is like this." Reverend He Ping said with a double meaning, "Senior Qian Yun, the patriarch of the thunder-controlling sect, comprehended the Tao with the help of the thunder-concealing bead. I'm afraid he left it in the thunder-controlling sect, right? Hee. Sun Yunzi naturally understood what Reverend He Ping meant. He laughed and said, "You're wrong, fellow Taoist He Ping. The thunder-concealing bead is a natural object, not an immortal tool. However, since Senior Chen Yun can comprehend the thunder-concealing bead, he must have his reasons for choosing the Sky Thunder Peak to establish a sect. Maybe, like fellow Taoist He Ping, there is an immortal world thunder element treasure in the Sky Thunder Peak. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that's not true." Reverend Lu Ming shook his head and said, "If Chen Leizi has such a treasure, I'm afraid he would have already flown out of seclusion and broken this Sky Patrol city with an immortal tool. Those are hundreds of thousands of disciples of the thunder-controlling sect. Chen Leizi's heart would ache." Ha. Everyone laughed, but unfortunately no disciples of the thunder-controlling sect and Mo Sang Mountain were present. Chapter 3000. When the crowd stopped laughing, Immortal Lu Shi stood up again, looked into the distance and said, "It has been more than 10 days since we've harassed the sword practitioners in Celestial City. I'm afraid it will take some time for Xian Jing and the others to set up the formation. We can't stay idle. Let's go. Which fellow Taoist wants to test the power of the sword practitioners' formation with me? Let's go. Several nascent soul practitioners stood up and clamored, "We might have to go. Although we can't achieve anything, we can't let the sword practitioners know about our plan." After that, several rays of light of different colors shot up into the sky from the snow-capped peak, flying out in all directions of Celestial City. Not long after, a loud whistling sound was heard from all over Celestial City. 5 hurricanes of different colors rushed into the sky like wild dragons. Wherever the hurricanes passed, the falling snowflakes disappeared instantly. The entire area within 100 miles of Celestial City was suddenly clean. Even the dense red clouds high in the sky were affected, rolling up extremely long cloud waves like a raging sea. The cloud waves rippled layer by layer, and a sound like muffled thunder reverberated in the sky, like a war drum beating in everyone's heart. Similar to the sky high in the sky, the space above Celestial City that had just been swept away by the hurricanes. Not only did the snowflakes disappear, but even the sound was expelled. The silence was terrible. However, the silence only lasted for a moment. The 5 hurricanes came down with a whoosh. Every ray of light in the hurricanes would make a sound when they collided with each other, producing a great force. Thus, a loud rumble was heard from the place where the hurricanes collided with the sword formation. The sound was 10 times more powerful than the muffled thunder in the sky. At the same time, various kinds of light burst out violently from the places where the 5 hurricanes and the sword formation collided. Not only was the ground shaking, but the whole space was shaking. Even the seemingly indestructible green light was shaking violently. Rays of green light scattered out, and the small swords were torn apart by the explosion. Bumps deeper than a pool appeared on the surface of the sword formation. As soon as the sound of the explosion faded, a rainbow that ran through the sky above Celestial City appeared. The rainbow rolled rapidly, and a great suction force was generated. The scattered hurricanes and a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy were sucked into the rainbow. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow turned into a giant cudgel that was dozens of miles long and hundreds of feet thick. The giant cudgel was raised, and the red clouds in the sky were disturbed by it. Rays of sunlight actually penetrated through the clouds. Whoosh, the raised cudgel then smashed down again with a loud boom that was more powerful than the previous explosion. Many Tao sect practitioners who were hundreds of miles away from Celestial City could not withstand the strong impact and fell from the sky. Countless strong gusts of wind blew in all directions again. Snowflakes flew everywhere and broken ice splashed in all directions. The green light, which was already somewhat tattered, was now cracked by the giant cudgel. It was like a steep cliff at the peak of a mountain, and within the cracks, there were rays of light that looked like flying swords. In the distant sky, Sun Yunzi and the others were watching. Unfortunately, they did not smile when they saw such an attack. They even frowned slightly. Although the attack was fierce, it was obviously not as powerful as the initial attack. It was not that the power of the formation was weak, but that the caster had lost his confidence. Just as Immortal Lu Shi said, an attack without confidence could only be reduced to noise, and could not form a real fatal blow. Sure enough, the giant cudgel dimmed after the first blow. Although it could still be raised, it seemed to be weak. Two flying swords came out from the deep depression in the green light. The flying swords shuttled back and forth, and rays of green light flew out from the sword shadows. The green light was like a swimming fish and also like a flying sword. It also rushed into the edge of the depression, and a burst of flowing light appeared. It was like a clear spring flowing into a gully, and the depression could be seen with the naked eye. Sigh, forget it. Sun Yunzi flicked his sleeves, sighed in his heart, and turned to leave. But at this moment, from the north of Sky Patrol City, another meteor-like ray of light with a long tail rushed under the giant cudgel that was about to be raised. This is not a flying sword. It's a technique of my Dao sect. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and immediately became alert. The brilliance around him disappeared, and he looked at the meteor with interest. When the ray of light touched the giant cudgel, it immediately exploded like a spark. The entire giant cudgel was also blown up by the ray of light, and even the cracks began to burn. The burning flame was extremely strange, and it was even faster than the ray of light that streaked across the sky. In a moment, the giant cudgel that was dozens of feet in size and dozens of miles in length was ignited. Swoosh, the flames on the giant cudgel spread out and fell on the Sky Patrol City below like a fairy scattering flowers. Pa-pa-pa-pa. Fine sounds rang out incessantly as the falling flames covered the entire sky. Every time they fell by a few inches, a large amount of heaven and earth spirit chi would be sucked into them, causing the flames to expand a little. When the flying flames that covered dozens of miles fell, it had already completely covered the green light array outside the Sky Patrol City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A burst of light sounds as fine as rain hitting a banana leaf, and as gentle as the wind blowing the willow branches, came into contact with the green light that was being repaired. As soon as the green light touched the flames immediately turned into sharp vines that wrapped around the flying sword formed by the green light. Naturally, the flying sword also emitted a dazzling sword light to contend with the flames. In a stalemate, the green light was melted by the flames, and the flames were also extinguished by the green light. Although both sides were injured, it was obvious that the layers of green light were quickly disappearing. A few inches, a few feet, a few feet. The green light sword array that had not been broken for 100 days was showing signs of loosening. Buzz, 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 3 loud sword sounds were heard from 3 places in the Sky Patrol City. 3 thick green light giant swords rushed straight into the sky, and when they passed the flames that were like a lake of fire, they rushed to the center at the same time. Boom! A deafening sharp sound was heard. Even a nascent soul cultivator as strong as Sun Yunzi could not help but frown. Seeing that the light protecting his body was shattered by the sharp sound, he had no choice but to activate his magic power to protect himself. The golden elixir cultivators who were watching the battle from afar quickly retreated. Their Taoist robes fluttered and they almost lost their balance. They were like drifting debris, looking very helpless and embarrassed. Sun Yunzi originally wanted to help, but at this moment, a whistling sound was heard again. At the place where the 3 giant swords collided, countless flying swords were born. These flying swords fell like a rain of swords, once again covering dozens of miles of space. There was originally no spiritual energy in this space, but when the flying swords fell, strands of green light were born between the flying swords. From afar, the flying swords were like raindrops, and the green light was like a smokescreen. There was no extra suspense when the rain fell on the fire. Sigh. Sun Yunzi didn't know how many times he had sighed. He understood that this meteor-like radiance was definitely a technique of some clan. If it was placed elsewhere, it would definitely be as powerful as a thunderbolt. However, within this mysterious sword cultivator formation, it was somewhat insignificant. However, to be able to detect that this green light sword array is made up of 3 giant swords, this method is quite powerful. Sun Yunzi turned and flew away, thinking to himself, the method that the green light giant swords used to extinguish the flames is somewhat similar to the heaven and earth dual forms demon sealing array that we're going to use. It does seem to make sense. After Sun Yunzi left, many of the Taoist sect cultivators also left. It was as if this was not a battlefield of Taoist sword sect, but a party of fireworks. The smoke-filled sky gradually calmed down. The wind rose again, the snow fell again, the dark clouds slowly closed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also slowly flowed in. However, under the one-day green light sword array, Chong Taishu looked at Cheng Minghua, Chilean Butterfly, and Ruo Tian, who each held a green light sword, and his expression turned serious. 3 sword masters, how was the power of the array just now? It was quite powerful. Ruo Tian replied without hesitation. My Supreme Harmony Green Light Sword has already unleashed 80% of its power. If we don't counterattack, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the attack. Yes, 80%. 3 green light swords. Chong Taishu nodded slightly. I'm afraid Sky Patrol City's defense is at its last gasp. The time for us to reveal our true intentions has finally arrived. However, Chilean Butterfly smiled and said, Swordmaster Chong, aren't you worrying too much? The Taoist sect has been attacking Sky Patrol City for more than 100 days and there hasn't been any improvement. Today they only used 3 green light swords to destroy their array. If they really wanted to attack, wouldn't they have to kill a few nascent soul stage cultivators? Besides, the Taoist sect has already used all the methods they can. I don't believe that they have more powerful methods. Don't you believe in the power of the one-day green light sword array? Chong Taishu smiled bitterly and said, Of course I know that this sword array is powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket and put all my forces in Sky Patrol City. However, the problem is that we can't guard this Sky Patrol City forever. Sooner or later, the Path Sect will find a way to break this green light sword array. We must provoke the Path Sect's anger before they break it, especially before the time limit that we promised them. We must make them fight to the death with us. Actually, within these 100 days, Swordmaster Chong can challenge the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Taoist sect at any time. With their help, it won't be difficult to kill Sun Yunzi and Luan Aijinren. Zuoming smiled and asked, But why does Swordmaster Chong keep retreating? Killing Shuiyu is already enough to deter the 3 kingdoms of cultivation for a long time. If we kill them one after another, I'm afraid the Taoist sect will be angry. Chong Taishu smiled and said, Only by constantly attacking and defending, can they realize that our sword cultivation is not inferior to their Taoist sects. And at the critical moment when they are struggling, we can launch a thunderous attack to completely crush their confidence and make them unable to take revenge. Chapter 3001. Of course, the most important thing is that they only agreed to help once. The most crucial moment has not come yet. Chong Taishu replied confidently. Actually, with the cyan light swords in our hands, our power may not be weaker than theirs. Chilean Butterfly said unhappily, No matter how critical the situation is, as long as you and I take action, can't we destroy the Taoism sect? Our cyan light swords are indeed powerful, but we need to set up a formation. Moreover, with the help of the cyan light swords, we may be able to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, but we can't really make the Taoism sect cultivators fear us. As I said, only a thunderous strike will let them know that resistance is useless, and they will obediently admit defeat. Chong Taishu had to explain, but his explanation seemed to explain nothing. All right. Chilean Butterfly nodded slightly and waved her hand. The cyan light sword in her hand turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the cyan light above the Sky Patrol City and disappeared. She then looked at somewhere in the city and whispered, Are they ready? I'm afraid it will take some time. That senior seems to be looking for something. Chong Taishu replied in a low voice. By the way, Swordmaster Chong, it seems that the disciples who killed John Doe should have returned, right? Do they have any news? Cheng Minghua suddenly asked. Chong Taishu was obviously stunned and frowned. I forgot about this. It seems that there is really no news. However, 3 second-level sword masters of the Sword Realm are going to capture a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps the news has been sent back to the Sword Tomb, but because the Taoism sect besieged the Sky Patrol City, we can't get it. Well, I hope so. Cheng Minghua said worriedly, I always feel uneasy. This John Doe is really too mysterious. Swordmaster Cheng, don't worry. With Lu Ruochang following them, they are brave and resourceful. How can there be any mistakes? Even if they can't capture John Doe, it will be the same if they kill him. Chilean Butterfly said with a smile. According to Swordmaster Chong, even if the 3 of them return empty-handed, we only need to reveal John Doe's secret to Immortal Miyu of the Thunder-controlling sect. Do you think John Doe can still stay in the 3 cultivation kingdoms? I hope so, I hope so. Cheng Minghua chuckled and turned to leave. Chong Taishu narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the green sword screen. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Blue Butterfly's smile disappeared as she whispered, Swordsman Chong, do you think? Sigh, that's right. To be honest, I do have a bad feeling about this. Chong Taishu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he didn't try to hide anything. Since Wu Ming and his men dared to enter Meng Mountains so brazenly, they must have something to rely on. You're saying that the soul cultivators of Meng Mountains will also join the battle? Blue Butterfly asked in surprise. That's impossible, right? Nothing is impossible. Chong Taishu shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that even the nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect think that it's impossible for us to take down the Sky Patrol City. But now, we've already taken him down. Xiaohua nameless. Blue Butterfly let out a deep sigh. Xiaohua said goodbye to Zhang Qingxiao and flew to Sky Thunder Peak. It was not just a day. Seeing the familiar mountain range, Xiaohua was suddenly moved. He remembered that he was chased by immortal Jianghu and ended up in a sorry state. He still remembered the feeling of returning to his hometown. Looking at the grass and trees, Xiaohua felt that the grass and trees here were different from the last time he came back. But when he thought of the myriad Thunder Valley, his master, senior brothers, and others, Xiaohua felt that the grass and trees here were very familiar. Only this place belonged to him. The sun was charming, the grass and trees were fresh, the mountains were stacked, and the green water was long. Everything made Xiaohua feel that even though he had gone to the Sky Patrol City, even though he had gone through several dangers and hovered between life and death a few times, it was all worth it. It was because he wanted to protect this family, his senior brothers and junior brothers who were cultivating in this family, and some of his martial nephews who were full of vitality. There were even juniors who had not joined the Imperial Thunder sect and had not met yet. Facing them, Xiaohua could say without regret that he had tried his best, that he had stopped the attack of the sword cultivators, and that he had used his strength to leave a beautiful space for them. Naturally, Xiaohua also sighed with emotion. The war between Dao and sword had lasted for more than 10 years. Countless cultivators had fallen on the battlefield, and the blood and tears shed were endless. Presumably, they also had the same thought before they died. Just like how he was, they wanted to protect the obsession in their hearts. They wanted to fight for their loved ones. For everything they protected, at any cost. Thank you, Great God Hutu. I hope these cultivators can sleep peacefully in the arms of Great God Hutu. Involuntarily, Xiaohua had such a thought in his heart. Then Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Damn it, I've stayed in Meng Mountain for too long. How can it be easy to enter the arms of Great God Hutu? That's the home of millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors. But just as he thought of this, Xiaohua suddenly quivered. He slapped his forehead and realized, that's not right. If the netherworld is transformed by Great God Hutu, it's the home of millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors. The Netherlink mirror can see the appearance of Xiao Mao's mother, but how can the Netherlink mirror see that Kai Zhuoxia isn't there? Then what did this Xiao see? Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua was absent-minded for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. I've never thought of this before, and now I don't even dare to think about it. Seems, these are all great secrets hidden behind the heaven and earth. They're far from what little gold core cultivators like us can pry into. Perhaps only when we achieve great success in our cultivation will we have the qualifications to see what's going on. Great success in cultivation. What kind of realm is that? Transcending the tribulation to become an immortal? Then what kind of great matter is the great matter that Wuxia mentioned? Unknowingly, Xiaohua stopped in midair. He was like a wanderer who was timid about returning home, his mind wandering thousands of miles. At this moment, a weak divine sense swept over, and a dozen patrolling disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect slowly flew over from afar. When the divine sense came into contact with Xiaohua, it quickly retracted after a brief investigation. The dozen or so disciples simultaneously circulated their magic power and flew over to Xiaohua. Oh! Xiaohua was naturally disturbed by the divine sense, and he smiled as he looked into the distance. Over there, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples, who were merely chi refinement cultivators, flew over in a line. They all had their heads lowered, not daring to look directly at Xiaohua. Looking at these Imperial Thunder sect disciples and their respect, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Wasn't he like this a few decades ago? Now, although he wasn't a nascent soul grandmaster in terms of reputation, he wasn't inferior to any nascent soul grandmaster at all, right? Time was admittedly a butcher's knife, but it was also a step under the feet of a saint. Juniors greet martial uncle. Without waiting for them to get close, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples immediately stopped and bowed. Looking at their slightly childish faces, Xiao Hua felt a sense of protection. He waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need to be so courteous. Wait here." "Thank you, Martial Uncle." Everyone stood up. "You're on patrol, right?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Yes, Martial Uncle knows. Junior is Zhen Mo, a disciple of Zhen Lei Palace. Today I'm in charge of the 7th. The disciple at the front, who was around the 12th layer of Qi refinement, raised his head and answered on behalf of all the other disciples. However, he had only spoken half a sentence when he suddenly stopped. His face was filled with indescribable shock and ecstasy. He didn't care about the rest of the answer, and his breathing became hurried as he said, "Senior? Senior is Xiao Hua, Martial Uncle Xiao." As soon as this disciple said this, the other disciples who didn't dare to raise their heads, no longer cared about etiquette. One by one they raised their heads. More than 10 pairs of eyes filled with worship and fervor were nailed onto Xiao Hua's young face. His face was much younger than these disciples. "Martial Uncle Xiao, your Martial Uncle Xiao Hua of the Myriad Thunder Valley." Before Xiao Hua could speak, the 10th layer Qi refinement disciple beside the former disciple shouted loudly. "Aside from Martial Uncle Xiao, which Imperial Thunder Sect Foundation Establishment Cultivator has such a young appearance?" Among the participating Foundation Establishment disciples, aside from Martial Uncle Xiao, which one of them has just returned? Martial Uncle Xiao went out with the first team of the discussion hall to gain experience. He just happened to return. Everyone immediately shouted at the same time. After a while, more than 10 people suddenly came to their senses and bowed in unison. It was precisely the great etiquette of paying respect to a senior. Junior respectfully welcomes Martial Uncle Xiao Hua's triumphant return to the sect. "Hehe, you can wait for me." Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. Looking at these disciples who were still somewhat pure in their hearts and seeing their respect, the feeling of everything was worth it from before was born again. Junior forgot. The disciple at the front slapped his forehead and hastily took out a message talisman from his bosom. Under the urging of his magic power, lightning flashed and rushed into the air. It was the Imperial Thunder Sect's unique Thunder Note talisman. Martial Uncle Xiao, among the hundreds of patrol teams in the Imperial Thunder Palace, every team leader has a special Thunder Note talisman. The Qi refinement disciple respectfully explained, "This Thunder Note talisman is directly sent to the Shaolei Hall and received by our Imperial Thunder Palace's Palace Master. He said that Martial Uncle Xiao is the second greatest contributor to our Imperial Thunder Sect. As long as Martial Uncle Xiao returns to the sect, he will personally welcome Martial Uncle Xiao on behalf of Lord Sect Master." Hehe, it seems there's no need to be so polite, right? Although Xiao Hua's words were polite, he was also happy in his heart. After all, he had contributed a lot to the Imperial Thunder Sect and the 3 kingdoms of Dao cultivators. Although there were many secrets that he couldn't reveal for the time being able to obtain the Imperial Thunder Sect's affirmation was also an explanation for Xiao Hua's helplessness to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Presumably, Master, who has always loved face, won't complain anymore, right? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Then he looked at the dozen or so respectful Qi refinement disciples and said with a smile, "There's no need to be so reserved. What are your names? Also, tell this old man about the situation in the sect. The other disciples who participated in the war have already returned, right?" After saying this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This old man. With this old man's cultivation, I'm afraid I'll really have to call myself this old man in the future. Chapter 3002. Although Xiao Hua claimed to be an old man, he actually looked very young, and his expression was extremely amiable, without a trace of the arrogance of a middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. If they didn't use their magic power to probe and look at Xiao Hua's appearance countless times, these Qi refining disciples would never think that this seemingly ordinary cultivator was actually Xiao Hua, who was famous in the cultivation world. At this time, after listening to Xiao Hua's words, the respect in their hearts became even greater, but they also restrained their restraint and nervousness. The former disciple reported his name in a low voice, and the other disciples also hurriedly said their names, trying to get familiar with Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, after Xiao Hua heard it, he shook his head with a wry smile. Martial nephews, I'm old and have a bad memory. Except for the names of these martial nephews, I'm afraid I can't remember the others. However, I've remembered your appearance. If you have nothing to do in the future, go to the Myriad Thunder Valley. If you meet more often, you'll naturally remember. Aha, we understand. I'm afraid we'll disturb martial uncle in the future. The group of disciples laughed, feeling that Xiaohua was humorous. After all, cultivators were intelligent. How could he not remember the names of these dozen people? Everyone thought that Xiaohua was joking, and what they cared about the most was the last sentence of Xiaohua, which meant that he could give them pointers in their cultivation in the future. Who was Xiaohua? He was now in the limelight of the Imperial Thunder Sect, second only to Wu Ming and Terrifying Phoenix in the conference hall of the Imperial Thunder Sect. His cultivation had been baptized by blood and fire in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, so he was more powerful than ordinary middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. If it was someone else who gave them pointers, their master might say something, but if it was Xiaohua, their master might only be happy, right? Besides, although they were all in the Imperial Thunder Sect, which Foundation establishment cultivator would give pointers to other Thunder Palace disciples. After everyone laughed, they recounted the situation of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples returning to the mountain. Just as Xiaohua expected, the Imperial Thunder Sect sent out a thunder boat to pick up all the disciples who participated in the first stage of the Great Battle of Dao Sword. On the day of the thunder boat's return, each Thunder Palace sent out a large number of disciples to welcome them. The scene was lively and sensational, which was definitely rare in the history of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It was a great ceremony for these disciples who returned with honor. It also expressed the gratitude of the Imperial Thunder Sect to these disciples. Moreover, after these disciples returned, all of them were rewarded by their respective sections. Those disciples who had battle achievements were also rewarded generously by their respective lightning palaces. Many disciples were like Cui Hongshin, and were given important positions by their respective lightning palaces. Apart from the 100,000 disciples who had returned to the mountain, only Xiaohua, the disciple who had followed the first team of the discussion hall to gain experience, was left. He was the only one who had not returned. However, no matter how many honors and rewards there were, they couldn't cover up the loss of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Less than 100,000 disciples returned. Thinking back to that day when the thunderboat was activated, tens of thousands of barges were vying for the river. Thinking back to that day when the thunderboat was activated and the fervor of the tens of thousands of barges were about to trample the Dawn Rain continent under their feet, although Xiaohua was only listening to it, his heart was also distressed. Where are the corpses of the fallen disciples? After everyone finished speaking, Xiaohua softly asked again. Everyone looked distressed at Xiaohua's question. The former disciple said in a low voice, "The fallen seniors are all buried in the Valley of Valor." Valley of Valor? Xiaohua frowned slightly as if he was unfamiliar with this name. That disciple was tactful and hurriedly explained, "The Valley of Valor is where the corpses of disciples who made special contributions to the Imperial Thunder Sect are buried. Disciples who died in the Great Immortal Demon War or the Great Dao Sword War are usually sent there." That disciple then told Xiaohua the location of the Valley of Valor. "Sai, when I have free time, I'm afraid I'll have to pay my respects there." Xiaohua sighed inwardly. Although he could protect the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, how could a single person turn the tide of a great battle? How many people could he protect? In particular, some of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were personally killed by Xiaohua. After hearing Xiaohua's words, the dozen or so disciples became even more respectful. Because they were originally on patrol, they had welcomed many disciples who had returned to the mountain, but none of them had ever asked about the location of the Valley of Valor, let alone paid their respects there. Of course, perhaps these disciples already knew and didn't need to ask. The aura-refining disciple at the front looked behind him with some embarrassment. The Thunder Note talisman had been sent out for a long time. Although there was some distance between here and the Shaolei Hall, there should have been an echo. Looking at the quiet sky Thunder Peak, that disciple's eyes turned and he sighed. In this great battle our Imperial Thunder Sect suffered great losses. It said that less than 3 corpses were brought back. Most of the disciples' corpses were buried in foreign lands. Sai, if it weren't for the fact that it was too difficult, who would be willing to abandon their fellow disciples' corpses in foreign lands? Xiaohua nodded. This Xiao has seen several great battles. Sword cultivators are fierce, fighting each other to the death. If they win, they'll chase and kill. If they lose, they'll flee. Those who survived are more precious than those who died. We can't lose more disciples for corpses, right? We can only collect the corpses when we're certain of it. Moreover, the corpses of sword cultivators have always been together with the corpses of our Dao sword sex cultivators. It's very difficult to distinguish them. Sword cultivators' sword attire is different from ours, right? The other disciples asked curiously. Xiaohua shook his head. Under the influence of magic power and sword essence, there are very few corpses that can be intact. It's impossible to distinguish them just by their attire. The tragedy of the great battle can be seen from this. That disciple nodded. If not for Martial Uncle's reminder, we would have taken it for granted. Right? At this moment, a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Martial Uncle Xiao, disciple wants to ask you something. Xiao Hua looked at this low-level disciple and said in the same kind manner. Do you know who Great Master Wu is? That disciple's face flushed red. He finally spoke the question that he had held back for who knows how many years. Not to mention this disciple, even the eyes of all the other disciples were filled with anticipation. Their ears also perked up. This old man has never seen this Nameless. Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. However, there's never anything that's absolutely secret in this world. Since Nameless is a disciple of our Imperial Thunder sect, then sooner or later, we'll know who Nameless is. Moreover, this old man feels that it's not important whether we know who Nameless is or not. What's important is that we know that Nameless is right beside us. The disciples were clearly disappointed, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, they came to a realization. The disciple at the front smiled apologetically. Martial Uncle Xiao, please don't blame us for being curious. Right now, the entire Imperial Thunder sect is in an uproar. Everyone is guessing who Great Master Wu is. That's right. After all, Great Master Wu is just a quiet person. As soon as he appeared, he saved the disciples of dozens of sects. He's the #1 hero in the great battle of Dao cultivators and the pride of our Imperial Thunder sect. Who doesn't want to know who he is? All the disciples shouted. Xiao Hua had seen the cultivators unrelated to the Imperial Thunder sect in the meeting hall of Tongmu City frantically investigate Nameless origins. Naturally, he understood the Imperial Thunder sect's enthusiasm for finding Nameless. Moreover, he also understood that since the sword cultivators had already confirmed that he was Nameless, this news would definitely spread to the Imperial Thunder sect after the end of the great battle of Dao Sword. At that time, he would have to see how he would cover it up. That's difficult. Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Martial Uncle Xiao, then are you a terrifying phoenix? Another disciple gathered his courage and asked. Moreover, his gaze was secretly looking at Xiao Hua's back. I naturally want to admit it. Xiao Hua said ambiguously. Unfortunately, I don't have the Phoenix Dharma body. Even if I admit it, who would believe me? It can't be, right? The disciple wailed. I feel that besides Martial Uncle Xiao, no other Foundation establishment master is worthy of the title of Terrifying Phoenix. That's right. Another disciple shouted. All the disciples who returned denied it. Only Martial Uncle Xiao hasn't returned. How could there be anyone else besides Martial Uncle Xiao? That's right. None of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples are Terrifying Phoenix. I'm the only Foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. However, the problem was that he really didn't have the Phoenix Dharma body. How could he admit it? Perhaps the Terrifying Phoenix has already fallen? Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Impossible. All the disciples retorted in unison. How could the Terrifying Phoenix, who killed the sword cultivators of Huan country, fall in the Great War of Dao Sword? Anything is possible. Xiao Hua replied faintly. He looked at the distant sky and smiled. I'm afraid Palace Lord Zhen is too busy? Or maybe the bad news of Sky Patrol City made him too busy to come over. Zhen, are there any special rules for the disciples who returned from the war? If possible, I'm going to return to the Myriad Thunder Valley first. This? The disciple called Zhen blushed as if he had lied. He stuttered, there are no special rules for the others. Even if the disciples who returned later, they would be welcomed by the Martial Uncle of Zhen Lei Palace. Martial Uncle Xiao was specially appointed by the Palace Lord to welcome him. At this point, Zhen said carefully, Imperial Thunder Sect only just received the news of Sky Patrol City's fall. However, although Sky Patrol City has fallen, our Dao Sect may not lose the Great War of Dao Sword. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples are still fighting a bloody battle. Although the Palace Lord is busy, he may still have time, right? Ah. Xiaohua was stunned. He had long known about the fall of the Sky Patrol City and the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples being trapped in the city. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect had received the news of the fall of the Sky Patrol City, they might not be unaware of the news that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had been captured by sword cultivators, right? However, Xiaohua soon understood. Imperial Thunder Sect must have deliberately covered up the news for some special reasons. They did not want their disciples to know that their disciples had fallen into the enemy's hands. However, why did they not want to let them know? Xiaohua did not understand again. Chapter 3003. It's a prestigious sect. Is their reputation that important? Can they cover it up for a lifetime? Xiaohua immediately thought of the fallen Qianmo's actions seemed to be a standard Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Thinking here, Xiaohua felt a sense of dejection and powerlessness. He said faintly, "Since Martial Uncle Zhen is busy with work, then I'll..." Before he finished speaking, two divine wills swept over from the sky Thunder Peak. Xiaohua was very familiar with one of them. Zhen Qing, Martial Uncle Zhen. Xiaohua didn't expect to meet Zhen Qing as soon as he returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. He couldn't help but think of Sun Qian. Since Zhen Qing came, Xiaohua naturally couldn't leave. He could only respectfully stand in the air. Not long later, two early-stage Golden Core State cultivators came together. The one in front was Zhen Qing, who Xiaohua was familiar with. Zhen Qing still had that melancholy expression, but there was more hair in her hair. Together with that melancholy, it added an indescribable charm. No wonder. Xiaohua knew about the relationship between Zhen Qing, Sun Qian, and Chen Yi and couldn't help but sigh. Behind Zhen Qing was an ordinary Golden Core State cultivator with a similar build to Zhen Qing. Xiaohua didn't recognize him. However, Xiaohua still went up to greet them extremely respectfully. He bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets the two martial uncles." The Qi refining disciples behind Xiaohua all said in unison, "Junior greets martial uncles." Xiaohua, stand up. This is my Zhenlei Palace's Jade Archive Hall Master, Qian Zhongliang. You probably haven't seen him before, right? Zhen Qing didn't act courteous with Xiaohua and helped him up. Oh, so it's the Jade Archive Hall Master. Xiaohua was a bit shocked as he looked at this ordinary Golden Core State cultivator. He already knew the importance of the Jade Archive Hall. The Jade Archive Hall of each sect was directly managed by the sect master. The Imperial Thunder Sect put the Jade Archive Hall under the Zhenlei Palace for ease of management. However, the Hall Master still reported directly to Master Qianlei. To be able to hold the position of Jade Archive Hall Master, Qian Zhongliang must be Master Qianlei's trusted disciple. Xiaohua admitted that he didn't know this trusted disciple from the Heavenly Thunder Palace before the Dao Sword battle. Disciple Xiaohua of the Myriad Thunder Valley greets Hall Master Qian. Xiaohua respectfully bowed again. Get up. Xiaohua, you're the great hero of my thunder-controlling sect in the Dao Sword War. It is the pride of all Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Qian Zhongliang politely helped Xiaohua up while Zhen Qing ordered Zhen Mo and the others to continue their patrol. Qian Zhongliang continued, moreover, at the beginning of the war, all the life spirit tablets of the participating disciples were monitored. Now that the first stage of the war is over, all the monitoring life spirit tablets have been returned. Only your life spirit tablet is left there alone. Even if I don't want to pay attention to you, it's impossible. Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately thought of Zi Ming and Elder Wu's evaluation of the natal spirit tablet in Back Earth Stronghold, and a trace of displeasure appeared in his heart. However, he still smiled apologetically and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Hall Master Qian." Apart from the fallen seniors, there is also a portion of this junior's battle merits that should be given to the seniors in the rear like Hall Master. With the support of Hall Master Qian and the others, we can fight with all our might in the war. Haha, Hall Master Qian laughed, "I don't care what others say. But Martial Nephew Zhao's words, This old man has to consider it carefully. Yes, Martial Nephew Xiao, your battle merits are really great. Hall Master Qian will be so happy that he can't close his mouth if you share some of your battle merits. Zhen Qing explained with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He said with a smile, I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. What battle merits can I have? I'm just basking in the glory of Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and the first team of the conference hall. Fortunately, Zhen Qing didn't mention Wu Ming. Instead, she looked at Xiao Hua kindly, just like when she brought Xiao Hua to the Feather Deity Conference dozens of years ago. You're already very good. Let's not talk about the other battle merits. In the war, you and Cui Hongshan of the Thunder Palace protected the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Just this is enough to make all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect admire you. Yes, whether it's Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, Zhen Hua, Chiu Su, Baisugu, Dui Ling and Ming Mao, when they returned to the Sky Thunder Peak, the first thing they did was to earnestly ask for your merits. They said that if it weren't for you and Cui Hongshan, they wouldn't have returned alive. Especially your first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Except for the 2 female disciples Dui Ling and Ming Mao, the cultivation of the other 8 people in the war advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the others. It's really enviable. Qian Zhongliang also echoed with a smile. Seeing 2 golden core cultivators talking and laughing in front of him, if Xiao Hua was really a foundation establishment cultivator, he would definitely be a little nervous. But now, his real cultivation had reached the late stage of the golden core stage. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to the early stage of the original infant stage. He really didn't put the cultivation of these 2 people in his eyes. His respect for Zhen Qing came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have any feelings towards this Qian Zhongliang. Now that he was smiling and pretending to be respectful, he was a little impatient. As if she saw Xiao Hua's unnatural expression, Zhen Qing smiled and said, Xiao Hua, with your merits, my Zhenlei Palace Lord Zhen Yunzi should personally come and welcome you. Furthermore, he had already sent out an order. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the Zhenlei Palace these few days. Zhen Mo's message couldn't reach him in time and could only be sent to Hall Master General recently. I was sent by the sect leader to assist Hall Master Zhen in the Jade Archive Hall. Thinking that we are old friends, I accompanied Hall Master Zhen to welcome you. Logically speaking, the 2 of us weren't the only ones who came to welcome you. Qian Zhongliang glanced at Zhen Qing and explained, when the 100,000 disciples returned to the mountain, the entire Zhenlei Palace came out. Martial Nephew Zhao's return should have been a more grand ceremony, but, without waiting for Qian Zhongliang to finish, Xiao Hua smiled and said, I have always liked peace and quiet. When I came back just now, I was worried that it would be lively. When Zhen Mo sent out the Thunder Note talisman, I wanted to stop him. However, I heard that it was an order from the Palace Lord, so I didn't dare to say anything. The fact that the 2 seniors are here already makes me anxious. In my opinion, the best thing to do now is to return to the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Hall Master Qian, see? Did I tell you? Martial Nephew Xiao doesn't like crowds. I know this. Zhen Qing seemed to be very happy as she smiled and said, back then, during the Feather Immortal gathering, he didn't say anything and gave us a fright. Yes, indeed. Just now, I said that no matter what, I would bring the disciples of the Jade Archive Hall over. However, I was stopped by Junior Zhen. Qian Zhongliang nodded and said, however, Martial Nephew Xiao can't return to the 10,000 Thunder Valley now. You are now the most popular person in the Imperial Thunder Sect. When I received the Thunder Note talisman, I had already sent a message talisman to the Palace Lord. Follow me back to the Jade Archive Hall and see what the Palace Lord has arranged. Yes, the sect matters are more important than anything else. I will listen to the 2 seniors' instructions. Xiao Hua naturally understood that he had no choice but to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Not to mention that he had to report to Master Chen Lazy and the others in detail when he saw them. He would have to communicate with the 8 great thunder palaces for several months without sleep or rest. Therefore he could only reply with a bow. Let's go. Zhen Qing said with a smile, Xiao Hua has finally returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Other than Shan Feng, there are no other disciples here to welcome him. Let him sit in the Jade Archive Hall and have a good rest. That's right. Qian Zhongliang looked around. Although the air around the 3 of them was empty and no disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect dared to disturb them, in the air not far away on the mountain peak, there were many disciples on patrol. Moreover, there were still many disciples quietly flying over. Obviously, they had heard the news and came to see with their own eyes this Foundation establishment disciple who had become famous because of the Dao sword battle. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhongliang smiled and said, "I was thinking that there were no disciples to welcome Martial Nephew Xiao. I felt guilty and forgot about this matter. Now we should invite Martial Nephew Xiao to have a rest. Otherwise, our Imperial Thunder sect won't even have a disciple on patrol." "Seniors, please," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Disciple is already very satisfied to have 2 seniors to welcome me." "Ah, let's go," Chen Zhongliang said and activated his magic power. His figure took the lead, but his flying speed was not fast. Obviously he was waiting for Xiao Hua. Then Zhen Qing accompanied Xiao Hua and flew behind Chen Zhongliang. After flying like this for half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua looked at Zhen Qing next to him. This man with a story, his lips moved a bit as if he wanted to say something. After all, although Sun Qian did not let Xiao Hua tell Zhen Qing about this matter, Xiao Hua did not agree. He still wanted to make things clear. "Oh, nephew, is there something wrong?" Zhen Qing was extremely sensitive and asked with a smile. "Oh," the moment Zhen Qing asked, Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. He had not even dealt with Fairy Hong Xia and Xue Xue. Why should he worry about other people's old affairs? Maybe Zhen Qing was the same as Sun Qian and did not want to let him know. "Disciple thanks Senior Master for the jade slip," Xiao Hua hurriedly said. "If not for Senior Master's generosity, this junior might not be able to have such cultivation today." What Xiao Hua said was the truth. Zhen Qing's understanding of condensing the golden core was extremely important for Xiao Hua to condense the golden core. Moreover, the exquisite gold was obtained from Zhen Qing. The wishful staff was also refined because of Zhen Qing. Zhen Qing's favor was indeed big. Xiao Hua could not thank him enough. But how could Zhen Qing know about this? Sweeping a glance at Chen Zhongliang, he waved his hand and said, "That jade slip is this old man's token of gratitude. It will still be useful in the future. You should understand more." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.